Chapter 1935b, Revisiting Familiar Lands. Chapter 1935b, Revisiting Familiar Lands. And Lin Ming departed. His visit to Sword Mountain had left him with an inexplicable feeling. Although, during this period, he did not perceive cultivation methods, enlighten himself on the heavenly Tao, or even sit in meditation, Lin Ming knew that in truth, his heart had gone through an unprecedented baptism. If the fires of his soul were still vibrant, then these feelings and sentiments would bring him unimaginable accomplishments in the future. However, he still hadn't found a way to restore his source soul force. He crossed Sword Mountain, passing through a vast wilderness and then arriving at the Sky Fortune Kingdom. The Sky Fortune Kingdom, the land where he was born and raised. This land carried far too many memories for him. Lin Ming stood on a mountain looking down over the country. In the infinite vastness of the cosmos, this tiny nation was far too small. It wouldn't even be able to be described as a grain of sand in the desert. But even so, this tiny land was burdened with Lin Ming's memories. He spread out his sense, easily covering the entire nation. He found Green Mulberry City. This was the city he grew up in as a child. In the past, Green Mulberry City was a small town. Its walls were 200 feet high, and it had less than 100,000 citizens living within. But in the current era, Green Mulberry City had already surpassed the capital, Sky Fortune City, and had become the #1 city of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. This city was extremely lively and bustling. The streets were wide and spacious and filled with crowds of boisterous people. This world-overturning change was naturally because of Lin Ming. Lin Ming had come from this city and was the legendary hero of Green Mulberry City. Because of this, innumerable martial artists came to visit, and these martial artists possessed a massive amount of wealth that boosted Green Mulberry's rapid growth. At the city entrance, there were 3 30-foot-high rock sculptures. The sculpture in the city was that of Lin Ming. Lin Ming's statue grasped a long spear that pointed straight into the bright blue skies. Behind Lin Ming, there were 2 sculptures of peerless women. They were as beautiful as ephemeral fairies. They were Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan. These 3 statues were worshipped by countless people every year. Lin Ming stood at the entrance of the city for a long time, looking around. Finally, he stepped into the city. In the busy crowds, there was everyone one could think of. Students, martial artists, actors, maids, chair-bearers, stall owners selling sesame cakes. Come on, take a look. Take a look. Don't miss out on this. I can crack a stone on my chest and a jar on my head. Those with money come and try. Those without money, come and look. A man with a bare upper body excitedly shouted out to the crowd, his fists cupped together. Feng Shui can tell your fortune. If you believe, then come and try it. And if you don't, a fortune teller had set up a stall to divine the futures of gullible customers. Lin Ming listened to the sounds all around him. Slowly, he blended into the crowd, becoming a common and inconspicuous individual. Only the mask covering his face caused people to notice him. Luxurious carriages could be seen everywhere. Exquisite sedan chairs came one after another. Some people rode towering horses into the city. Some people walked in with their heads held high, and some people sat at the city entrance in rags, begging atop their straw mats. Buy a sesame cake. These are fresh sesame cakes that just came out of the oven. 2 pennies for one. Fresh and fragrant. These are made with the secret recipe of my ancestors. Little brother, how about trying one? As Lin Ming passed over a stone bridge, an Ani selling sesame cakes shouted out to him. Lin Ming turned to see an Ani. Her face was wrapped in a scarf. Her exposed skin was reddened from years of sun exposure and harsh winds. She wore simple and coarse clothes and a pair of worn-out shoes. At this time, she had wrapped a sesame cake with a piece of paper. The hands that held the sesame cake were gnarled with age. Lin Ming looked at this Ani and felt a burning feeling in his nose. He felt over his body, but he knew he didn't have any copper coins or even gold or silver. He couldn't take out anything from his spatial ring. Any single item taken out and placed in the mortal world would cause a catastrophe. Thus, he shook his head. The Ani looked at Lin Ming's clothes. He didn't seem like a poor person, but he didn't have a single penny on him. Perhaps he had forgotten to bring money. She smiled. "Little brother, did you forget to bring money? It's already noon. You might not have eaten yet. Here, take a sesame cake. It's free of charge." The Ani took the paper-wrapped sesame cake and stuffed it into Lin Ming's hands. Lin Ming took the sesame cake. He stood there, not knowing what feeling was in his heart. In the past, when Lin Ming was still a child, his family circumstances hadn't been bad or good. His parents managed a restaurant for their clan and would receive money every year. When his mother gave him pocket money, Lin Ming would frequently stroll through the streets buying sesame cakes and candied fruits. Lin Ming held the sesame cake in his hands and slowly brought it up to his mouth. He took a small bite. The mild taste melted in his mouth, bringing with it a unique fragrance. The flavor hadn't changed, even after over 100 years. The only change was those who ate the sesame cake. Lin Ming cautiously ate. This was a food unique to mortals. For many years, Lin Ming had eaten innumerable heavenly materials. Just a tiny bit of what he ate for a single meal couldn't even be afforded by the entire wealth of a nation. But he couldn't remember any heavenly materials that tasted as good as this sesame cake did today. Lin Ming ate it up. "Little brother, how is it?" The Ani saw tears form at the corners of Lin Ming's eyes as he ate the sesame cake, and she was flustered a little. "Does the cake not taste good? Or did you have some troubles with your family and run away?" "No, I'm fine. Thank you, Ani." Lin Ming shook his head. He respectfully bowed and then turned to leave. Lin Ming walked forward step by step. Along the way, he saw many dignitaries and nobles. He saw young masters riding atop horses and spoiled misses in their sedans. He saw even more poor people. He saw prostitutes displaying their bodies in front of brothels, and he saw beggars begging on the streets. The life of a mortal was less than a mere 100 years, from young to old, who knew how many peoples had been born and died, living through happiness and suffering. Lin Ming had seen these sights in his youth, but he had never truly experienced it. When martial artists cultivated the heavenly Tao, that was a type of enlightenment, and returning to the mortal world and feeling the soil, that was also another type of enlightenment. Yet there were far too many people who perceived the heavenly Tao, and far too few people who understood the toils of mortals. A martial artist stood at too high a height compared to an ordinary person. There was a natural moat as great as the skies that separated them. They were naturally unable to feel the sweet, sour, spicy, and all the other tastes of a mortal's life. Imperceptibly, Lin Ming arrived at the center of green Mulberry City. Here was where the Lin family was located. For the past 100-some years, because of Lin Ming, they had become the #1 mortal family clan of the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom and even the entire South Horizon region. Even the royal families of great nations weren't as prominent or prestigious as the Lin family. No matter who it was or what influence they came from, no one dared to provoke the Lin family. In the past, Lin Ming had taken his parents away from the Lin family and had ended his karma with them. Today, Lin Ming returned to the Lin family, but only quietly stood at the front gates. For 2 hours, Lin Ming watched as all sorts of famed and powerful individuals walked in and out of the Lin family. Each one was respectful as they walked in and didn't dare to hurry their steps. He also saw some disciples of the Lin family practice their martial arts on the military field, their movements intense and vigorous. The current head of the Lin family was an intelligent individual. He understood that one's own strength was the most important thing. Lin Ming silently looked at all of this and then silently departed. From start to finish, he never passed through the gates of the Lin family. Life and death was fated. Wealth and honor came and went. The Lin family should be able to live prosperously for thousands of years, but in this world, there was no such thing as eternal wealth and glory. Perhaps in the future, this respected family would be ruined, one day reverting to an ordinary family. In Lin Ming's eyes, this was a natural samsara. There was no need to change it. Chapter 1936a, A Snowy Night. Chapter 1936a, A Snowy Night. Lin Ming's last stop in Green Mulberry City was the restaurant that his parents had managed for the Lin family in the past. However, the restaurant was no longer a restaurant. It was no longer open for business, but closed up against outsiders. This restaurant was a treasure land of the Lin family, let alone eating a meal. One couldn't even visit. Even every new generation of the Sky Fortune Kingdom's emperor would only be able to distantly pay their respects when they came to visit Green Mulberry City. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, the truth was that the Lin family represented something similar to divine right. They were a force that stood above imperial authority and were insurmountable. Seeing this restaurant that no one could even enter, Lin Ming seemed to lose interest in revisiting the familiar places. In revisiting familiar places, he didn't come to see the sights, but to recall memories. When the Lin family restaurant was no longer the same and instead had taken on a completely different significance, Lin Ming no longer wished to go in, because from there, in the end, these memories could not be found. Lin Ming left. He left Green Mulberry City and left the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Thinking about it, ever since Sheng Mei drew out Lin Ming's Source Soul Force, around 7 or 8 years had passed. Lin Ming could feel his cultivation fall every day, although the tiny amount of Source Soul Force left in his body made it so that he didn't age and turn senile. His weak fires of life weren't able to be summoned. He also couldn't withstand the burden of the massive energy and cultivation contained within his body. Slowly, these strengths dissipated. He began to weaken. He traveled to the north. He passed through villages and eventually arrived at a northern grassland. This land was not as peaceful as the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Soldiers and cavalry chaotically wandered about. War happened year-round. Lin Ming walked through the streets and could feel the worry and panic in the hearts of the walking pedestrians. They often had scarves wrapped around their heads, their footsteps hurried, and their expressions tense. War, famine, plagues. To mortals, these were 3 of the most terrifying events. And once war, famine, and plagues erupted, it would likely spread. On this day, there was heavy snow. Lin Ming went to a remote mountain. The day was late, and the path of the road couldn't be seen. The snow was knee-deep. If this was a valley, an entire person could be swallowed up. Lin Ming looked at the vast, white mountain ridge that was illuminated in a pall of night. He wanted to climb the mountain, but at this time, he suddenly felt inexplicably cold. He couldn't help but shiver. Although Lin Ming's cultivation had fallen, he still wasn't so weak that he couldn't withstand the cold on this snowy mountain. In fact, even if the most powerful ice attribute martial artist of the Sky Spill planet were to freely attack Lin Ming, he wouldn't feel anything at all. But on this day, he felt an inexplicable chill. This was a coldness that came from the soul, making it nearly impossible for Lin Ming to withstand. He knew that the wounds Sheng Mei left in him couldn't be cured. Moreover, they would become increasingly heavy until finally they took his life. He used his sense to cover this mountain. He wanted to look for a place to rest. But as he searched, his mind suddenly shook. He saw a person he recognized. Although this person's appearance had greatly changed, Lin Ming was still able to recognize him. There were far too many shadows of the past on his appearance, and his saber hadn't changed for over 130 years. This damnable weather, what hellish luck! To hurry on the road on such a snowy night can take a man's life. I wonder if the cold weather will sicken His Highness the Crown Prince. two youths complained in low voices. They spoke in whispers. On such a snowy and windy night, their voices couldn't travel too far. Just forget it. We have to find the little princess within 3 days, evacuate from this area, and return to our base. If we stay too long, then the White Guard will definitely find us. An old man spoke. He wore a bamboo hat and carried a child in his arms. He wore a long coat and tried to cover the shivering child in his arms as much as possible. He kept his head lowered as he hurried along. "What if we can't find her?" a youth anxiously asked. "If we can't find her, then that is the will of heaven." The old man deeply sighed and shook his head. "If I remember correctly, then the cave we stopped by last year is just in front of us. There should still be some hay and firewood left inside, so let's rest in there tonight." As the old man spoke, he searched out the snow road before him. He had a sharp memory, and after a quarter hour, he found the cave he remembered from the past. Everyone let out a long breath of relief. To cross a mountain on a snowy night, that was something they could withstand, but the child with them wouldn't be able to bear it. The group quickly ran into the cave. They brushed the snow off their bodies and took off their bamboo hats. Although the cave was still cold, the air inside was dry. And as the old man remembered, there really was hay and firewood within. They planned to use the firewood to light a fire. But when they lit the flames, at the moment the cave was illuminated in light, they were all startled and quickly drew backwards. With sharp ringing sounds, everyone drew out their weapons. This was because there was someone sitting in the cave. He wore a jade-green mask that had an extremely cold and indifferent expression carved into it. Moreover, this person hadn't made a single sound, nor did he release any aura. This was why, when the group entered the cave, no one had noticed him. "Who are you?" Everyone had their guards raised. This was because they were all being hunted down by the White Guard. In this remote part of a snowy mountain, a mysterious person had suddenly appeared, making them all feel as if they were in a perilous situation. "Just a passerby," Lin Ming quietly said. His eyes were focused on the old man in the group. This old man appeared to be around 60 years of age. His face was engraved with the years of wind and frost. From the outline of his face, one could vaguely sense that in his youth, this old man had also once been a considerably dashing individual. This old man only had a single arm. His hair was white, and a full, white mustache fell down like whiskers. There was a deep scar on his face. It started from his eyebrows and extended down to his neck, nearly splitting through his entire face. Although this old man was extremely vigilant, there was a deep weariness emanating from him. His old and dirty eyes were bloodshot, and one could see that he hadn't slept well for several days. At this time, the old man held out his sword to confront Lin Ming and simultaneously pushed the child to his back to protect him. This child was also sensible and aware of the situation. He didn't cry nor make noise, but instead quietly stood behind the old man and peeked out at Lin Ming. Lin Ming was slightly moved. The image of this exhausted old man in front of him began to slowly overlap with another image in his mind. This image wore embroidered robes and a golden crown tied up his hair. He had an elegant sword strapped onto his waist, and his appearance was bold and heroic. Moreover, the corners of his lips had a slight touch of taunting contempt to them, as if to show off his disdain for all others. If it weren't for the deep red sword wrapped in snakeskin that was in the old man's hand, if it weren't for the familiar fire tribute true essence emanating from this old man, then Lin Ming would never have believed that this old man was an old enemy from his past. Zhu Yan. In Green Mulberry City, Zhu Yan had stolen away his first love, Lan Yunyue. Afterwards, Lin Ming had firmed his determination to enter the Seven Profound Martial House. He took his small amount of money and traveled to the Sky Fortune Kingdom to partake in the examinations there. Because he just happened to encounter Zhu Yan by chance when he was registering, one of Zhu Yan's friends had Lin Ming secretly expelled from his living quarters in order to curry favor. Because of that, Lin Ming went to Great Clarity Pavilion where he worked as a debonair, and it was there that Lin Ming obtained the magic cube. Afterwards, Lin Ming's cultivation rapidly rose. When his true ability was revealed to the world, this caused Sky Fortune City's royal family to take notice of him and do everything in their power to win him over. As for Zhu Yan, because there was a grudge between him and Lin Ming, he was forced to endure great pressure and isolation. Even his lord, the 10th Prince Yangzhen, had started to force Zhu Yan's hand in his quest for the throne. Yangzhen had forced Zhu Yan to break his engagement with Lan Yunyue. Finally, Zhu Yan was defeated by Lin Ming. Then, whether it was the Zhu family or the 10th prince, Zhu Yan had lost all value to them. Instead, he had become a burden. Thus, Zhu Yan had been expelled. From that point on, Lin Ming no longer saw Zhu Yan again. It had been over 130 years since they last saw each other. Lin Ming never thought that after the day he last saw Zhu Yan, the next time they met, Zhu Yan would already be like this. The scar on his face, his single arm, his old and exhausted face. Lin Ming could even see the internal injuries left in his body. These hidden wounds had likely even affected Zhu Yan's road of martial arts. Because of all of this, Lin Ming could imagine just how much change and hardship Zhu Yan had experienced over the years. You know me? Zhu Yan noticed Lin Ming's gaze and was startled. Lin Ming didn't reply. He leaned against the rock behind him. A little hate covered the ground he sat on. At this time, he still felt that biting cold from within. This pain that came from the soul was nearly unbearable. He looks like he's shivering. Someone said in a whisper as they looked at Lin Ming, "Is he too cold?" Everyone thought the situation a little absurd. With the sudden appearance of a masked individual, they thought this might be some peerless master sent to assassinate them. But now, this person was violently shivering, as if they couldn't stand this cold mountain wind. That scared me. I thought it was some master. Don't lower your guard. The group chose the corner furthest from Lin Ming and carefully sat down, keeping an eye on him the entire time. Old Flame, should we do something about him? A person said with a true essence sound transmission. I don't know whether he heard our conversation from before. The snow is heavy and the winds are great. He shouldn't have heard us. And if he did, that proves his cultivation is far above ours. If we fight him, we might be the ones killed instead. So just don't try to stir up any unnecessary trouble with someone, especially when you don't know what their origin is. Although he looks sick, for some reason I feel strange when I see him. Zhu Yan slowly said. He no longer went by his old name, but instead called himself by a single character, Flame. Chapter 1936b, A Snowy Night. Chapter 1936b, A Snowy Night. The group set up a bonfire. They sat around the warm edges eating dried meats and drinking water. The entire time, they remained vigilant against Lin Ming. The little boy in Zhu Yan's arms was quiet from beginning to end. His large eyes blinked as he stared at Lin Ming. Lin Ming noticed that this little boy had a thread of red silk hanging around his neck and adorned with a common-looking bronze medal. This bronze medal had a unique flower petal design on it. Zhu Yan seemed to realize something. Unhurriedly, he slipped the bronze medal into the boy's collar. After eating, Zhu Yan sat in rest with his eyes closed. But his attention was focused on Lin Ming the entire time. He didn't know why, but the more he looked at this person, the stranger the feeling that tickled his mind. He just couldn't identify what it was. Lin Ming was also looking at Zhu Yan. Over 130 years had passed, and the endless changes of mortal life had been and gone. Recalling the proud and arrogant youth of the past, Lin Ming found it hard to imagine that such a person had undergone such a dramatic transformation. Lin Ming had heard their words when they were outside the cave just then. It was clear that they were searching for children from the royal family. As Lin Ming crossed through the northern deserts and grasslands, he had seen the turmoil of war and the chaos of battle. He was able to guess just what was occurring. This was a war of a mortal nation. When a nation was destroyed by another nation, the royal family fled the capital, and the prince and princess were separated. As for Zhu Yan, he and his subordinates were assigned to seek out the lost children of the royal family. It was clear that this was a dangerous mission. If they weren't careful, then they would all be killed. Lin Ming could feel that Zhu Yan didn't do all of this for glory and riches. This was because Zhu Yan didn't have much life left to live. At his current cultivation boundary, 100-some years was his limit. He likely wouldn't be able to wait for the revival of the nation. Moreover, such a defeated dynasty usually found it impossibly difficult to stage a comeback. Then, for what reason did he support all of these meaningless actions that were also extremely dangerous? As this thought was crossing through Lin Ming's mind, a sheepskin bag of water was tossed towards him. Lin Ming reached out a hand and grabbed the water bag. The bag was hot in his hands. The water had been heated over the bonfire and then poured into the bag. This water bag was thrown over by Zhu Yan. "Aren't you cold? Drink some hot water." Zhu Yan looked at Lin Ming, his eyes wary. Lin Ming took off the lid and drank a mouthful before tossing the water bag back. He didn't speak to Zhu Yan. The several people in his group rested in the cave and took turns on watch, but Lin Ming didn't sleep a single moment throughout the night. Early in the morning, Zhu Yan and the others donned their bamboo hats and left. Their group trudged through the boundless heavy snow, quickly vanishing from sight. Lin Ming quietly watched Zhu Yan's fading back and also stepped into the snow. He arrived at a small town. There weren't many people here. Without anyone to sweep away the snow, the ground was a blank white canvas. Walking through the streets, Lin Ming could feel the coldness within his body becoming increasingly heavy and thick. Suddenly, his body shook and his face paled. In that moment, an indescribably agonizing pain swelled up from his spiritual sea. Puff! Lin Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. The bright red blood splashed onto the front of his clothes. This was a grisly and shocking sight. Lin Ming trembled. He somehow couldn't support himself and slowly slumped to the ground. Many people saw him. A woman cried out in alarm, and several people began hurrying far away as war echoed through the land. Everyone remained vigilant of others. They thought that someone had been killed on the streets, but upon further inspection, they discovered that Lin Ming seemed to have randomly spat out a mouthful of blood. What's wrong with him? Who knows? Perhaps he has some hidden wounds that were suddenly stirred up. Look at that mask on his face. He definitely isn't an ordinary person. He might be someone from the organization, or even an assassin. He definitely knows martial arts, and if so, then he was wounded by someone even stronger. As people said this, they began to draw further and further away. A kind and soft-hearted woman couldn't help what she was seeing and wanted to aid Lin Ming, but she was stopped by her husband. War is everywhere now. Don't stir up needless troubles. If he is someone from the old dynasty and we rescue him, then that will be the death penalty for us. People fled far away, as if they were hiding from a god of plagues. Lin Ming's body shivered as he withstood this scorching pain. This sort of pain originated from his soul and came from its depletion. It was unbearable. He felt his strength rapidly drain away. His meridians and blood vessels were crudely and savagely torn open. The pain continued for a full 2 hours. The white snowy canvas beneath him was already dyed red with blood. White and red. These two bright contrasting colors formed a fierce and chilling image. "Big brother, you all right?" As Lin Ming nearly fainted from the pain, he heard a shy voice echo out from nearby. He opened his eyes to see a dirty little girl with big and bright eyes looking at him. She wore a tattered cloth bag over her body, and a broken piece of pottery hung across her neck. It was unknown just where she had picked it up from. From the looks of it, she was a young beggar. "Big brother, if you drink some water, you might feel better." The little girl timidly held out a canteen of water. "I haven't eaten, and I don't have any food, so I can only give you some water." The little girl was extremely pitiable. With the cold weather and her ragged clothing, her small face and hands almost seemed frozen. Lin Ming wiped the blood from the corners of his lips and shook his head. "There's no need. In this era, when war ravaged the lands, this little girl was likely an orphan. Her parents had probably died in the chaos of war. Without her parents, she could only beg for food. But in this tumultuous times, when the common people didn't even have enough food to fill their own stomachs, how could they have anything to give to a small child? Her destiny was likely to die alone, drowning in fear, cold, and hunger." As Lin Ming thought of this, he felt his heart tighten. The hardships of a mortal were everywhere. To a martial artist, these hardships might not even seem worthy of mentioning. But when these hardships befell these mortal commoners, it was actually a monumental matter. Lin Ming wanted to help this little girl, but unfortunately, he didn't have anything to give her. He wasn't even able to give her a steamed bun or a few copper coins. As he was saddened, he suddenly noticed a thin red thread around the little girl's neck. Lin Ming had seen this red silk thread before. It was exactly the same as the one that the little boy in the mountain cave had been wearing. Sweeping out his sense, Lin Ming discovered that beneath this little girl's tattered clothing, there was a bronze medal. This bronze medal had a unique flower design, also similar to the boy's bronze medal. Lin Ming suddenly recalled the conversation Zhu Yan had with his subordinate. Zhu Yan had said, "Just forget it. We have to find the little princess within 3 days, evacuate from this area, and return to our base. If we stay too long, then the White Guard will definitely find us." Little princess. Was this little girl in front of him the little princess that Zhu Yan was searching for? An orphan from the old dynasty, she once lived an extravagant and sumptuous lifestyle every day, but now she suffered the distresses and miseries of the mortal world. It was likely because she experienced such drastic changes that she was able to sympathize with others at such a young age. Lin Ming was silent for a moment. He held onto the little girl's hand. The little girl didn't resist and allowed Lin Ming to pull her along. Lin Ming spread out his sense, covering an area of several hundred miles. Then Lin Ming easily found Zhu Yan and the others. They were stationed in a humble little restaurant, eating a meal as they spoke with the restaurant owner. Lin Ming turned to the little girl. He said, "Would you like to come with me? I'll bring you to look for your big brother." Lin Ming's words left the little girl startled. She took a step back, her eyes somewhat wary. However, Lin Ming's eyes seemed to contain an indescribable feeling, one that seemed filled with kindness and understanding. Slowly, she nodded. Lin Ming hugged the little girl and packed her in his coat. Then he moved towards that common-looking restaurant. The restaurant was only 70 to 80 miles away from Lin Ming, in another small town. Lin Ming didn't walk quickly, but for some reason, that distance only took an incense stick of time beneath his feet. Lin Ming held the little girl and walked into the restaurant. Zhu Yan and the others were immediately on guard. They all drew their weapons. As for the restaurant owner, he reflexively acted and closed the restaurant doors. "It's you, just how?" Zhu Yan looked at Lin Ming and was surprised to see him. They had crossed paths twice now. The first time could be called a coincidence, but the second time could not. This common restaurant was in truth one of their secret hideouts. The restaurant owner was actually vice commander of the Royal Guard, and was a loyal and devoted servant of the emperor. It was at this time that Lin Ming and the others also noticed the child, held tightly to his chest. Facing so many drawn weapons, the little girl was scared. Her hold on Lin Ming tightened, and her small and dirty face paled. Zhu Yan didn't know who this little girl was, but the boy behind him did. The boy was stunned for a moment, and then finally called out, "Pinger, is that you?" The little girl looked at the boy and was dumbfounded. After a long time, tears began to fall down her cheeks. "Big brother, it really is you." This little girl remembered that Lin Ming had told her he would lead her to her big brother, but she didn't think they would really find him. Half a year ago, when their nation perished, that could have been called a parting of life and death. She never imagined that they would see each other once more. Lin Ming set down the little girl, who ran forward and hugged her big brother. Seeing this, Zhu Yan was bewildered. Everyone was also left in a stunned daze. This was no different from a dream. What was going on? Why was this masked man holding the little princess? It was impossible that this was a coincidence. This masked man before them had clearly brought the little princess over to look for them. How did the masked man know they were searching for the little princess, and how did they know she was this little girl? Even if he did find the little princess, how did he know this was their secret hideout? Everything was simply far too unbelievable. Zhu Yan looked at Lin Ming, his sword held the entire time. He noticed the chin that was revealed outside of Lin Ming's mask, as well as Lin Ming's two hands. From the looks of it, Lin Ming didn't seem too old. He seemed like someone in his 20s. At this age, he couldn't be some peerless master, right? Then, at this time, Lin Ming suddenly began to hack and cough. He used his hands to support the lower corner of his mask. He couldn't stop the violent coughs from continuing, and it seemed as if he would cough out his lungs. Slowly, from between the seams of Lin Ming's fingers, blood flowed out. Stream after stream. This was an alarming sight. The people around Zhu Yan gulped as they saw this sight. This person was coughing so badly that he was vomiting blood. No matter how they saw it, this person had reached the terminal stages of an illness and didn't have much longer to live. But at this time, Lin Ming was startled. In that instant, he felt a change. There was killing intent that had locked onto this location. He spread out his sense and discovered that outside the restaurant was a crowd of white-clothed swordsmen approaching at rapid speed. Wherever they went, citizens would flee in all directions, as if they were running from snakes. The goal of these white-clothed swordsmen was the little restaurant where Lin Ming was. Chapter 1937, The Passing of Life. Chapter 1937, The Passing of Life. Kia, hey, are you okay? Zhu Yan and his group of 7 or 8 people were scared and a little apprehensive as they saw all the blood flowing out from between Lin Ming's fingers. This man had already bled so much. Could he even remain alive for much longer? Big brother. The little girl looked up at Lin Ming, her eyes filling with tears. Lin Ming had led her here, and yet he was injured so heavily. White Wing, Lotus Thorn, you two heat some hot water and prepare some towels. Let this brother rest for a while. Zhu Yan said to a man and woman behind him. He could faintly feel that Lin Ming's wounds were far too deep and incurable. That's right, old flame, since the little princess has been found. When should we depart? As White Wing went to fetch some heated water, someone else suddenly asked this question. To remain in the territory of their enemies was far too dangerous a prospect. Yes, we should set off tonight. Then this man. Thorn Lotus looked at Lin Ming, feeling the situation a bit tricky. Lin Ming's identity was unknown, and he also had such heavy wounds. Looking at the present situation, this man wouldn't be able to properly stand for some time. However, if they were fleeing these lands and had to take on the burden of Lin Ming, then the chances of successful escape would be much lower. Look for a horse and carriage and bring him with us. As for whether or not he can last, that will depend on his good fortune." Zhu Yan sighed. Although Lin Ming seemed a bit uncommon, if he was wounded to such a degree, then Zhu Yan feared that he wouldn't be able to withstand the rocky journey of over 2,000 miles. However, no matter what was said, Lin Ming was still the benefactor who had found the little princess. They couldn't just abandon him here. Furthermore, he also wanted to ask Lin Ming some questions. Zhu Yan wanted to ask who had entrusted him with his mission, why he had helped them, and how he had done all that he did. The hot water arrived. Lin Ming didn't pick up the towel, but instead grabbed onto the water basin. He spat out blood, dyeing the entire water basin blood red. Everyone gulped as they saw this happen. They didn't know just what to say. If this person continued vomiting blood like this, it wouldn't take long for him to vomit out all the blood in his body. At this time, Lin Ming became increasingly pale. This blood he spat out was in truth his essence energy. His blood vitality and strength might have weakened, but his body was still incredibly formidable and wouldn't allow his blood vitality to diminish. Once Lin Ming's blood vitality weakened, his body would continuously and spontaneously produce blood to heal him. However, because of the weak fires of life that burned in Lin Ming, he wasn't able to withstand such powerful blood vitality. As a result, Lin Ming coughed up blood. The more blood he vomited, the weaker his body became. No matter how powerful his body was, it couldn't withstand such damage. Eventually, he would exhaust all of his essence energy. His soul force passing, his life passing, just how much longer did he have to live? He humorlessly laughed. But at this time, loud footsteps rang through the air. Frigid and deadly killing intent broke into the room. The complexions of Zhu Yan and the others immediately changed. This is bad. The White Guard. The group of people drew their weapons, their faces paler than death. "We will stop the White Guard here. Sun Tai, you bring the little princess and the little prince to the rear court and look for a chance to break out. Protect them even if it costs you your life." Old Flame, the youth called Sun Tai, was anxious. "Hurry!" Zhu Yan shouted. However, a high-pitched voice, not like a man and not like a woman, sounded out. "Jejejej, none of you can leave. All of you are staying. Kacha, kacha." The wooden doors of the restaurant suddenly burst apart. A group of swordsmen in white shirts and white capes rushed into the restaurant, completely surrounding the building. This was the White Guard raised by the new royal court. The White Guard was a special unit formed of elites. The most low-level members of this force were at the altering muscle realm, and their core members were at the pulse condensation realm. The guard captains and commanders were also at the peak pulse condensation realm and Hotian realm. As for the one leading this force of the White Guard, he was the High Commander of the White Guard. This person wore a bright yellow robe and had a face caked white with makeup. His voice was confusing. He was the great manager eunuch of the new royal court. A eunuch had no fleshly desires and had locked up their yang essence within themselves. Among mortals, they had some of the fastest increasing cultivations. This White Guard manager eunuch possessed a peak Hotian realm cultivation. This was nearly the limit that a common martial artist could reach on their road of martial artists. After that was the Xiantian realm and beyond. Oftentimes, one needed a sect like the Seven Profound Valleys that had their own inheritances in order to become a Xiantian master. And even then, they didn't have many of them. A peak Hotian martial artist, Zhu Yan could hardly believe his eyes. Even when he was at his strongest state in the past, he had only been a half step into the threshold of the Hotian realm. Seeing this eunuch commander here, he knew that everything was lost. All of them were finished. No one would survive. I was also looking for these two little babies. I never thought that Commander Flame would help me so much. Really, I must thank you." The eunuch's voice was keening and filled with an icy energy. His face was filled with taunting mockery. At this time, the eunuch noticed Lin Ming. With the sudden appearance of the white guard, Zhu Yan and the others were all stern as they faced their impending deaths, and even the two children were shivering from fear. This was well within his expectations. But in this room, there was also a strange youth wearing a mask. This youth was currently coughing up blood, and the bowl beneath him was dyed red. Even for the eunuch commander who had seen many things before, such a scene left him dumbfounded. I can't believe you would even bring a lung disease patient here. He's so sick, and yet you continue on your mission. You all must truly be desperate. Ha! Listening to his enemy's taunts, Zhu Yan grit his teeth so hard they nearly broke. Not only did he not manage to rescue the little prince and princess, but he had even pushed them into the fire. The old eunuch cackled as he looked at Zhu Yan. An all-knowing expression crossed his face. Commander Flame, you really are a brain-dead old thing. A wise man knows to submit to the circumstances. The old dynasty is already gone. If you are willing to submit to my sovereign, then you will absolutely be granted 100 acres of fertile land and wives and concubines of your choosing to take care of you for the rest of your remaining life. Go die. Zhu Yan cried out loud and suddenly attacked. He grasped the scarlet flare's sword and chopped down at the eunuch's head. The eunuch commander contemptuously sneered. He stretched out a finger. He had absolute confidence in himself that a single finger could kill Zhu Yan. However, the moment that he wanted to kill Zhu Yan, his face froze and his body stiffened. His eyes veered off and looked past Zhu Yan. There, behind Zhu Yan, was a youth wearing a jade mask, supporting himself using a wash basin. This youth was coughing up massive mouthfuls of blood, as if he were terminally ill and would die at any moment. However, the moment that the eunuch commander was about to attack, the youth propping himself up on the wash basin turned his head and casually glanced at him. The youth's eyes seemed dull and gloomy from being far too weak, but this look seemed as sharp as a sword that instantly pierced through the heart of the eunuch commander. The eunuch commander's divine sense collapsed, and his meridians were instantly torn to shreds. An incredible pain directly impacted every sense of his body as he began wildly bleeding from his head. Puff! Zhu Yan's sword pierced through the eunuch's throat, but the truth was that this sword had only added a hole to an already dead man. The eunuch commander completely stiffened, with shocked eyes that looked as if he had seen a ghost. He looked straight forwards. However, these eyes didn't look at Zhu Yan, but were looking at Lin Ming. At this time, Lin Ming had already turned his head back and was continuing to cough blood. Everyone was left speechless. Many people slowly reacted. They saw the eunuch commander's hand covering his neck, and another finger pointed at Lin Ming, and were able to somewhat guess the situation from this. The old eunuch opened his mouth, as if he was struggling to say something, but no words came out. Then he plopped to the ground, dead where he lay. For a time, everyone was left bewildered. The numerous white guards had distorted expressions. The eunuch commander had a peak Hotian realm cultivation, and even martial artists from Sex wouldn't be his match. But today he had died violently and miserably where he stood. As for Zhu Yan and his group, they were all left dazed. The situation had changed so quickly that they couldn't respond. Zhu Yan certainly knew that the reason the old eunuch died just then was nothing to do with him at all. This is... Zhu Yan looked at Lin Ming and gulped. Just who was this masked man? The white guard was shaken. Their commander had died a gruesome death, and now they were all left in a dilemma, unsure of what action to take. But escaping like this was also impossible. If it were known that they were all forced back by some person who seemed to be dying from lung disease, then none of them would be forgiven for this crime. 3 people quietly touched their wrist crossbows, wanting to sneak attack Lin Ming. They felt that Lin Ming was on the verge of death with some terminal disease, Or perhaps he was some peerless master that had suffered grievous wounds. Although he was fierce, his origin energy was limited, and that move just then absolutely must not have been easy. This man might have even overdrawn his strength to accomplish it. As long as they could kill this person or heavily wound him, then victory was theirs. Of these 3 sneak attackers, 2 were at the peak pulse condensation realm, and 1 was at the early Hotion realm. They were all top masters within the White Guard. But as they prepared to shoot their concealed weapons, their bodies suddenly shook. Then their eyes glazed over, and their bodies slumped to the ground, as if someone had pulled out their spines. Their breathing stopped. They had died where they stood. And this time, Lin Ming hadn't even bothered to turn his head. He still faced the wash basin, beads of sweat dripping down his face. His expression was pained. This time, an even deeper silence fell over everyone. Even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Withdraw! Several nearby, White Guard captains were scared, senseless. If they had also attacked with the others just then they would also be corpses by now. The White Guard fled. Whether it was the high-level or middle-level members, they all felt as if they had encountered the devil. Without even moving, he had killed 4 top masters. Moreover, no one knew how he had attacked. It was like he had killed them all with nothing but a thought. To fight such an opponent, even describing it as an egg being smashing against a rock, wasn't enough. The group of 100+ White Guard elites began to retreat like a falling tide. Lin Ming didn't pay any attention to this. He could already feel something wrong with him. His spiritual sea was in severe pain, a pain so intense it left him in a trance, almost unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. This agonizing pain continued for a quarter hour before it slowly faded away. Lin Ming picked up a blood-covered towel and slowly wiped his mouth. His entire body was drenched in sweat, and his front was dyed deep red with blood. His face was as pale as paper. With this sort of appearance, it was hard for the others to imagine how he was still alive. Seeing Lin Ming wipe away his blood, Zhu Yan and the others were all quiet. At this time, no one knew what to say. Just half an hour ago, he had been vomiting blood. Yet as he was coughing up blood, he had used but a thought to kill 2 great commanders and 2 guard captains of the White Guard. Those 4 were butchers that had taken innumerable lives. These were characters that could cause others to pale just from a mention of their names. From the moment the White Guard came to the moment they left, this masked youth had been coughing up blood the entire time, and even now he was still coughing. Zhu Yan looked at the sheepskin water bag in the little girl's hand. A little bit of liquid dripped down from it and emitted a light fragrance that warmed the heart. This might be a supreme medicine of the world. This thought flashed through Zhu Yan's mind. He had seen Lin Ming take out a pill and then dip it in the water bag before immediately taking it back out. Then the water had become a treasure medicine. If so, then the value of this pill was... Zhu Yan felt this was unbelievable. At this time, Lin Ming took the water bag and casually said, "You drink some too?" Zhu Yan felt somewhat apologetic. He declined. "I'm already too old. Drinking it is a waste." "There's a lot of it," Lin Ming thoughtlessly said. Zhu Yan finally couldn't help it and received the water bag. He drank a big gulp and then felt a stream of heat pour into his dantian, causing his entire body to be warmed. Not only was all of his exhaustion swept away, but even his dantian that had remained quiet for so many years began to stir. This sort of feeling was like his injured body being revitalized and coming back to life. He was simultaneously overjoyed, but also filled with disbelief. He had fought year after year, and injuries had accumulated in his body for far too long. Due to this, he had sought out famed doctors, and even these doctors said his wounds were impossible to cure. Zhu Yan was well aware of his bodily situation and felt that this was what his life would be like. He never thought that this masked person would only wet some water with a medicine, And then with a single drink, it would have such an effect. It was far too inconceivable. Zhu Yan couldn't imagine just what sort of effect there would be if he ate this pill. Lin Ming silently wrapped up the pill and handed it to Zhu Yan. Take it, dip it in some warm water, and you can use it to restore the hidden wounds that have accumulated in your body. It will allow you to live for several dozen more years and can also help those 2 children recuperate and lay down their foundation. But remember that you cannot eat it up directly. Otherwise, your body will explode from the energy. Also, do not allow anyone to know about this pill. Otherwise, you will draw a fatal disaster upon yourself. Out of the countless pills Lin Ming had on his body, this pill had a low value and was one of the most temperate. Zhu Yan was flustered as he looked at the pill. This was a medicine that could even stir the heart of a divine sea sovereign. He refused again and again, saying, "This is far too precious. I cannot take it. Moreover, benefactor is injured, so you will need nourishing medicines." Zhu Yan didn't understand. If this masked person has such a wonderful spirit medicine, how come he didn't eat it? Lin Ming sighed. He shook his head. Even if it was 100 times or 1,000 times more precious, it would still be useless to me. Take it. Zhu Yan was stunned. Even a medicine 100 times more precious was useless to this masked person? He didn't even have time to respond. Lin Ming simply flicked his fingers, and this pill flew into Zhu Yan's spatial ring, without Zhu Yan's involvement at all. To Lin Ming, who was skilled in the space laws, such a low-level spatial ring existed in name only. Zhu Yan looked at Lin Ming and was left speechless. He could faintly guess that such a priceless-seeming pill might be nothing to Lin Ming. He couldn't help but ask, "Why does benefactor bestow such a generous gift on someone like me? If I am not wrong, then benefactor should be a peak person in this world. However, you somehow ended up in distress here. I fear that to benefactor, everyone here is nothing more than ants. Why would you meddle in the affairs of mortals?" When a person walked down the road and saw a group of ants fall into a puddle of water, they would rarely go and help them. Thus, Zhu Yan couldn't understand just why Lin Ming searched for the little princess and also killed the white guard, sending them running away. Lin Ming even gave him a pill and accompanied their group to the north. This was all inconceivable. Lin Ming spookily said, "This is the circle of cause and effect. Originally, the samsara of a mortal's life and death was a part of the heavenly Tao. Lin Ming didn't want to interfere in it. However, Zhu Yan was different. This was because Zhu Yan had become like he had today because of Lin Ming. At the same time, the trajectory of Lin Ming's life had been greatly influenced by Zhu Yan. If it weren't for Zhu Yan stealing Lan Yunue away, then Lin Ming's current life might be completely different. However, history had no ifs, and what happened was what happened. Lin Ming and Zhu Yan. One was a person who once stood at the highest levels of the 33 heavens, and the other was thoroughly immortal. Yet between these two, there was a convoluted karma that bound them. And this karma was planted the moment Lin Ming stepped onto the road of martial arts. Today, Lin Ming had rescued Zhu Yan not to interfere with the natural samsara of the heavenly Tao, but in order to bring their karmic circle to an end. These were things that Lin Ming naturally couldn't explain to Zhu Yan. And as Zhu Yan saw that Lin Ming didn't wish to speak of it, he also gave up asking. The two people were silent for a long time. Chapter 1938b. Live Without Regret. Chapter 1938b. Live Without Regret. The two people were silent for a long time. Then Lin Ming looked at Zhu Yan and asked, "The nation has already fallen, so why are you still loyal to the old dynasty? You should know that once the destiny of a dynasty has come to its end, wanting to revive it is an extremely difficult matter." Lin Ming felt sad for Zhu Yan. Ever since ancient times, once an old dynasty was destroyed, and replaced, it rarely ever managed to stage a comeback. Even if they somehow managed to establish some semblance of political power, they would last at most 10 to 20 years while lingering around in a pitiful state. Zhu Yan's future was uncertain and perilous. Even if he tried his best until the last beat of his heart, he might not be able to produce any results. Zhu Yan was silent. He looked at the skies. His old eyes seemed to flash with a sense of loss, as if he were recalling days gone by. Slowly, he said, "I am loyal to the previous emperor because of graciousness. My surname was originally Zhu. Over 100 years ago, my family was prosperous, and my aunt was an imperial consort. My road in life was to help the prince seize the throne, where he would afterwards appoint me to a position high in the court, and where I would enjoy great wealth and riches. I could have been called young and talented, but it was because of this that I was stubborn and unruly, frivolous with my actions. And because of who I had been, I made a mistake. I never thought that this minor matter, which was nothing in my mind, would actually turn my life upside down. My life, from the highest peak, fell into the lowest abyss. I was defeated. Under the gaze of everyone, I lost in a fair battle, and my opponent was much younger than I was. My woman left me, but it wasn't because she abandoned me, but because I forced her away. At that time, I had no choice but to do that. After that one battle, I was severely wounded, but before I could recover, I was expelled from my family, and the patriarch publicly severed all relations with me. I could no longer take the name of Zhu, and even the prince thought of me like some living plague, afraid that I would negatively affect his great cause. Alone, with nothing but my injuries, I left my family and lord, and started to roam the world. My future was nothing but dark gloominess. I was able to see the fickleness and changes of the human heart, and at that time my life was without any rays of hope. But I was unwilling. The young me had a heart higher than the heavens. I thought, this world is unfair to me. I hardened my resolve to break into the Xiantian realm and have all those people who doubted and betrayed me know that they were mistaken. I wanted to prove to myself that I didn't need to depend on my family or anyone else, that I could fight my way through life on my own. I wanted to make a name for myself and return to my homeland with riches and glory. I wanted my family to know just how stupid they were for abandoning me. As Zhu Yan spoke, he seemed to shiver. He found it hard to maintain his calm. He took out a pot of wine from his waist and began drinking it. He rarely mentioned these past events to anyone. After that, for several decades, I experienced innumerable hardships. I experienced the warmth and coldness of humans. I understood the 100 changes of the human heart. I worked as a stable man, a soldier, an assassin, a warrior, and much more. Without the protection and shelter of my family, I could only rely on myself to cultivate the martial path, and I couldn't afford to use any resources. For resources, I risked my life countless times to obtain them. I wanted to soar to the heavens with a single step, but it was only afterwards I realized the truth. Reality is far too brutal. The young me simply wasn't strong at all. Those people that struggled with me were far stronger than I was, and there was a never-ending sea of them. This sort of competition couldn't even be described as tragic. To lose meant death. Several times as I was fighting for lucky chances, I received heavy wounds. However, because I didn't have good medicines to restore my body, the hidden wounds within me began to accumulate. Thus, my injuries became heavier, and the condition of my body became increasingly poor. As I aged, my chances of breaking into the Xiantian realm became more and more uncertain. Later, I accidentally learned that my opponent had already reached an incomprehensibly lofty height. He entered the four divine kingdoms and even broke through the void with his martial path, ascending to the starry skies. But as for me, let alone the Xiantian realm, even breaking into the Hotian realm was difficult. The difference between us two was greater than the heavens and earth. Your idealistic dreams might seem wonderful, but reality is just brutally cruel. I finally realized that the young me was far too naive. With my heart that was higher than the heavens, I was sure that I would have tremendous success in life. I thought I could return home famous and renowned, and slap the faces of all those who spoke ill of me. But in truth, I failed to achieve any of that. Later, I understood that there were too many people who were just like me. They all thought they were different, existences that were unique in this world. Everyone dreams of accomplishing their desires, but we are inevitably nothing more than mortals. I eventually had to accept the path that destiny had arranged for me and wake up from that beautiful dream I had because I was no longer young. During those days, although I experienced innumerable tribulations, these tribulations slowly grinded away my edges and corners, causing my character to change and become completely different from what I used to be. I began to learn how to restrain myself, learn how to think deeply of my actions and their consequences, learn to accept reality for what it was, learn to be grateful. The reason I am loyal to the old dynasty is because the first emperor, who has already passed away, once saved my life. When I was severely wounded and was on the precipice of death, he didn't give up on me. Rather, he gave his horse to me, and afterwards he even spent an exorbitant amount of money to help cure my wounds, even if I didn't manage to cure my wounds in the end. So, even if the destiny of the old dynasty has been exhausted, I will still fight for it. The reason I do this is not to restore the old dynasty. I no longer desire glory or riches, and only do what I do for peace of mind once I die. As Zhu Yan spoke to hear, his old eyes were already wet with tears. He could no longer speak. He drank deeply, and also gave his wine pot to Lin Ming. Lin Ming felt something stirring deep in his heart. He brought the wine pot to his lips and began pouring the wine down his throat. The warm wine, the simple sheepskin covering, the fluttering wind, the boundless desert, as well as two people who had once known each other and fought each other, although their lives had taken completely different paths. At this point, they were two people with similar moods, seemingly watching the fading horizon. This was a scene that couldn't be described with words. Somewhere, somehow, there seemed to be some inexplicable karmic cycle that brought Lin Ming and Zhu Yan, people of two completely different worlds, back together. Men do not cry easily, but that is because they haven't reached the source of sadness. Lin Ming didn't know just what feeling was in his heart. He stood up, silent, welcoming the strong winds. Whether it was mortals or the Empyreans and true divinities that stood above all, everyone had their own suffering, their own bitterness. Zhu Yan's life also had its tumultuous rises and falls. Perhaps his experiences might not be worthy of mentioning to those who came from a higher realm. In comparison, Lin Ming's experiences were great matters that concerned the continued existence of the divine realm. Between these two, there were certainly differences, but in Lin Ming's eyes, people may be divided into the weak and strong, but when it came to suffering of the self, there was no difference. The pain in Zhu Yan's heart when he faced his tribulations was likely no less than his own. Zhu Yan's life, Lin Ming's life were both equal. From this meaning, Lin Ming was also a mortal. Zhu Yan had experienced the ups and downs of mortal life. He dreamed and hoped that he would rise in the future and strived for it, doing everything in his power to accomplish it. But in the end, he failed. Although he failed, he clearly recognized himself and recognized his own fate. He found himself and transformed himself, finding a new faith and fighting for it. Then what about Lin Ming? Without seeking riches and glory, only seeking peace of mind after death. Lin Ming quietly mulled over these words. He drank down more wine. Currently, he despaired far more than Zhu Yan of the past. Although Zhu Yan has lost everything, he had still been young and had a life ahead of him to continue struggling for the future. But as for himself, he wouldn't even have his life. He wanted to struggle, but there was no place to struggle. But Lin Ming didn't want to give up. Even if he died, he still wished to be at peace. Without asking to reverse his destiny, he would only ask to live a life without regrets. He could die because he had lost his soul force. But he could not allow himself to be defeated just because he lost his soul force. Chapter 1939. Dispersing Cultivation. Chapter 1939. Dispersing Cultivation. After accompanying Zhu Yan to his destination, Lin Ming left. Placed within the vast world, Zhu Yan might be some common and unnoticeable mortal, but because of some unknown and unpredictable karmic cycle, he had appeared twice in Lin Ming's life, and these 2 times were both when Lin Ming had reached his lowest point. Lin Ming's heart had changed. This transformation wasn't solely because of Zhu Yan. During these years where he had walked, what he had seen, what he had heard, what he had felt, all of these things marked themselves in Lin Ming's mind, changing his mood and his outlook on life. He didn't seek a reversal of fate. Rather, he only wished to live a life without regret. Lin Ming no longer roamed around. He estimated that he only had 30 to 40 years of life left. He didn't want to quietly die. In the last days of his life, he would put forth one final struggle. On this day, Lin Ming arrived at a barren hill that was far off from civilization. He used his fingers as a spear and slashed out. With a loud explosion, a deep cave was cut open into the hill. Lin Ming decided that from now until the end, he would go into deep seclusion training. Perhaps there was a chance. Although this chance approached 0, he would still try his best. If in the end he was still dying, then in the last few years of his life, he would leave this barren hill and go to one last place for Million Bird Divine Kingdom. He would go there and see his parents one final time. Then he could die. Lin Ming walked into the cave and then sealed up the entrance. After resolving to walk down this final road, his heart was filled with determination. And this road was the only method Lin Ming could think of to cultivate. Moreover, the price of this cultivation was inexorably painful. It would cause Lin Ming's strength to fall to an unprecedented valley, and it would also reduce the little lifespan he had left. The 30 to 40 years of life he had left to live would be reduced to 10 to 20 years. And this could even be called a death road. Still, Lin Ming had to desperately risk his life. Faint traces of the power of divinity fluctuated within Lin Ming's body. Because of his weak fires of the soul, Lin Ming could no longer manipulate the massive amount of energy saved within his inner world. Instead, this energy had become a burden on him. But if he were to slowly dissipate these energies, then that was something he could accomplish. Each time, Lin Ming could move around 1,000th of the energy in his inner world. He drew this energy into his meridians and let it scatter outwards. In other words, this was dispersing his cultivation. Because of his weak soul, Lin Ming could no longer bear the potency of his own cultivation. If so, then he would simply force his cultivation to drop until it reached a level his soul force could withstand. This was a crazy decision. Dispersing one's cultivation was itself tremendously injurious to one's body, and Lin Ming's fires of life were already fading away like a candle in a storm. All of Lin Ming's pores opened. As the source energy escaped from his body, his eyebrows tightly wrinkled together. Pure agony swelled forth from within his body. Even so, Lin Ming's face revealed a decisiveness and resolution that was harder than metal. His eyes seemed to contain a stubborn unyieldingness, an unwillingness to yield to the fate that the heavens had arranged for him. As the source energy escaped, this affected Lin Ming's essence energy. Although Lin Ming's soul was weak and his fires of life were nearly extinguished, his mortal body was still incredibly powerful. Once his essence, energy, and blood were affected, the pores throughout his body would begin to release faint streams of blood. Chapter 1940, Understanding Life and Death. Chapter 1940, Understanding Life and Death. Lin Ming didn't walk the same path of cultivation. In the past, when Lin Ming was at the revolving core realm, he had gone to the holy demon continent and the eternal demon abyss to adventure. Then, he returned to the sky spill continent to strike down Xian Wuji before making a trip to the 4 divine kingdoms. After absorbing all sorts of resources, he managed to break into life destruction. That sort of cultivation method was the best possible given Lin Ming's circumstances at the time. But to the present Lin Ming, all of that was meaningless. All the previous cultivation methods of his past weren't of much value to Lin Ming currently. Lin Ming's only hope for revival was the Holy Scripture and Heavenly Sutra. The Great Tao was boundless and limitless. According to Jiang Baoyun's words, if there was a highest martial arts peak in this world, then it would likely be the fusion of the Holy Scripture and Heavenly Sutra, as well as the triumvirate of essence, energy, and divine. Lin Ming's life source was ruined, and conventional cultivation methods had no significance to him. His only possible path out was to search the Holy Scripture and Heavenly Sutra for a turning point to reverse the Heavenly Tao. However, he only had 20-some years left to live. Day after day, year after year. Training continued without sense of time. Soon 15 years passed. Lin Ming sat motionless in the stone cave. His cultivation had paused at the revolving core realm and didn't break into life destruction. This was because he didn't cultivate at all during these past 15 years. Rather, he was enlightening himself. With his return to the mortal realm for so many years, he had seen the myriad changes and moods of mortality, and he used these feelings to become more aware of the Holy Scripture and Heavenly Sutra. The Heavenly Sutra that cultivated the universe of the world was in essence the Heavenly Tao and nature itself. In the past, Lin Ming's understanding of the Heavenly Tao had been confined to perceiving each law, where he was limited in the 33 great Taos. In truth, this was already an incredibly deep level of comprehension, let alone the martial artists of the lower realms who couldn't even walk down the road of a single law to its extremes. Even a supreme elder of the divine realm would often only cultivate a single law to the peak in their entire life. They simply wouldn't have the good fortune to come into contact with the 33 great Taos. But now, the Heavenly Sutra that Lin Ming was understanding was no longer just becoming enlightened on these things. The laws were a part of the Heavenly Tao, but they weren't everything. There was much, much more. As Lin Ming walked through the world during these years, he had seen the samsara of the Heavenly Tao. He had seen birth and death. All of this was a part of the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao was constant, but life was forever changing. Lin Ming now possessed a deeper understanding of the Heavenly Tao, and these understandings were all fused into the Heavenly Sutra, causing the Heavenly Sutra to include many things that it didn't before. It had to be known that when the Azura Road Master created the Heavenly Sutra, he had used 3 billion years to do so. 1 life, 1 Empyrean, 1 life, 1 divinity. The Heavenly Sutra could be called broad and profound, but if one wished to add to it, wanted to fuse their own feelings and understandings into it, wasn't that easier said than done? But Lin Ming was boldly doing all of this. He didn't know if what he added was right or wrong, but what he did know was that what he added was most perfectly suited to himself. After the Heavenly Sutra was the Holy Scripture. To the current Lin Ming, the Holy Scripture was in truth more important. This was because the Holy Scripture that cultivated the inner universe was, in essence, cultivating one's existence, cultivating one's life. In these years, Lin Ming's understanding of life had become more deep than it was. He slowly savored the taste of life. It savored not only his own life, but the life of others, suffering children, a poor Ani who set up a stall, Zhu Yan whose heart was higher than the heavens but was eventually defeated by reality, and even then didn't give up but decided to pursue a new goal in life, and even Jiang Baoyun, who desperately chased after his goals without any hesitation. He had seen 100 ways of life. Now that he looked through the Holy Scripture again, his mentality had become completely different from before. The Holy Scripture that Lin Ming obtained was in truth extremely incomplete. He hadn't seen the pages of death from the Holy Scripture. When Sheng Mei had given Lin Ming the duplicate copy jade slip of the golden pages, their content had been that of the pages of life. Moreover, as a mere copy, there was inevitably wrong information in what was recorded. As for the black book that was recorded in the Holy Scripture and was now in the Soul Emperor's hands, Lin Ming hadn't even seen it. The pages of death from the Holy Scripture were even more mysterious. If Lin Ming wished to enlighten himself on the Holy Scripture like this, it was an impossible task. After all, Lin Ming hadn't even lived for 200 years. However, Lin Ming truly did become aware of some things. Of course, the things he comprehended weren't as deep and all-encompassing as what would be written in the pages of death. Still, as long as he could perceive things that were most suited to himself, that was more than enough. This was because currently Lin Ming was experiencing death. He could watch as his own fires of life faded more and more with each passing day, and could feel death arriving closer with each moment. He could even clearly hear the footsteps of the grim reaper coming for him. To understand life and death on the verge of oblivion, there was no situation that was more profound than now. In fact, even the creator of the Holy Scripture didn't manage to thoroughly comprehend death. The art of eternal life that he established also had its flaws. At the very least, the creator of the Holy Scripture didn't manage to obtain immortality. Perhaps this might have been because the creator of the Holy Scripture hadn't experienced the despair of witnessing his own fires of life dimming down with each day. That creator had never experienced what Lin Ming was feeling now. To understand the heavenly Tao and perceive life and death, Lin Ming sat motionlessly in the cave. Dust fell over his body. Like this, 3 more years passed. Lin Ming's fires of life were now a candle in the wind, seeming as if it could be extinguished at any moment. However, Lin Ming's face was like a rock sculpture, lacking any emotion at all. His heart was calm to the extreme. In this absolute silence, Lin Ming quietly comprehended the Holy Scripture's pages of death. He wanted to thoroughly understand death, and then seek out life from death. He had far too many matters left unfinished. His life passed. Lin Ming's eyes became increasingly cloudy with each day. His eyes were like the Soul Emperor's eyes in the past. After opening them, the cataracts were so pronounced that he nearly lost his sight. His mortal body remained as formidable as it was before, but because of his feeble soul, he lost control over his own body. He could no longer move his lower legs. Lin Ming was silent. He had been sitting cross-legged on the ground for all this time, and now he could no longer feel his calves. This sort of feeling, or lack of feeling, slowly spread upwards, as if he were being petrified over time. From his calves, next was his thighs, his waist. Currently, Lin Ming truly was like a statue. If his soul were to completely die away at this time, then his life would have reached its end. But his mortal body would remain behind, not rotting even after 100,000 years. Gradually, Lin Ming lost all feeling in his chest. Even the movement of his arms slowed down. Although his heart was still beating and blood was pumping through his veins, it wasn't something controlled by Lin Ming at all. Death had never been this close. Still, he didn't manage to find a way to live through comprehending the pages of death. All of this was just far too difficult. Even if Lin Ming's foundation was solid to the limit, even if he had experienced the ups and downs of life, had seen the myriad states of humanity, had become thoroughly aware of his own life. Even then, wanting to find a way to live from the threat of certain death was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. How hateful, if only I was given another 100 years to perceive. If only I could use the magic cube. Lin Ming was unwilling. He didn't want to die through the depletion of his soul. If he could use a divine instrument of the soul like the magic cube, then although it wouldn't cause Lin Ming's fires of life to blaze brightly once more, he could still use it to stabilize his spiritual sea and slow down the collapse of his inner world. Lin Ming could feel that his days were numbered. He didn't have much time left remaining. If things continued like this, then he absolutely would not be able to find a turning point in his own fate. However, he didn't want to give up like before. He called upon the tiny bit of soul force left remaining within his body and poured it into his collapsed inner world where it would flutter towards the magic cube. In Lin Ming's fragmented inner universe that was filled with holes everywhere, the magic cube floated in space. This space was deathly still, with massive spatial cracks spreading out in all directions. A tiny, imperceptible stream of soul fire flew out from the space crack and towards the magic cube. This was nearly all of the little bit of soul force that Lin Ming had left remaining. This tiny trace of soul force was infused with the entirety of the feelings that Lin Ming had realized. He poured in his complete understandings of the heavenly Tao samsara that mortals encountered. He added in everything he had learned about the samsara of life and death. This was the fruit that resulted from Lin Ming's last 20 years of cultivation. The weak bit of soul fire fluttered towards the magic cube and then disappeared into it, like a tiny stream converging into a lake. There was no change at all. The magic cube continued to revolve in that shattered space, spinning as it did before. Lin Ming quietly waited. What he waited for was death, or perhaps a miracle. His mind was as still as a placid lake, even though he could sense his source soul force weakening with every day. Even when he couldn't operate the magic cube, he still maintained his calm and quiet expression from beginning to end. Lin Ming felt his heart tighten. If he were to fail here, then that was the will of the heavens and the fate of those who live and die. If he died here, then that would be a part of the heavenly Tao samsara. If humanity was on the decline and would eventually be annihilated by the saints and the spiritas, then this was simply the will of the heavens. In the long river of history, there had never been a race that was glorious until the end of time. Time silently passed. Lin Ming's heart reached an unprecedented state of clarity. He recalled his life. In his short several dozen years of life, he had experienced glory, had experienced despair, and had shown nothing but disdain for any rivals who dared to challenge him. In the end, he even made a saint-true divinity unable to remain calm. But in the end, he had come to such a result. As Lin Ming recalled his life, he heard a light sound. This impossibly weak sound seemed to be from his inner world sympathetically resonating with him. This caused Lin Ming's nearly dried-up spiritual sea to slowly tremble. This was a never-before-seen degree of clarity. He could see that in his inner world, the magic cube was lightly trembling. This trembling was weak, but Lin Ming could immediately feel a warm and loving soul force. This soul force was connecting to his own spiritual sea and was even related to the magic cube. However, Lin Ming's current soul force was far from enough to open the magic cube. Thus, he was surprised to hear an elderly voice echo in his ears. "Lin Ming, it's been a while since we last saw each other." This sound was... Lin Ming was stunned. This was Empyrean Divine Mist. In the past, Lin Ming entered the Azure Road and was forced into Tragic Death Valley by Tian Mingzi. In Tragic Death Valley, he met Empyrean Divine Mist. Empyrean Divine Mist showed Lin Ming graciousness by teaching him. Because Empyrean Divine Mist had been trapped there for so many years, he had consumed a great deal of his soul force and didn't have much time left remaining. Thus, Lin Ming sealed his soul into the magic cube where he could rest deeply. Lin Ming hoped that there would be a day in the future when he could help Empyrean Divine Mist restore his vitality and remold his soul. Although Empyrean Divine Mist might not be restored to his situation from the past, Empyrean Divine Mist hoped he could still live out the rest of his natural lifespan. After that, Lin Ming fell into a slaughter of life and death. Because of humanity's great calamity and the fact that Empyrean Divine Mist had fallen asleep in the magic cube, he had never thought of a day when Empyrean Divine Mist would awaken. Chapter 1941. Opening the Magic Cube Once More. Chapter 1941. Opening the Magic Cube Once More. Senior. Upon suddenly hearing the voice of Empyrean Divine Mist, Lin Ming didn't know just what taste was in his heart. Those days when he met Divine Mist in Tragic Valley, to the short several dozen years that had passed to now, everything seemed as if it were a lifetime ago, a far-off, distant memory. In these 20-some years, although Lin Ming had seen many people he once knew, he always wore a mask and encountered them as a stranger. No matter what, the feeling was different. The truth was that during this period when Lin Ming's life had fallen to its lowest valleys, when he was enduring the greatest hardships, he sorely needed someone to support him and accompany him. And in this situation, to meet Empyrean Divine Mist again, Lin Ming felt gratefulness deep in his heart. No wonder the magic cube was able to awaken. So it was Senior helping. Lin Ming no longer possessed the ability to open the magic cube on his own. It was Empyrean Divine Mist who had used his soul force to make up for Lin Ming's weakness. Empyrean Divine Mist only had his soul form left over, and it was also extremely weak. During these past years, his soul form had been sealed away in the magic cube, where it had recovered a little bit, but wanting to return to his previous heights was no longer possible. The magic cube slowly trembled. It flew out from Lin Ming's inner world and into his spiritual sea. Lin Ming's spiritual sea was dried up of soul force, but as the magic cube appeared, it slowly moistened, even glowing with faint hints of life. After 20-some years, Lin Ming was finally able to open the magic cube once more. This was a throbbing that came from his soul, a long-lost feeling that turned Lin Ming's eyes wet with tears and caused his heart to be filled with emotion. Senior, thank you for this help, Lin Ming said with heartfelt gratitude. He slowly blended his soul with the magic cube. He saw the space within the magic cube once more, and that galaxy of soul fragments that shined like stars. After so many years, these soul fragments still slowly revolved. Lin Ming had seen this scene many times before. It was far too familiar. However, as Lin Ming was gazing around, his heart shook. He looked towards the central point of these countless soul fragments with disbelief on his face. Originally, at the center of these innumerable soul fragments, there had been a light sphere as bright as a sun. All of the soul fragments had revolved around this light sphere. This light sphere had been M.O. Eversnow's main soul. In the past, M.O. Eversnow had burned her soul to use the magic cube, and her soul had deeply slumbered within it ever since. Afterward, as her soul regained consciousness and even possessed a new body, this sphere of light had disappeared from the magic cube. All the soul fragments began to revolve around a point of nothingness. But today, at this central point that had contained nothing, there was a wisp of soul fire. From this wisp of soul fire, an unusual aura emanated. It was only the size of a bean, and the light wasn't too intense, but when contrasted against the numerous surrounding soul fragments, Lin Ming could faintly feel that this wisp of soul fire was like a pearl glowing in the dim of night, emitting a radiance that was hard to describe. Lin Ming was sure that this soul fire had only appeared afterwards. Its aura didn't belong to him, nor to Empyrean Divine Mist. it had an essential difference from the many surrounding soul fragments. Lin Ming held his breath. Seeing this soul fire slowly and tranquilly burning in the void, he could make out that at the center of it there was a tiny mote of something that shined, as if it were like a seed. As Lin Ming's soul force touched upon this seed, he could clearly feel a harmonious synchronicity with it, as if this soul seed shared origins with Lin Ming's soul. But the difference was that compared to Lin Ming's soul, this soul seed was far more gentle. As Lin Ming's soul force came into contact with it, he felt as if he were drifting in a warm sea, his soul force being nourished and revitalized. This was a comfort beyond description, and one that Lin Ming seemed to have experienced before. Over 20 years ago, when Lin Ming ate that devil fruit which caused him to lose his sanity, he had made love and joined together with Sheng Mei. This was the same feeling from back then. Although this was a memory that Lin Ming didn't want to recall, he had to admit that this was a wonderful feeling. This wasn't merely pleasure of the physical body, but a form of sublimation of the soul. At the time when Lin Ming and Sheng Mei had joined together, the majority of it had been a union of their souls and minds. The union of their mortal bodies was only a small part of it. Although Lin Ming's thoughts had blurred because he had eaten the devil fruit, he was still incomparably clear about the feeling which accompanied his soul seeming to melt away. He could recall that memory like it was just yesterday. Looking at the soul seed hidden in the magic cube, Lin Ming was stunned. Sheng Mei, this sort of aura, this feeling of soul compatibility, there was no way he could be wrong. This was left behind by Sheng Mei. This is a source soul force left behind by Sheng Mei. Lin Ming's thoughts seemed to turn completely over. Sheng Mei had actually left behind a wisp of her source soul force in the magic cube. One source soul force was precious beyond compare. Every time a martial artist lost some, it would cause their fires of life to weaken. Although Sheng Mei had only left behind this tiny wisp of her source soul force, it would inevitably affect her future cultivation. And Lin Ming vaguely knew that Sheng Mei's circumstances weren't good at all. There was some dark secret that the two shared. Otherwise, there was no way she would propose leaving with him for 100 million years. In this sort of situation, Sheng Mei had quietly left behind some of her source soul force in his body. Just what was she planning? She hid her source soul force in the magic cube. Did she discover the magic cube? Lin Ming was puzzled. If Sheng Mei discovered the magic cube, why wouldn't she take it? She might not have. Divine Mist shook his head. The magic cube is a divine object that transcends the boundaries of true divinity. If it is activated, then it is easy to detect, but if it lays silent, then it is extremely, extremely difficult to sense. The source soul force left behind by that woman should have been actively taken in by the magic cube. Empyrean Divine Mist suggested a possibility. Lin Ming nodded. When Sheng Mei ate the devil fruit from that abyssal tree, her mind had also become blurry. It would have been difficult for her to sense the magic cube. In normal times, Lin Ming wouldn't have succeeded. But now, there was a possibility. This was because during these past years, Lin Ming had perceived the feeling of life and death. His mood, his character, had undergone a life-changing transformation. Of the incomplete portions of the pages of death, Lin Ming could supplement them with his own laws of cultivation. When Sheng Mei left behind this chess piece, she likely didn't have much hope of success. Lin Ming muttered. He forced a smile. Sheng Mei had a profound understanding of him. This was because she had seen him create miracles so many times that she would believe he had a chance of reversing such a hopeless situation. Thus, she had done all of this no matter how slim the chance was. Because she paid such a great price, Lin Ming faintly guessed that not only were there disagreements between Sheng Mei and the Soul Emperor, but there also existed a deep hatred. In fact, Sheng Mei might not have any real feelings towards him. All she desired was an ally. a truly heaven-gifted genius, an infinitely rare talent that was sure to become an extreme true divinity in the future. She wanted such an ally to help her resist the Soul Emperor. Realizing this, Lin Ming felt just how terrifying the Soul Emperor was. A person that could cause such fear in Sheng Mei. Just what was he scheming? Chapter 1942, Restoring the Origin. Chapter 1942, Restoring the Origin. Senior Divine Mist, please lend this junior a hand one more time. Lin Ming was unable to activate the magic cube on his own. He needed support from Divine Mist strength. Empyrean Divine Mist manifested into a dim figure within the magic cube. He looked at Lin Ming and said, "All right, to refine someone else's source soul force wasn't easy at all. But if Lin Ming were to use the magic cube to do this, it would be far more simple." When Lin Ming sucked the source soul force left behind by Sheng Mei into his own spiritual sea, he didn't feel any backlash come from it. It slowly fused into Lin Ming's spiritual sea, becoming part of it. This point left 100 different tastes percolating in Lin Ming's mind. Perhaps this was because Sheng Mei consciously made this decision. Perhaps this was because Lin Ming's soul had fused with Sheng Mei's. But no matter what the reason was, Lin Ming's spiritual sea and Sheng Mei's spiritual sea now shared an inexplicable relationship with each other. For a time, memories swelled towards him like waves. All of these memories containing Sheng Mei's comprehensions of the Holy Scripture's pages of death. These experiences and feelings fused with Lin Ming's own comprehensions of death, a little at a time. Slowly, Lin Ming's soul immersed itself in the magic cube. With the nourishment of the magic cube, he began to understand death. His soul had already reached the edge of complete exhaustion, but because of the magic cube, it didn't collapse. And this condition continued for a long time. Over time, Lin Ming's hair began to wither. The sockets of his eyes deepened, his skin grayed, and his pupils were no longer black, but had lost all color. Lin Ming now lived on the precipice of life and death. His eyes had lost their sight, and his breath nearly disappeared, as if he would die in the next moment. But as Lin Ming reached this unprecedented border of death, his understandings of the pages of death also reached a new peak. This process continued for a month. Late one night, Lin Ming's unbelievably weakened fires of life finally extinguished. His heart stopped beating. In that moment, all of the life activity in Lin Ming's body had stopped. He experienced true death. The truth was that the moment Sheng Mei drew out Lin Ming's source soul force, Lin Ming was doomed to die. This was an irreversible road. His soul weakened year after year. It was no longer possible to restore his ruined vitality and dwindling fires of life. His body was like rotten wood, having lost all life. But even dead, wood could bring forth new growth. However, even though dead wood could summon new growth, an old tree was still an old tree. A lush new branch and leaf could bring a bit of green to dead wood, but it could never restore that tree to the true vibrant vitality of a small newborn sapling. And it was even more impossible for that dead wood to grow up as a towering new tree. Lin Ming was now in such a situation. To have his current mortal body and spiritual sea glow with the light of rebirth was something that violated the heavenly Tao rules. Just like an old man on the verge of death becoming rejuvenated and being restored to his youth. This was simply impossible. But there was one possible situation. That was, if the new shoot that grew from a piece of dead wood could absorb all the nutrition from that old tree and then take root in the ground, then it could truly grow into a towering tree that reached into the skies, break everything down to nothing, and then stand back up tall. This was an eternal truth. If one could simultaneously comprehend the Holy Scripture's pages of life and pages of death to the extreme, then the truth was that this was equal to comprehending the most core cultivation method within the Holy Scripture, the grand reincarnation art. Reincarnation, That was the process of returning from death to life. Contained within this technique were the secrets of life and death. If one couldn't comprehend them, then not only would their reincarnation fail, but anyone that tried cultivating the grand reincarnation art would perish into dust, forever disappearing from the world. What Lin Ming did now was the equivalent of stepping into the first revolution of the grand reincarnation art. The first revolution should have been simple, but since Lin Ming was doing all of this with his utterly ruined body, it was the same as gaining a new lease on life. This technique became far, far more difficult. Lin Ming's dead mortal body remained silent. His spiritual sea lost all vitality, and his inner world was already covered in horrifying fissures and had become a devastated land. This process continued for several days. Then, Lin Ming's mortal body began to decay. His skin wrinkled and dried out. His blood vessels shrank. His organs started to rot. Originally, with Lin Ming having opened the 9 stars of the Tao Palace and having absorbed the bloodlines of many god beasts, and also the Azura blood, with such a powerful mortal body, even if he died, his body still wouldn't have decayed after 100,000 years. But now, not only was Lin Ming's mortal body decaying, but it was decaying at a speed visible to the eyes, as if hundreds of years were compressed into quarter hours of time. The reason this occurred was because all of Lin Ming's flesh and blood essence had been drawn out and gathered into the magic cube. With all the essence energy screened out, all that was left remaining was a mortal body that had lost all vitality. The speed of decay would naturally be faster. And as Lin Ming's mortal body decayed, his withered spiritual sea and sundered inner world started to thoroughly collapse. For a time, 2 avatars appeared beside Lin Ming's dilapidated body. These 2 avatars were Lin Ming's Essence Energy Avatar, the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone, and the Soul Force Avatar, the Soul Springs Divine Embryo. The 2 avatars were motionless. These 2 avatars were under the control of Lin Ming's true self. With the true self's soul force completely withered away, Lin Ming had no mental strength to command them. Besides the 2 avatars, there was also a black dragon egg that was covered with snaking patterns. This dragon egg slowly shimmered, one moment light, one moment dark. An intensely potent fluctuation of life blazed within this dragon egg, seeming to be closely connected to Lin Ming's body. Seeing this dragon egg, Empyrean Divine Mist was stunned. He faintly felt that the moment Lin Ming's flesh and blood essence began to gather, the vitality within this dragon egg seemed to gather with Lin Ming's own vitality. The small life within the dragon egg was finally ready to emerge. Empyrean Divine Mist didn't have time to probe what was occurring. At this time, Lin Ming's mortal body finally completely withered away, and all of his flesh and blood essence gathered itself into the magic cube. Besides Lin Ming's flesh and blood essence, the phantom of a heretical god tree that was emblazoned with fantastical runes also flew into the magic cube. A vivid true dragon phantom, true phoenix phantom, Bodhi tree phantom, Azura war god phantom. All sorts of phantoms flew into the magic cube, one after another. At the same time, Lin Ming's body shrank more and more. Finally, it rotted away into nothing, and even the bones eroded. And in the air above this ruined body, the magic cube slowly floated. At the place where all the essence was gathered, a dazzling divine light shined. Within the dark cave, it was like a sun was dawning, incredibly beautiful. This sphere of divine light constantly changed. Finally, it converged within the space of the magic cube. The energy also gradually solidified until it formed a cocoon. In the center of this cocoon, one could faintly make out a small embryonic life form that was slowly breeding. However, this life form was even smaller than a baby in a mortal mother's belly. It was only the size of a palm and looked extremely fragile. This was Lin Ming's body after rebirth. Empyrean Divine, Mist witnessed all of these changes, his mind quaking all the while. This was truly what it meant to break down everything and then stand back up. Lin Ming had completed the first revolution from death to life of the grand reincarnation art. Because Lin Ming had been on the verge of death, this reincarnation was far more thorough compared to the grand reincarnation art of Sheng Mei and the Soul Emperor. His first revolution likely far exceeded theirs. To have such an effect was because Lin Ming had begun walking down his own road. He didn't totally depend on the pages of life and pages of death from the Holy Scripture alone, but had instead added in his own understandings. What he felt and had become aware of after wandering the world for dozens of years, the samsara of the heavenly Tao, all of this was completely fused with the grand reincarnation art, allowing him to find a road to reincarnation that suited him the most. Lin Ming, perhaps you might be the only one in history. Empyrean Divine, Mist quietly mumbled. In the past, Empyrean Divine, Mist believed that if Lin Ming could become a character similar to the Azure Road Master, then that would be the greatest achievement he could ever obtain. But now, Empyrean Divine Mist had a faint premonition that because Lin Ming had risen from the ashes, rebirthing himself through reincarnation, then there was a chance that he could establish his own road of martial arts in which he could fuse together the inner universe and the outer universe, climbing up to an unprecedented peak of martial arts that no one had ever managed to reach. From this day on, Lin Ming was completely different from in the past. Chapter 1943, Grand Reincarnation Art. Chapter 1943, Grand Reincarnation Art. Time rolled past year after year. No one knew that within this small and common-looking hill, something was occurring that would influence the future of the 33 heavens. In the blink of an eye, 30 years passed by. Within the cave, the cocoon had already flown out from the magic cube space. It had grown by several times, and the walls of the cocoon were transparent and thin, pulsating with life. One could clearly see the life that was being bred within. This small life was ruddy and clear all over, as if it were carved from the most beautiful jade. It had a small and delicate face, and there was a smile on its lips, as if it was enjoying this slow pace of growth. Beneath the cocoon, thin blood vessels were attached to it. These blood vessels ended in a black dragon egg. This dragon egg was covered in patterns, simple and mystical. The dragon egg shell was also extremely thin. One could faintly see what was occurring within the egg. There was also a small life forming inside, slowly growing. Another 10 years passed. On this day, a massive amount of essence energy began gathering towards the cave. In the surrounding world, winds surged and clouds formed. In this stretch of earth, all of the heaven and earth origin energy began gathering with the small and common-looking hill as a focal point. From far away, one could see multi-hued rays of energy forming within this vortex. This sight was even visible from 1,000 miles away. What is that? A supreme treasure is being born. The surrounding martial artists were shocked upon seeing this magnificent sight, and then immediately overcome with joy. With such a terrifying gathering of energy, it was difficult to imagine just how valuable this treasure must be. Many martial artists sent out news with sound, transmitting talismans. For a time, within the surrounding 10,000 miles, martial artists all rapidly caught up to this location. They all wanted to come here and test their luck. More and more martial artists arrived, and even divine sea powerhouses were included. But as people tried to approach this small hill, they could feel a terrifying pressure brought about by the massive amount of world energy accumulating at this location. Even divine sea powerhouses found it impossible to approach. Everyone was stunned, but at the same time, they were even more excited. If even divine sea powerhouses weren't able to approach this treasure, just how precious must it be? It was impossible to imagine. At this time, within the center of the hill, Empyrean divine, Mist was looking at the monumental vortex of energy gathered before him. He let out a long sigh. It's finally finishing after 40 years. Empyrean divine, Mist bore witness to the entire process of Lin Ming's rebirth. During this period of time, Empyrean divine Mist had been the one controlling the magic cube. His consumption hadn't been small. With a small cracking sound, something seemed to split apart. What started to crack first was not the cocoon in the air, but the dragon egg beneath. On this black egg the size of a baby's head, cracks began to appear. Kacha! With a light sound, a small black head covered in mucus stuck itself out. It bit off a piece of the eggshell. Then, this small head opened its large and pitch-black eyes, took several bites, and swallowed down the eggshell. After, it used its claws and teeth to eat up the entire eggshell it had hatched from. Upon finishing eating, this small black fellow also revealed its body. It was half the size of a baby and was chubby and round. All of its meat seemed to be squeezed together, and on its back was a pair of thin wings that were only as long as a finger. In truth, this little fellow didn't even look like a dragon at all, but a small black wolf with a pair of black wings. This little fellow was able to fly as soon as it was born. Its watery and intelligent eyes curiously looked at Empyrean divine Mist for a moment. Then, its small black wings flapped, and it flew several feet high, its eyes unblinking as it stared at the cocoon in front of it. Pa, pa, the cocoon pulsated as if blood was beating within it. With each pulsation, all of the heaven and earth origin energy within 10,000 miles started to be drawn in. It was hard to imagine that the small life within this cocoon had such a vast and incredible blood energy, as if it were an endless ocean that continued infinitely. This small black dragon suddenly began purring with excitement. In front of it, the white cocoon started to split apart. The divine light within the cocoon flashed with a moment of incomparable brilliance, like a supernova, blinding to anyone who saw it. In the next moment, a small child a little more than a foot high leapt out from the divine light and onto the ground. This small and delicate child was the reincarnation of Lin Ming. He had absorbed all the essence from within his original body and had reforged it into his current form. Now, although he had the body of a baby, within his dantian his inner world had already opened. At the same time, the phantom of the heretical god tree, the phantom of the Bodhi tree, the Azura blood he had absorbed, and the blood of the many god beasts, and even the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, all of these things left traces in this young body. In addition, Lin Ming's soul sea had become incredibly profound. His soul had experienced a new life. This was the heaven-defying advantage of the grand reincarnation art. By inheriting the experience and essence of the previous body, one could recast their everything into a young and new body, and then restart their cultivation from scratch. Like this, the more times one reincarnated, then the higher one's talent would become, finally reaching an unimaginable height. The only disadvantage was that Lin Ming's cultivation was still low. He remained at the revolving core realm without having made any strides. This was a characteristic of the grand reincarnation art. After every reincarnation, one's cultivation would dramatically fall, and they would have to begin their cultivation anew. Lin Ming, you finally succeeded. Empyrean divine, Mist sighed with emotion. Lin Ming had absorbed Sheng Mei's memories, and with his own feelings and understandings he had gained, he had managed to cultivate his own grand reincarnation art. The Holy Scriptures' 2 major sections consisted of the law of eternal life and the grand reincarnation art. The law of eternal life was incomplete to begin with, and not even the creators of the Holy Scripture were able to finish it. In other words, the grand reincarnation art was in truth the most important part of the Holy Scripture. Right now, Lin Ming could be said to simultaneously possess the Heavenly Sutra and the Holy Scripture. Of course, Lin Ming only had the first 2 volumes of the Heavenly Sutra, so it was incomplete. But this wasn't important. With the Emperor Jade of Fate already in his hands, Lin Ming could finally step into the Azura Road's final trial and obtain the 3rd volume of the Heavenly Sutra. Like this, Lin Ming would become the singular existence in 10 billion years to simultaneously build up the Heavenly Sutra and Holy Scripture. If he could fuse together the universe of the body and the universe of the world, he could reach an unprecedented peak of martial arts. Thank you, Senior, for helping Junior open the magic cube, and thank you, Senior, for helping protect me for 40 years. Lin Ming deeply bowed towards Empyrean Divine Mist. After his rebirth, his voice was like a child's, much higher and sweeter. Empyrean Divine Mist nodded with love. Lin Ming's new life had him feeling a heartfelt happiness. But at this time, the small black dragon let out a little cry and threw himself into Lin Ming's chest. After over 100 years of sharing the same blood and roots, and also joining and hatching for 40 years, Lin Ming and the small black dragon couldn't be any more familiar with each other. Within their veins flowed the blood of the other. Lin Ming held onto this dark meat ball, his heart filled with 1,000 emotions. If he were to consider his age, the truth was that he was over 200 years old. And in these over 200 years, he had experienced far, far too much. The things he had seen, the things he felt, all of it had become a part of his life, things that were deeply engraved into his spiritual sea and would never be forgotten. Lin Ming, what do you plan on doing now? Empyrean Divine Mist asked. Lin Ming was currently very weak. Although he had obtained a new life, to return to his previous level of strength would still require time. Lin Ming responded, I will continue cultivating. I don't require any cultivation methods, and my foundation cannot be any more solid than it is now. To me, bottlenecks do not exist. As long as I can slowly restore my strength, then I plan on practicing the grand reincarnation art to the 7th revolution, or even the 8th revolution before I return to the divine realm. Lin Ming estimated that in the 60 to 70 years he had returned to the sky spill planet for, there should have been a result by now in the war between the saints and humanity. Whether this result was good or bad, Lin Ming was powerless to change it. Moreover, he was far too weak right now. If he were to rashly return to the divine realm and someone were to discover his continued existence, then he would die without a doubt. He planned to remain on the sky spill planet. By relying on his previous feelings, resources, and experience, he would rest and recover his strength, cultivating until he reached a point where he could easily kill an Empyrean-level martial artist. Only then would he consider returning to the divine realm. And to the present Lin Ming, the truth was that this wasn't difficult. You want to cultivate the 7th revolution of the grand reincarnation art, or even the 8th revolution? Empyrean Divine Mist looked at Lin Ming with surprise. During this time, he also learned some information about the grand reincarnation art. This was a cultivation method that became exponentially more difficult the further one went into it. However, as he thought about it, to the current monstrous genius that was Lin Ming, was there any cultivation method in this world that he couldn't handle? It was almost impossible to imagine what would happen if this monstrous genius Lin Ming were to be reborn 7 or 8 more times. With his talent superimposing upon itself with every rebirth, just what would that be like? Chapter 1944, A Single Life, 1. Chapter 1944, A Single Life, 1. And light rain sprinkled down from the skies, like smoke, like silk, like fog. Although the sunlight was obscured, the branches and leaves of the spirit plants which were watered by this rain glowed with a green vitality that caught the eyes. This land emitted a fresh and vibrant feeling. In this weather, 4 green-clothed young girls accompanied a young woman to step onto this spirit mountain. The heaven and earth origin energy on this mountain was extremely rich. As for the rain here, it was filled with spiritual energy. If a mortal were to bathe in this rainwater, they could prolong their health and life. Between the many lush trees and verdant flowers, the young girls and the young woman slowly made their way through until they arrived at a temple built from white jade. This young woman seemed just over 30 years of age. She was quiet and dignified. She knelt before the statue of Buddha within the temple and prayed earnestly and reverently. Madam is truly pious. She comes every year to pray to Buddha. Outside the temple, the 4 young girls spoke in hushed whispers. They were maids that accompanied the young woman and also cultivated martial arts. If placed within a small country like the Sky Fortune Kingdom, they would all be proud daughters of heaven. Madam is praying that her family be kept safe and also prays that Senior Lin, whose martial path broke into the void, will also be safe. These green-clothed young girls came from Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom. They were all in their late teens. To them, the Lin Ming that had ascended to the stars 200 years ago was a myth and a legend, and the one who was burning incense in the Buddhist temple was Lin Ming's mother. In the past, when Lin Ming destroyed Yangyun, before he left the Sky Spill Continent, he had led some of his own people to the central region of the Sky Spill Continent. Taking the annihilated Azura Divine Kingdom as the foundation, he had established the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom. Afterwards, the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom vigorously grew. They rose and flourished, becoming increasingly powerful with every year because of the resources Lin Ming left behind, as well as Lin Ming's fame and prestige. In these short 200 years, the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom had become the most powerful nation amongst the 4 divine kingdoms. Let's go and fetch some mountain spring water so that Madam can water the evergreen tree. In the back court of the temple, there was an evergreen tree that had grown for over 100 years. Lin Ming's mother had personally planted this tree herself, and every time she came to pray at the temple, she would water the tree with spring water from the mountain. And the spring water of this spirit mountain was a treasure spring of the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom. The spring water here was fresh and sweet, and if a mortal were to drink a single cup, they could become several years younger. If this spring water was used to make tea or wine, then it would become the most fragrant tea or wine in the entire Sky Spill Continent. The young girls walked over to a nearby mountain spring. They used a wooden scoop to fill a jade gourd with the water. This jade gourd was made with spirit jade and was designed to ensure that the spring water didn't lose any of its spiritual energy. But at this time, one of the girls suddenly said, "Hey, look over there. What is that?" The other young girls looked over and saw that just upstream of the spring there was a bamboo basket slowly floating down. It had to be known that this spirit mountain was a restricted area of the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom, and only an extremely limited number of individuals were allowed to step foot onto these holy grounds. Others simply weren't able to climb this mountain, so why would there be a bamboo basket drifting downstream? The young girls curiously looked. Immediately, they were startled, but in the next moment, their shock turned to affection. Within this bamboo basket was a little baby boy who only seemed to be several months old. His entire body seemed carved from powder white jade, and he looked impossibly cute and lovable. The little baby boy didn't cry or make a fuss. His eyes were smart and wide, as if they contained wisdom far surpassing that of an ordinary child. "Madam, Madam," a young girl anxiously cried out to Madam Lin. Upon this spirit mountain that was a forbidden land, a bamboo basket had suddenly appeared, and within this bamboo basket was a mysterious little baby boy. This was simply inconceivable. Madam Lin heard the green-clothed girl cry out and also felt something was strange. She quickly walked forwards and looked into the bamboo basket. For some unknown reason, As Madame Lin looked into this bamboo basket, she felt as if she shared roots with this boy, as if the baby within the basket was her previous life's own flesh and blood. A long-lost feeling swelled up in Madame Lin's heart, sweeping through her. Her nose burned a little, and she almost cried. The same, just the same. Madame Lin muttered to herself. She had taken an incredible liking towards this little baby boy in the bamboo basket. His appearance looks just like him when he was a baby. This baby's skin is as clear as jade, and those eyes, they look just the same. Madame Lin lifted the baby boy in the bamboo basket and gently hugged him into her bosom. A motherly feeling emitted from her heart, making her feel warm. Babies looked the same when they were born, but a mother could recognize the appearance of their own child. Even after 200 years had passed, Madame Lin was able to clearly recognize Lin Ming's appearance when he was a baby. In addition, the way this baby appeared was extremely peculiar. He had appeared at an impossible time in an impossible manner, in an impossible way. As for Madame Lin, she believed that this baby was bestowed upon her by Buddha. She had prayed to Buddha every year, confessing her regret that she might never see her son again. And Buddha, in order to make up for Lin Ming flying up to the divine realm and leaving her here, had gifted her with this baby boy. From now on, you will be called Lin, and Madame Lin hugged the baby to her chest, a satisfied smile on her face. This Lin and was naturally the reborn Lin Ming. In that nameless cave, he had used 40 years to complete the first revolution of the grand reincarnation art. Afterwards, he put away the magic cube, taking the black dragon, an Empyrean divine mist who went into slumber within the magic cube, once more, and quietly left. When Lin Ming left, the pressure of energy weakened. With that, the crowd of sky spill continent powerhouses rushed into the hill cave, but by that time the cave was already empty. Those people were all dumbfounded. They could only admit that the rare treasure had developed a mind of its own and had fled. They simply didn't have the good fortune to obtain it. And then Lin Ming arrived by himself in the center of the Sky Spill continent, in the vermilion bird divine kingdom that he had established. He chose to live his first new life in this world at the side of his parents. The current Lin Ming didn't lack cultivation methods, and his foundation was already incomparably solid. Normal cultivation resources were long since useless to him. What he needed was to become aware of his feelings and slowly complete his cultivation. This path most suited the grand reincarnation art. It had to be known that in the past, the creator of the Holy Scripture had spent at least several hundred millions of years to perfect the Holy Scripture. And although Lin Ming had the experience and essence left behind by the creator of the Holy Scripture, wanting to add his own things to it was not easy at all. He required a long time to do all of this. Before this, with all things considered, Lin Ming had only lived for a bit more than 200 years. This time period was far too short. When Madame Lin brought Lin Ming back so that Lin Fu could take a look, even Lin Fu, who didn't believe much in Buddhism, also couldn't help but admit that this child really might be bestowed unto them by the heavens. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in this world? Like this, Lin Ming was formally adopted by the Lin couple, and his name was officially designated as Linen. The Lin couple didn't speak of Lin and's appearance to anyone. It wasn't until his adoption, 100 days later, did the Lin couple invite all heroes from the world, including many divine sea powerhouses. They worshipped their ancestors and publicly and officially stated Lin and's new status in the Lin family. For a time, the entire vermilion bird divine kingdom was aflutter with rumors that Madame Lin had adopted a child from nowhere. As for the rumors that this child was bestowed to the Lin family by the heavens, or perhaps that this child was Lin Ming reincarnated, most people didn't believe such incredulous stories. But no matter whether they believed these stories or not, these people were all filled with deep envy towards this child. The Lin family possessed a lofty status in the Sky Spill planet, and all of the resources of the vermilion bird divine kingdom were held in their hands. This lucky fellow somehow managed to get himself adopted into the Lin family, guaranteeing himself a rapid and prosperous future. Years passed. Time flowed on. Lin grew like an ordinary child. At 7 years of age, he had the height of a 7-year-old. His appearance was 90% similar to Lin Ming's, but there was something a little different. After Lin Ming's rebirth, his face had become much more perfect than before. His 2 eyebrows were like swords, and his aura was extraordinary. Lin Ming was satisfied with this. He didn't really want others to believe he was the reincarnation of himself. After all, his status was far too sensitive. Although the chances of any news reaching the divine realm were slim, he had to prevent any possibilities, no matter how small. One time during a hunt, Lin Fu brought Lin Ming out. In the forest, a 3-foot-long small black wolf suddenly popped out. At the time, many people were startled. They didn't know what sort of breed this small black wolf was, but after it appeared, it followed Lin Ming by his side and refused to leave. Like this, Lin Ming was always together with the small black wolf. The Lin family didn't know just what this small black wolf was. After repeatedly confirming that it posed no threat to Lin Ming, they allowed it to follow him. The days passed peacefully and simply, but in these peaceful days, Lin Ming's comprehension towards life slowly deepened. Sometimes, he occasionally cultivated in seclusion, silently perfecting the Holy Scripture. If you don't complete the course, how will you make up for it later? A green-clothed young girl panted in indignation at Lin Ming. This young girl had run a long distance and had finally managed to find Lin Ming. She had a long ponytail and wore the uniform of the Lin Academy. Her trousers were long, and her sleeves were pulled high. Her figure was busty and full, filled with the energetic vibrancy of youth. At this time, Lin Ming was comfortably lying down on a green lawn, a stalk of grass in his mouth. He slowly chewed on it, recalling his memories of childhood. A small black wolf quietly sat beside him. This small black wolf was extremely peaceful. Its large and pitch-black eyes were gazing at this young girl. This year, Lin Ming was 15. In the past, when Lin Ming had left Green Mulberry City, bid farewell to his parents, and reached the capital city, he had also been 15 years old. It was that year when Lin Ming and Lan Yunhua broke up, and he began his difficult road of martial arts. Seeing this young girl, Lin Ming faintly smiled. He couldn't help but recall the youthful spring of his past life. At that time, it was like this. He didn't reply. Rather, he continued chewing on the grass stalk. The grass stems of the early spring were tender. When biting one, there was a trace of bitterness as well as a faint sweetness, like the perfect representation of his youth. The young girl appeared upset. She curled her lips and flung up her ponytail. You can't keep doing this. Even if there are people spoiling you, it doesn't mean you can get away with whatever you want. It is impossible for you to separate yourself from the road of martial artists. If you don't try your best, no one can help you. This young girl, that was only 15 years old, began to speak of the great principles of living. Lin Ming thought this was quite funny. In truth, not everyone was unhappy with his presence at the Lin Academy. Some people liked him. For instance, girls. After Lin Ming's rebirth, his appearance had become even more handsome, and there was a certain temperament around him that was beyond description. His eyes were bright and fathomless, seeming as if they contained a trace of the changing years, leaving those that looked into them fascinated. Many girls spoke endless praise of Lin Ming, even if Lin Ming seemed to be an unmotivated student who didn't make much progress. You're really noisy. Lin Ming spat out the grass stalk and jumped up. The current him seemed to have recovered the rebellious nature of his childhood, and now he had perfectly fit into playing that role. Only by completely adapting to the present could he see more from this perspective and look at his entire life. The young girl flushed red with anger, and at this time, Lin Ming had already left with a smile. "Where are you going?" "To class." Lin Ming walked away. Chapter 1946, A Single Life 3. Chapter 1946, A Single Life 3. Lin Ming didn't know what the Dragon Sovereign's present situation was like after he was chased by Tian Mingzi into the eternal demon abyss, and when he left, the Dragon Sovereign had already been in a precarious state. In just the blink of an eye, over 100 years had passed. How was the Dragon Sovereign doing now? When Empyrean Primordius left, he seemed to have severed all connections with the Dragon Sovereign. Then, if Empyrean Primordius had perished, it was likely the Dragon Sovereign hadn't felt it at all. The little black dragon was extremely intelligent. It already understood the entire situation. And at this time, it lay quietly on Lin Ming's back, not even making a single noise. In its eyes, there was nothing but a boundless black wilderness. And at the end of this wilderness, there was a terrifyingly giant abyss that revealed a dreadful aura. In the little black dragon's eyes, a trace of confusion appeared. Within its memories, it seemed to faintly recall this place, as if it had seen it before in a dream. "Let's go," Lin Ming said. He flushed forwards like a shot arrow, rapidly crossing thousands of miles. He headed towards that massive abyss and leapt down into it. Darkness rapidly passed over them. With familiar ease, Lin Ming avoided the ancient life forms in the demon abyss and swiftly passed through the tombs of the martial artists until he arrived at the deepest depths of the eternal demon abyss. Faintly, Lin Ming could feel an incredibly horrifying aura transmitting from deep within the eternal demon abyss. The small black dragon was a bit nervous. Its large black eyes blinked. There was anticipation in its eyes, but also a hint of fear. One person, one dragon, the two of them slowed down. Then they felt a boundless vigor that carried with it faint and warm threads of a dragon's majesty. A planet-sized ancient black dragon slowly appeared in the dark void. As Lin Ming and the little black dragon flew in front of it, they seemed as small as motes of dust. And on this giant ancient black dragon's body, 9 chains wrapped around it. Each chain was thick enough that not even 100 people together could wrap their arms around it. At the end of these chains were massive metal hooks that plunged into the black dragon's flesh, binding it in place. Where these metal hooks came into contact with the black dragon, the area would be stained with black dragon blood and pieces of meat. After 100,000 years, this blood had solidified into thick layers of black and brown that alarmed the mind. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. Although he had seen this before, seeing it again still left him depressed and filled with sorrow. As for the little black dragon, as it saw this sight, its eyes began to fill with pain and sadness. Its large and bright eyes started to turn wet with tears. "Senior, Junior has returned." Lin Ming bowed. The silent black dragon slowly opened its eyes. The dragon's pupils were like lakes of amber that emitted a quiet light. In the darkness, they were especially noticeable. When the black dragon opened its eyes, the little black dragon also held its breath. At this time, the little black dragon was in an extremely complex mood. There was fear, there was sorrow, and from deep within its bloodline, there was an inerasable love. 200 years, the black dragon slowly said. It looked at the small life in front of it. The growth of a dragon was a long process. This little black dragon only appeared to be a dozen or so years old. When converted to the age of a human, this little black dragon was nothing more than a newborn baby. Then It looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming's changed appearance and his lowered cultivation left the black dragon surprised. From Lin Ming's inner world, from Lin Ming's potent vitality, from Lin Ming's deep soul force, it could feel a terrifying potential. You seem to have obtained a new life, the black dragon asked, unsure. Lin Ming nodded. He let out a sigh in his heart. He could tell from the black dragon's voice that it had become far older than before. Its fires of life were nearing their end, and it was doomed to never be able to return to the heaven-shaking grandeur it once possessed in the past. Lin Ming thought for a moment, and then decided to tell the black dragon everything about Empyrean Primordius. Lord Dragon Sovereign, Jr. went to the primeval universe and met the primal god race. There, I also discovered the whereabouts of Senior Primordius. The black dragon was stunned upon hearing this. Primordius, you saw him, seeing Lin Ming's expression. The black dragon had a foreboding feeling deep in his heart. He didn't continue speaking, but instead waited for Lin Ming's explanation. Lin Ming took a deep breath and explained everything that occurred to Primordius from start to finish, even describing what Primordius' final moments were like. After hearing this, the black dragon was wordless for a long time. Perhaps what happened was the best possible result for Primordius. It might have been what Primordius hoped to see. 100 different emotions passed through the black dragon's heart. It looked at Lin Ming, looked at its descendant, and fell into silence. Suddenly, light began gathering between its eyebrows. Within the eternal demon abyss, the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy started gathering towards the black dragon's single horn. Seeing this, Lin Ming was bewildered. Senior Black Dragon, you... From the black dragon's body, Lin Ming could feel all of its essence energy and flesh and blood essence gathering towards the point between its eyebrows. Lin Ming seemed to faintly realize what was occurring. He asked, Senior, just what are you planning to do? And at this time, a beam of light shot out from between the black dragon's eyebrows. It shot directly onto the small black dragon that was beside Lin Ming. As the little black dragon was bathed in this light, it cried out in alarm and surprise. It only felt that the energy within this light was warm beyond possibility, so comfortable that it wanted to sleep. But it also felt that something wasn't right. However, it inevitably wasn't able to withstand the increasing heaviness of its eyelids, and it slowly shut its eyes, nearly falling asleep. Lord Dragon Sovereign, did you just give your life essence to Little Black? Lin Ming was worried. The black dragon's life force had originally been greatly diminished to begin with. If it lost any more life essence, then it would perish that much sooner. In fact, the black dragon might not be able to wait for Lin Ming to grow and gain enough strength to shatter apart the 9 dragon trapping cables laid down by the Saint Race powerhouses in the past. The black dragon remained silent as it continued passing life essence. Only when Little Black was no longer able to absorb any more did it finally stop. In the next moment, the little black dragon was wrapped in a black brilliance. It sank into the void and began sleeping. After doing all of this, the black dragon seemed to age, becoming much older. Its eyes became bleaker and more clouded. It looked at Lin Ming, and the corners of its massive jaw seemed to lift up a little in a smile. I know what you are thinking. You probably hope that I can wait long enough until you can fight with an ordinary Empyrean and then break open these dragon trapping cables to rescue me. The truth is, you don't have to waste so much effort or thought. I have already become used to staying here. These dragon trapping cables have deeply pierced into my organs, and for the last 100,000 years they have grown together with my flesh and blood, becoming a part of my body. They even affect my essence energy and blood vessels. Once they are forcibly removed, I fear I will die immediately. But if they aren't taken out, They will slowly eat away at my life, causing me to lose essence energy until the day I die. Right now, I am the same as Primordius in the past, living in constant pain, calmly awaiting my demise. If I must die, then I don't want to die without meaning. What Primordius wished to do, what he wished to leave behind, I am also the same. To see my bloodline live on in the world, that is more than enough for me. As the black dragon spoke to hear, it affectionately gazed at the small black dragon slumbering deep in the void. It said, "Help me take care of him. He is the continuation of my life." The black dragon's last few words touched the deepest emotions within Lin Ming, because he had also said words like these when Soaring Feather hunted him down. When his life was in peril and death was almost certain, he had asked Xiao Maxian to look after the child in her belly, because that child was a continuation of his life. This was the instinctive response of a person in desperate circumstances. Man was always unwilling to die, but man would die no matter what. As a person approached the precipice of death, they would hope that they could leave behind something, so that when they closed their eyes one last time, they could tell themselves that their bloodline continued flowing on in the world. This intense desire, if traded for another name, could be called fatherly love and motherly love. The love of parents. In essence, that was one's hope that one's life would continue to exist onwards. This was a selfish love, but also a selfless love. A parent's love never asked to be repaid, because to them, their children living well was the greatest repayment they could ever receive. Looking at the sleeping little black dragon, looking at the utterly exhausted dragon sovereign, Lin Ming seemed to have become aware of something new. He found another manifestation of the samsara of life and death. Children, parents, the love of parents, these three things revolved around life and death. He fell silent. The dragon sovereign told Lin Ming of his hope. He wished that every 100 years, Lin Ming would bring Little Black to the eternal demon abyss. Lin Ming agreed, although he knew that this would reduce the dragon sovereign's remaining lifespan. This was also the dragon sovereign's greatest desire. The little black dragon slept for a full 3 days in the darkness. After 3 days, Lin Ming brought the little black dragon and left the eternal demon abyss, returning to the Sky Spill continent once more. Chapter 1947, A Single Life 4. Chapter 1947, A Single Life 4. By the time Lin Ming had quietly returned to the Sky Spill continent and arrived at the dark forest near the Lin Academy, 25 days had passed. There was still 5 more days until the conclusion of the forest survival course. On this day, heavy rains washed down upon the forest. In the summer, this sort of warm and humid forest often had pouring showers. In the boundless waterfall of droplets, Lin Ming scratched his head. He was planning to sneak into the forest without being noticed, and then make up an excuse to rejoin the group. But he couldn't come up with a good reason. As he had a headache from thinking of a reason, he discovered that in the Lin Academy's forest, there were a massive number of soldiers wandering about. These soldiers all wore the same silver-patterned war armor. Even in the heavy rain and in the thick underbrush, they still retained their strength, and their movements were as flexible as a leopard's. They were a well-trained elite unit. These soldiers each had a cultivation at the Xiantian realm or above. It had to be known that if a Xiantian realm martial artist was placed in a small sect, they would be considered an elder. Yet in Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom, they were nothing but soldiers. These soldiers weren't part of the common military corps, but were part of the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom's Silver Armor Legion. Many graduates of the Lin Academy entered the Silver Armor Legion to adventure and gain experience, and the Silver Armor Legion also produced many famous powerhouses. This legion was under the direct control of the Lin family and was considered one of the Lin family's sharpest blades. Normally, they weren't easily used. But now these people had launched a massive search through the heavily raining forest, combing every inch of the land. They shouted out for Prince, and it was clear they had been searching for Lin Ming for several days already. Seeing this, Lin Ming was a bit dazed. This matter seemed to have gotten a bit out of control. In truth, there was still 5 more days until the survival course ended. He never thought that the Lin family would use the Silver Armor Legion to search for him. This was likely because they thought he had been captured or even eaten by some vicious beast in the forest. And to mobilize the Silver Armor Legion, it was certainly his parents who had commanded this. They were worried for his safety and thus sent out the Silver Armor Legion. Lin Ming braced himself and walked out from the woods. Princeton is over there. As a silver-armored soldier saw Lin Ming, he was immediately overjoyed and began to shout out as loudly as he could. In a moment, many silver-armored soldiers rushed towards Lin Ming, gathering around him in a circle. A man wearing golden armor and with a great red cape thrown over his shoulders strode forwards. He had thick eyebrows and was towering with broad shoulders. This man was the leader of the Silver Armor Legion, Zhou Yuqian. Zhou Yuqian was the Lin family's son-in-law. He possessed a variation bloodline and was considered one of the top talents of the Sky Spill continent. He came from a small family background, but afterwards he was admitted into the Lin Academy due to his amazing talent and obtained extraordinary results there. Later, he was even crowned champion of the Grand Martial Artist Meeting and was finally taken in by the Lin family as their son-in-law. After Lin Ming and Lin Xiaoge ascended, Lin Ming's parents had 3 more children. The one who married Zhou Yuqian was Lin Ming's second sister, Lin Ping. Princeton, you've been deliberately stirring up trouble. Seeing Lin Ming safely return, Zhou Yuqian didn't know just what to say. Princeton, do you know how worried Madam was in these past days? She's been too worried over you to even drink or eat, afraid that something might have happened to you. Do you know how dangerous the forests around Lin Academy are? Just how many perils lurk in the dark? In the depths of this forest, there are ferocious, vicious beasts that even Destiny Decree Masters are unable to deal with. You can't do something like this again. Zhou Yuqian sternly admonished. Lin Ming was a bit ashamed of himself. Normally, the character he displayed was that of a boy who loved to play around. He feared that his parents probably thought he ran deep into the dark forest because he was being mischievous. Lin Ming could only apologize. He was escorted back by the Silver Armor Legion. As for Lin Mu, she had obtained the news and stood at the entrance of the dark forest. She didn't sit in her carriage, but stood beneath it, anxiously looking around while a maid held up an umbrella for her. The heavy rain came down, crashing onto the umbrella with ringing sounds. Lin Mu's bangs were already matted to her forehead. She was too worried. As Zhou Yuqian had said, in these past days Lin Mu wasn't able to sleep at all. All mothers of the world were like this. The more they worried over their children, the easier they thought something bad had happened. Seeing his mother wait in the rain, Lin Ming felt his heart ache a little. He had truly been anxious to see the dragon sovereign, but he was too young, and it was impossible for him to be allowed to go adventuring. He had to take advantage of this opportunity to head out once, but he never thought his mother would be so worried about him. He ran forwards to help support the umbrella for his mother. "Little Lin, you've caused too much trouble this time," Lin Mu scolded. But although she had a harsh expression, her eyes were filled with kindness and worry. "Little Lin, are you hurt anywhere?" Lin Ming shook his head. He resolved his heart that for this life he would accompany his parents until they reached the end of their road. He would take care of them until old age, until the end of their natural lives. Like this, the stormy commotion ended. Lin Ming thought that this minor matter would quickly be forgotten, but reality turned out differently. Because of this matter, rumors began to appear within Lin Academy and the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom. The approximate content of these rumors was that the Lin couple had spoiled Lin and too much. Lin himself was nothing but a useless black sheep, a wastrel who ruined his family's good name. He had a pitiful background and possessed no good points, and what was most disgusting was that he skipped all his classes and caused trouble all day long. During the survival course in the dark forest, he had caused a mess, completely ruining the survival course for everyone else. If an ordinary student of Lin Academy were to have some problem during the survival course, the Academy simply wouldn't do anything at all and would sum it up as a death due to training. This sort of thing happened every year at Lin Academy, and several students would die. But Lin had only been missing for 20-some days, and this was enough to cause the Lin family to mobilize the Silver Armor Legion to search for him. This used up military resources and was simply making a massive fuss over nothing. Even the Academy survival course was terminated early. The survival course had only gone on for 10 days. As for the missions assigned by the Academy, only a very small number of people were able to complete them. This made it so that 99% of the students weren't able to obtain any good results. The students of Lin Academy were incredibly unhappy with such an ending. Just who did Lin think he was? He wasn't even related to the Lin family to begin with. He was nothing but a bastard abandoned by his birth parents. His talent and cultivation were the same as an average person's. In normal times, he would be nothing but a punk with no good points, a street rat wandering the city. The Lin couple not only took in such a bastard child, but even allowed him to arrogantly do whatever he wished, doing all sorts of evil and nasty things. Not only was he not discipled, but the Lin couple even dragged in others to search for him. This was a clear case of injustice. It caused the Lin couple's prestige to be greatly affected. Some people even privately said that the Lin couple were nothing more than common citizens who had never seen the wider world before. If they hadn't luckily given birth to their amazing son Lin Ming, then they would have already died and turned into white bones. Even now, people were filled with thoughts that the reason they occupied their seat was only because of Lin Ming. They felt that the Lin couple shouldn't interfere with the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom, and that they shouldn't have the right to mobilize the forces of Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom. They should just look for some nice and quiet place to retire. These discussions, either intentionally or unintentionally, passed to Lin Ming's ears. Lin Ming frowned. During this life, his original intentions were to accompany his parents. While he honored his parents, he wanted to experience their fatherly love and motherly love, becoming more aware of the samsara of life and death. He didn't think that his careless actions would cause his parents to be criticized. Really, wherever there are people, there will be struggles. I just wanted to be a prince that didn't try to seize power, but it seems that someone has targeted me. Lin Ming didn't care what others said about him, but he wouldn't tolerate his parents being harmed. Perhaps he should consider giving suitable honor to his parents so that they wouldn't be criticized. He went a look at the Lin Academy's rankings. In order to encourage students and push them harder, an array formation stone tablet was set up in the Academy's back mountains. The most outstanding students of every class had their names engraved into the stone. In addition, the Lin Academy had done something similar to the 7 Profound Martial House and had created many examinations. The record holders of these examinations would also be written in the rankings. These rankings were looked upon by many students every day. Motivated students would even come over a dozen times a month. As for Lin Ming, he had never looked before. Today, he came to take a look. A name caught his eye. This person was called Sitaming Yue. This name seemed to be a girl's, and it often appeared on the rankings. This was because she maintained several current rankings and even had a record high. Sitaming Yue. Lin Ming was curious. Another person named Situ. Those of the Situ surname often possessed a variation dantian and extremely high levels of talent. Could it be? Lin Ming casually asked one of the students standing in front of the ranking list, "Who is this Sitaming Yue?" Ooh. The student looked a bit unhappy to be asked this question by Lin Ming, but he didn't dare to not reply. He said, "You haven't even heard of Situ Mingyue. She is the most splendid student from the third class and is Situ Yaoyao's little sister, Situ Yaoyue's niece." This student's words confirmed Lin Ming's guess. It seems he wasn't wrong. Situ Yaoyue was a genius from the Azura Divine Kingdom. She possessed an extreme violet dantian and was skilled in the darkness laws. She was crowned the most talented junior of the Azura Divine Kingdom's younger generation. When the Azura Divine Kingdom chased Lin Ming into the Forsaken God clan and forced Lin Ming into a continuous battle, Lin Ming had faced opponent after opponent until he encountered Situ Yaoyue. Although Situ Yaoyue was a woman, she grasped the great desolate blood halberd and engaged Lin Ming in a fierce battle. They had fought to a near standstill, but in the end, Lin Ming had relied upon his body transformation technique to defeat her. Although Situ Yaoyue at the time was older than Lin Ming by many years, it was still amazing for her to accomplish what she did. As for Situ Yaoyao, she was Situ Yaoyue's little sister and also possessed an extreme violet dantian. When Lin Ming returned to the lower realms in the past, he had seen Lin Xiaoga battle against her. In truth, Lin Xiaoga wasn't able to suppress Situ Yaoyao, but Lin Xiaoga was finally able to win due to the foundation she established because of all the precious medicines used on her. Only through a competition of endurance did she win. From this point, it could be said that Lin Xiaoga had actually lost to Situ Yaoyao. Now, Situ Yaoyao actually gave birth to a daughter, and it was clear that this daughter also possessed an extreme violet dantian. This Situ family really possessed far too many talents, and the extreme violet dantian was passed down like this. As for himself, he seemed to have a fate with the Situ family. Chapter 1948, A Single Life 5. Chapter 1948, A Single Life 5. As Lin Ming studied in Lin Academy, the rumors continued to spread. If Lin Ming let loose his divine, since he could easily hear many people criticizing him. Others said that the Lin couple condoned the overbearingly cruel and domineering acts of their adopted son. These discussions became increasingly fierce, even rising to the level of the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom's ruling class. This surprised Lin Ming. A matter that he didn't think was important to begin with seemed to have been purposefully stirred up and controlled by someone behind the scenes in order to guide public opinion. Was someone targeting him? Lin Ming immediately thought this. After living for several generations of mortal lives, he would think more about everything, even things like this. Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom was, after all, the number one divine kingdom of the Sky Spill continent, and those in power enjoyed the greatest authority of the entire continent, as well as control of rich resources. If someone appeared that touched upon the benefits of these people, it was reasonable for these kinds of scenarios to appear. The situation became increasingly complex. But at this time, from the ruling class, someone stepped forwards to control the rumors. They started from several different points until the rumors began to gradually die down. Although some people were dissatisfied with Lin Ming, they had never been so blatant in their actions. The one helping Lin Ming was Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom's Eastern King, Lin Xiaodong. Lin Xiaodong was one of Lin Ming's good brothers from his youth. When Lin Ming parted from Lan Yunyue, Lin Xiaodong had looked after him. After Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom was founded, everyone that was close to Lin Ming, including his parents, Lan Yunyue and Lin Xiaodong, all came here. Lin Xiaodong was given the title of king. During his youth, he often accompanied his parents in business and possessed some skill in politics and communication. In addition to him being brothers with Lin Ming and their close relationship, very few people in court dared to offend him or speak out against him. While Lin Xiaodong wasn't too strong himself, he had raised some guests that were masters. They were at the life destruction realm, and some of them even ranked on the destiny decree. Thus, Lin Xiaodong became someone that was able to summon storms and rains in court, and possessed a considerable amount of clout. "You little brat, why don't you try to fight to give your parents a little face?" Lin Xiaodong saw Lin Ming in his own palace and punched him in the chest. In these 200 past years, Lin Xiaodong had put on a great deal of weight. He wasn't tall to begin with, and with his large elephant-like legs, he resembled an egg. Because of his stomach, he couldn't even see his own toes. He maintained his health well and married 3 wives and had dozens of concubines. These concubines all had good cultivation backgrounds. In addition, he also had many maids serving him. This caused him to have droves of descendants. Currently, he had over 40 sons and over 30 daughters. He whacked Lin Ming's chest and ruffled his hair, looking like an elder teaching a junior. His eyes weren't large to begin with, and in addition to his fat stature, his eyes disappeared into slits when he smiled. He looked like a shady 30 to 40-year-old businessman. This left Lin Ming utterly speechless. He couldn't help but recall that in the past, Lin Xiaodong had been a little brother that followed his rump wherever he went. Now Lin Xiaodong had become Lin Ming's elder, and Lin Ming even had to call him Uncle Dong. Of course, Lin Xiaodong called Lin Ming's parents auntie and uncle. Thus the generational rankings between them had gotten a little chaotic, but Lin Xiaodong didn't care much about this. No matter what, he didn't want a hairless little baby boy like Lin Ming to call him big brother. In these past years, Lin Xiaodong had taken good care of Lin Ming. This was because Lin Xiaodong always felt that Lin bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Ming from the past. After Lin Ming was lectured by Lin Xiaodong, he left the Eastern Palace. He naturally didn't want his parents to be sucked into the vortex that was the struggle for power. Thus he restrained himself a little and started to attend classes in earnest. On this day, the survival course in the dark forest was to begin once more. Because Lin Ming went missing last time, the survival course was canceled, and many people weren't able to obtain any results. This survival course was considered a make-up exam. After the tempering in the forest began, many people entered into the dark forest in groups of 2 or 3. However, Lin Ming went in by himself. He aimlessly walked through the dark forest, casually killing some small vicious beasts. The edges of the dark forest had many low-level vicious beasts, and these vicious beasts were all divided into further ranks. Hunting and killing vicious beasts of different ranks corresponded to different scores. In 30 days, when the survival course ended, if one could obtain a high enough score, then they would be assessed as having passed the survival course. If one's performance was outstanding, then their results would be graded from good to great to excellent, depending on their score. Every year in the dark forest, those that passed only amounted to half the number of students. Most were good, several were great, and there was often only a single excellent student score. Lin Ming's plan was to obtain a score that was somewhere between good and excellent. He wanted to give his parents some face, but didn't want his results to be too world-shocking. But at this time, he heard a loud cry in the forest. He looked deep into the forest and saw a young girl fighting with a blue-eye poison toad. This blue-eyed poison toad was one of the deadliest vicious beasts in the dark forest. By killing one, a student could obtain one of the necessary conditions to earn an excellent score. Lin Ming recognized this young girl. She was Sitaming Yue. During this year's survival course, the only one who could reach the excellent rank would be Sitaming. She was extremely similar to a young Situ Yue. She wore purple clothes, and her stature was high. Her legs were long and slender, and her skin seemed as luminescent as pearls, creamy and flawless. Although her expression was cold, she didn't give off the feeling of an unapproachable icy woman. Instead, she emitted the light, demonic charm of an enchantress. making others feel strange upon looking at her. Even when fighting the blue-eyed poison toad, Situ Minji was calm, as if she were completely blended into her surrounding environment. Lin Ming and the Situ bloodline shared considerable karmic bonds. He had completely destroyed Situ Minua's nation, the Azura divine kingdom, and even several elders of Situ Minua had died in that catastrophe. Situ Minua's aunt and mother were Situ Yaoyue and Situ Yaoyao. These two women were originally the proudest heavenly daughters of the Azura divine kingdom, with the support of a divine kingdom behind them. Their futures should have been limitless. But because the Azura divine kingdom was destroyed, Situ Yaoyue and her sister were left to fend for themselves. From being proud daughters of heaven, they had fallen from their high perch in the clouds, becoming miserable royal daughters of a defeated kingdom. The difference in status had been too great. The Azura divine kingdom could be said to have offended many people. Situ Yaoyue and Situ Yaoyao were beautiful in appearance and possessed an abundance of talent. Thus they were desired by some divine sea powerhouses. Some people wanted to receive them together, and because of this they struggled for a long time. From this aspect, it wasn't too far off to say that the Lin family had a grudge with the Situ family. After rounds of violent combat, Situ Mingyue finally killed the blue-eyed poison toad. In the dark forest, her entire body was matted with blood and green mucus. Her chest lightly heaved up and down. It was clear that striking down such a powerful, vicious beast had exhausted a good portion of her strength. Ca. Situ Mingyue thrust out her sword once more, piercing through the blue-eyed poison toad's heart to ensure its demise. After she confirmed that the blue-eyed poison toad was truly dead, she turned around and coldly stared at Lin Ming. She had long ago discovered Lin Ming, but didn't care much about it. She squatted down and quietly sliced open the blue-eyed poison toad's pustule-covered skin. She reached into it and plucked out a fist-sized monster core. This was a token proving she had killed the beast. Then she looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming could see a hint of hostility and contempt in her eyes. Although the Situ family had fallen in these past years and had atoned for their mistakes in the past, everyone had to admit that the Situ family produced amazing geniuses in every generation, and that their bloodline was amazing. Lin Ming didn't know that Situ Mingyue had always had an obsession in her heart. Because of Lin Ming, her nation had been destroyed. So, while she naturally hated the Lin family, she was well aware that it was impossible to overthrow them. Thus, she was hoping to frontally defeat a disciple from the Lin family's direct descendants and earn back some pride for the Situ family. It had to be known that in the past, Situ Yaoyue had lost to Lin Ming, and Situ Yaoyao had lost to Lin Xiaoga. They were suppressed by the Lin family. But when Situ Mingyue was finally born into the world, when she wanted to defeat the juniors of the Lin family and gain some honor for her mother, the talents of the Lin family were actually on the decline, as if they would fall apart at the first blow. Besides Lin Ming and Lin Xiaoga, the Lin family didn't produce any more extraordinarily talented individuals. Even with the support of resources, the disciples of the Lin family often only had ordinary achievements. Because Situ Mingyue couldn't find battles she could fight, she felt as if she were punching against empty air. She had hopes that Lin would be a little bit fiercer. This fellow looked alike to the Lin Ming that had ascended to the divine realm, so their natural talents should be at least a little bit similar. While defeating Lin Ming was impossible, defeating Lin would be more than enough. There were even some people that said Lin was Lin Ming's reincarnation. However, she was left disappointed once more. Lin was simply nothing more than a playboy young master, a bag of trash. She couldn't summon even the slightest bit of interest to fight him. Situ Mingyue put away the monster core in her hands and turned to leave. But at this time, Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. He looked far off into the distant depths of the dark forest. Situ Mingyue couldn't feel it, but Lin Ming had discovered something strange in the air. A high-level vicious beast was approaching. For such a high-level vicious beast to appear in the dark forest, this was absolutely a disaster to the students of Lin Academy. How could this be? By any reasoning, Lin Academy should never have made such a mistake, allowing such a terrifying vicious beast to kill its way into the forest. Moreover, there was something off about this. This vicious beast was extremely fast. At this distance, the teacher sent to secretly protect him should have already discovered the change in situation. But how come there wasn't any response? Could it be? Lin Ming frowned. He swept out his sense and discovered something else. This something else caused his face to darken completely. Lin Ming's mental strength was incredibly formidable. It was so powerful that he could easily pierce through this high-level vicious beast's spiritual sea. There, within the vicious beast's spiritual sea, he discovered a martial artist's spirit mark. In other words, this high-level vicious beast was being controlled by someone else. It was a high-level martial artist contract beast. There was someone controlling this vicious beast to enter the dark forest and kill people. And now, looking at the direction the vicious beast was headed in, it was sent to kill either him or Situ Mingyue. As for who it was sent to kill, Lin Ming could easily guess this when he recalled the matters with the rumors earlier. So, there is someone who wants to harm me. They worry that my parents favor me too much and will give more precious resources of the vermilion bird divine kingdom to me. Are they afraid that even supreme authority will be passed down to me? Chapter 1949, A Single Life 6. Chapter 1949, A Single Life 6. Yeah. Thinking of this, Lin Ming inwardly sneered. His parents were supported with the prestige he left behind in the past. No one dared to move against them. But there were people that would make use of his parents' lack of understanding when it came to martial skill and cultivation methods, as well as their lack of understanding regarding the politics of court. These people secretly and slowly manipulated things from behind the scene, influencing the decisions his parents made. There were even those that wished to use these devious methods to obtain authority from his parents and place themselves above all others. After all, his parents were only mortals. Even with many spirit medicines helping them, they would have, at most, 2,000 years to live. Once his parents died, whose hands would this vast divine kingdom fall into? This was an incredibly serious issue that involved a tremendous amount of benefits. It was natural that everyone would want to eat a portion of this thick soup. As these thoughts flashed through Lin Ming's mind, he could sense that the high-level vicious beast had approached. Situ Mingyue had originally taken 10 steps out, but then her body shook. She turned around and looked deep into the jungle, her complexion instantly changing. Fleeting fire centipede. Why would such a high-level vicious beast appear in this forest? Situ Mingyue's expression turned to horror. This fleeting fire centipede could even kill a life-destruction powerhouse. As for Situ Mingyue, she was only in her teens and her cultivation was at the Xiantian realm. This difference in strength was so great that she wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between the fleeting fire centipede's teeth. You idiot! Stop standing around and waiting for death to come. Situ Mingyue saw Lin Ming standing in a silly daze and was left breathless. She drew out a long whip and lashed it at Lin Ming, pulling him towards her. She grabbed his hand and dragged him into the underbrush. If you don't want to die, then don't move. Situ Mingyue covered Lin Ming's mouth, afraid that this blue-brained idiot would shake around and expose their position. Moreover, she guessed that Lin Ming simply wouldn't know what was happening, or perhaps Lin Ming might not even know what a fleeting fire centipede was. If this sort of catastrophe fell upon someone like this who possessed no skills or knowledge, they would die before they even knew it. She quickly spoke to Lin Ming with a true essence sound transmission, and then flicked her fingers. A signal flare shot into the skies. This was a special signal flare issued by Lin Academy to their students to call for rescue. Upon use, the teacher responsible for rescuing students would immediately arrive. If a dangerous situation occurred, students were supposed to use this rescue flare. Situ Mingyue didn't believe that she would be able to find any path to survive if the fleeting fire centipede found her, nor did she believe that she could outrun it. All she could do was hide as much as she could and hope that this fleeting fire centipede was only passing by and not aiming for them. Or she could pray that they were rescued before they both died. However, Situ Mingyue also felt the situation was strange. Why wouldn't this fellow Lin Ming have a master secretly following him to protect him? And this master actually let a fleeting fire centipede approach them. But at this time, Situ Mingyue's heart chilled, as if she had fallen into an icy lake. She stared helplessly on as the signal flare she shot into the skies suddenly broke apart. The bright lights of the signal flare seemed to be swallowed up by darkness, turning to ash that scattered away in the wind, not leaving anything else behind. Situ Mingyue was terrified. This sort of change could only be done by someone skilled in the concept of darkness. Only the all-swallowing concept of darkness could cleanly swallow away the light of a signal flare. She suddenly realized a horrifying possibility. This possibility left her suffocating in despair. Someone wanted to kill her or Lin Ming. This person had secretly infiltrated the squad assigned to protect the students and moved against them. They even brought a fleeting fire centipede here to make it seem as if they had died during the survival course. This individual might even be some master of Lin Academy. "We have to run," Situ Mingyue rapidly said. By this time, her palms were wet with sweat. She had already guessed that no matter who the goal of this other person was, they would kill all possible witnesses. This meant that both of them would die here. And the moment Situ Mingyue spoke these words, the terrifying flame-colored centipede suddenly rushed out from deep in the woods. This horrifying centipede was over 100 feet long and had a carapace that was burning with flames. It let out a dreadful roar, and wherever it went, trees would be shorn apart like little twigs. It was far too fast to the point of leaving one in despair. As soon as it appeared, it didn't pause at all, and threw itself at Lin Ming and Situ Mingyue. It stretched out claws that were covered in poison and flames, stabbing towards them like two long spears. In that moment, Situ Mingyue had never felt death so near like today. In desperate hopelessness, she grit her teeth and used all of her strength to slash out her sword. She didn't think that this strike would be able to do anything, but only wanted to leave behind a scar on the fleeting fire centipede, even if it was a shallow mark. This was her angry response to the unwillingness she felt in her heart. Would she die here like this? To die so quickly and inexplicably? Would she not even get to know who killed her, or what their goal was? Her mother? Would she be sad? All sorts of thoughts flashed through Situ Mingyue's mind. She stared blankly on as the centipede's claws thrust towards her chest like the scythes of a death god. She watched as her soft and weak sword strike fell onto the fleeting fire centipede's forehead like a string of straw. And she almost heard the sound of her heart being pierced and her blood spraying out. But in that instant, something unbelievable occurred. The moment her soft and faint sword strike fell onto the fleeting fire centipede's forehead, a strength beyond imagination instantly erupted, as if a great sun were dawning upon the sword blade, radiating a divine light that blinded all. Situ Mingyue's eyes shot wide open. The fleeting fire centipede had a carapace that was as hard as divine iron, but beneath this sword strike it was cut apart like tofu. A massive arc of crescent sword energy continued forwards, indomitably tearing through the centipede. The fleeting fire centipede's high-speed body seemed to be grabbed in that moment by a giant invisible hand, completely violating the laws of physics as it froze in midair. Then, a golden line spread out from the fleeting fire centipede's forehead and started projecting backwards. In the next moment, the fleeting fire centipede was sliced cleanly in half. Pa, pa. The two halves of the fleeting fire centipede fell to the ground. It was only after the golden light vanished that blood began to gush out and dye the land red. As the saying went, a centipede could still move even when dead. Even if this fleeting fire centipede were split in half, it should still have a breath of life, and should still have been able to violently struggle about, posing a great threat. But after being cut apart by Situ Mingyua's sword strike, the fleeting fire centipede had fallen completely still, without the least bit of life remaining within it. As Situ Mingyua witnessed all of this, her eyes turned as large as moons. Even her mouth, that seemed to carry devilish intentions, had fallen open, as she was unable to believe everything that had just occurred. The scene in front of her was the same as her killing off the fleeting fire centipede, a beast that was equivalent with a high-stage life destruction powerhouse. Of course, this was totally impossible. Situ Mingyue had been able to clearly feel that in that brief moment, a divine strength seemed to slash down from the void. This power had melded itself onto her sword strike, thus creating the miracle she had witnessed. And the origin of this power seemed to have been behind her. She turned around and looked at Lin Ming. At this time, Lin Ming was standing a mere 3 feet away from her. There was no panic on his face, but instead only calmness. His complexion was even a little dark. His eyes were as profound and fathomless as an ice pond, causing anyone who looked into them to feel a bit of fear. This sort of coldness seemed to originate from anger. It could also be because of other reasons, but it absolutely wasn't because he was scared. When facing this fleeting fire centipede that could kill a life-destruction powerhouse, even Situ Mingyue was flustered. However, this youth wasn't afraid at all. She didn't know why, but as Situ Mingyue looked at Lin Ming, she felt a fearful restlessness in her heart. She never would have believed that this fellow who seemed like an idiot and acted like a diabolical young master could have such a terrifyingly steady and calm expression. She even had a feeling that this Lin and had some heaven-shaking secret. This ambush was clearly targeted at Lin and not herself. But even though they sent out such a powerful, vicious beast, their attempt to assassinate Lin had failed. Just where had that power come from? It shouldn't have come from Lin, right? Situ Mingyue looked at Lin Ming and was completely unable to believe that someone like Lin, who was younger than her, would have the capabilities to kill a fleeting fire centipede. This simply surpassed all common sense. At this time, faint shuffling sounds echoed from within the forest. If one wasn't listening carefully, then it would have been impossible to detect them. Who? Situ Mingyue's heart felt gripped. Someone was here, and they were even a master. However, she felt that this hidden person wasn't approaching them, but was running far away instead. That's right. There was that person who had destroyed her signal flare with the darkness laws. This person likely came from Lin Academy and might even be the teacher assigned to protect them. They took part in the assassination, but after they failed, they decided to flee. Although they didn't know how the fleeting fire centipede had died, or who had killed it, what they knew for sure was that anyone that could kill a fleeting fire centipede with such ease could also easily kill them. This was because their strength wasn't greater than that of the fleeting fire centipede. They ran away. Situ Mingyue didn't know what to do. She only looked at Lin Ming. She naturally wasn't able to stop him. She wanted to see what he would choose to do. Lin Ming furrowed his eyebrows together. He said to Situ Mingyue, "Why aren't you running? What's the point of standing there like an idiot? Are you waiting for them to gather reinforcements so they can return to kill you?" Lin Ming's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Situ Mingyue's head. Just several breaths of time ago, she had angrily shouted out to Lin Ming that he was an idiot who was standing around and waiting for death to take him. Now, these words had been returned to her. What Lin Ming said was right. The situation was currently unclear, so quickly leaving to find rescue was the most sensible choice to make. If they stayed here, then there might be more people coming to kill them. It was extremely dangerous. Just before she was about to run away, she turned to Lin Ming to ask him for some advice on who to find. After all, with the current complex situation, she didn't know who was here to kill them and who was here to save them. If she accidentally stumbled into some dangerous individual and was led into a trap, that sort of death wouldn't be justified at all. However, as she turned around, she discovered that during the brief moment of distraction just now, Lin Ming had already disappeared. Chapter 1950. A Single Life 7. Chapter 1950. A Single Life 7. Linen, where is Linen? Situ Minghua looked in disbelief towards the spot where Lin Ming had just been. There was only green grass and bushes quietly shaking in the wind, and not even a little bit of Lin Ming's aura had remained. Situ Minghua was bewildered. She had just turned around for a mere moment. It was impossible for martial artists at the Hotian realm and below to possess such speed. Moreover, if they were to disappear that quickly, then their movements wouldn't be light either. It was impossible for them to disappear while she remained completely unaware. This sort of feeling was like Lin Ming had simply teleported away. How did he do this? Before Situ Minghua could react, she heard a cry of alarm from deep in the forest. In the dark forest, Song Ding flew away. Air whistled past his ears as the scenery of the forest rapidly blurred around him. He was a teacher of Lin Academy, a life-destruction realm martial artist. He had encountered a mysterious person who had given him a benefit that was enough to tempt him, on the condition he would participate in the plan to assassinate Lin Ming. Moreover, he simply didn't need to do anything. The mysterious person would send the fleeting fire centipede to kill Lin Ming. The fleeting fire centipede was a high-rank opponent that not even Song Ding could defeat. If Song Ding were unable to protect Lin Ming from this centipede, then he wouldn't have to endure much guilt. He had originally thought that this matter was more or less assured. Moreover, to kill such an unpopular and useless adopted son like Lin Ming, Song Ding didn't feel much pressure. But in this situation, the fleeting fire centipede had actually been cut apart by Situ Minghua's sword. Song Ding's first judgment of the situation was that there was a divine sea powerhouse secretly protecting Lin Ming. He found it impossible to imagine why there would be a divine sea master who would favor a pathetic wastrel like Lin Ming. But the truth was placed in front of him. Thus, he could only run away, lest the divine sea powerhouse take out his anger on him. He was terrified, so he fled at the fastest speed he could. But at this time, several hundred feet ahead in the direction he was fleeing, the void was torn open and a youth with a cold and callous expression stepped out, appearing directly in front of Song Ding. This sudden change left Song Ding frightened out of his mind. To tear open the void and teleport right in front of him, just what sort of method was this? The truth was that in the lower realms, tearing open space wasn't difficult. However, the martial artists of the Sky Spill continent had yet to reach such an understanding in the space laws. Song Ding suddenly came to a stop. All of his blood energy seemed to swell in front of him because of his nervousness. As he saw the face of the mysterious person who had appeared, Song Ding's eyes almost popped out of his head, and his face twisted into something resembling a complex array diagram. How could it be you? Song Ding couldn't believe that the youth in front of him was Lin, and Lin En's eyes were as deep as icy lakes, cold enough to freeze over Song Ding's soul. These weren't eyes that should belong to a 15-year-old. Tearing open the void and instantaneously shifting through space had been done by a youth. Then could the death of the fleeting fire centipede also be because Lennon had secretly killed it? Where could he possibly have obtained such strength? For a time, within Song Ding's mind, the usually truant and good-for-nothing playboy that was Lennon began to overlap with the mercilessly indifferent Lennon in front of him, one that seemed like a demon god surging with killing intent. Both versions crossed over in his eyes. Song Ding almost collapsed to the ground. How could such an absurd thing happen? A playboy young master had such deeply hidden depths. Moreover, no matter how talented he was, age was the ultimate limit. Who are you? Song Ding felt that there was some demon hiding with Lin Ming. However, Ellen Ming simply reached out an arm and grabbed onto Song Ding's throat. Song Ding was unable to budge, even a little. His entire body was caged by the space laws. Who ordered you? Lin Ming's voice came from the nine nether abyss, causing Song Ding to shake all over. I don't know. That fleeting fire centipede is not my contract beast. Song Ding's courage had long cracked apart. With the feeling of being imprisoned in space, he simply didn't dare to resist Lin Ming. However, he truly didn't know who it was that had given him his orders in secret. He only knew that this person wore a black cloak covering his entire body. Lin Ming coldly sneered. Whatever. I'll search myself. As Lin Ming spoke, he tightened his right hand's grip, and a cracking sound shot through the air. Song Ding's neck was broken by Lin Ming. Song Ding's eyes bulged, and his face distorted. Even in death, he couldn't believe that he had been killed by a 15-year-old boy. Lin Ming gently activated the magic cube. A black demonic strength covered Song Ding's spiritual sea, and all of the memories within were drawn out, sent flowing into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Lin Ming quickly found the information he wanted. The person in Song Ding's memories was a tall and mysterious figure that wrapped himself in a black cloak. This mysterious person had given Song Ding a pill that would allow him to break into the next stage of life destruction. As for who this person was, Song Ding had no idea. Song Dong only knew that if he helped kill Lin Ming, then he would obtain another advantage. Lin Ming sneered and casually threw away Song Ding's corpse. Then he ripped open the void once more and stepped inside, disappearing from sight. Lin Academy had sent 2 people to secretly protect him. Lin Ming certainly wouldn't let off this other person. CA. A black spear shot out from the void, directly piercing through the throat of another middle-aged teacher who was flying away at full speed. This teacher looked down at his neck and the rain of blood gushing out from him with disbelief. He tumbled through the air, smashing into several great trees and breaking them with his momentum. Lin Ming followed the same procedure and searched this teacher's spiritual sea, but he didn't obtain any valuable information. Lin Ming frowned. In truth, he had already memorized the spirit mark in the fleeting fire centipede's spiritual sea. As long as he saw the fleeting fire centipede's master, then he would recognize him. Unfortunately, his current cultivation wasn't too high, so he wasn't able to cover the entire vermilion bird divine kingdom with his sense. Otherwise, he would be able to find this mysterious stranger even amongst the countless people in the kingdom. He knew that his actions had alerted his enemy, but he didn't care. And at this time, Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. He sensed the form of a black-clothed girl sneaking through the jungle. She tightly gripped a long sword and held her breath, remaining vigilant of all her surroundings. She was Sita Mingyue. After Lin Ming instantly disappeared, she didn't leave to find help. Rather, she headed towards the location of the 2 teachers that had disappeared and carefully made her way forwards. She wanted to see just what had happened, and she wanted to know just what secret that mysterious youth had. Lin Ming faintly frowned. He looked at the corpse in front of him. If 2 teachers died here, Then, with this alone, he wouldn't be able to conceal the truth. He waved his hand and received the corpse. Then he tore open the void, once more, taking away the other teacher's corpse also. He returned to the body of the fleeting fire centipede and threw the two corpses on top of it. Then he took out the flame seed from the dead, fleeting fire centipede and set the two corpses on fire, reducing them to ashes. After finishing this, Lin Ming quietly left. The corpses of the two teachers were quickly discovered. It was believed that they were killed by the fleeting fire centipede, but as for who had killed the fleeting fire centipede, no one knew. A mysterious existence that was at least at the divine sea realm had appeared in the edges of the dark forest and slain the fleeting fire centipede with a single sword strike. How could such a matter have occurred? Moreover, one could look up information on all divine sea powerhouses in the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom. When Lin Academy visited each of these divine sea powerhouses to ask them some questions, the answers they obtained were all denials. If the person who killed the fleeting fire centipede wasn't amongst these people, then just who were they? The survival course ended. Situ Mingyue had obtained an excellent ranking. Lin Academy celebrated Situ Mingyue's success. Many students of Lin Academy were unbearably envious of her. For a time, she rose to the heights of fame, becoming the idol of every junior in the entire Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom. Innumerable people praised Situ Mingyue, and many large influences tried to win her over. There were also many famous princes and successors of large influences who wished to propose to her. To marry such a beautiful woman and obtain a great supporter in the future, these were simply unimaginable benefits. With this, Situ Mingyue became the proudest daughter of heaven in the entire Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom. She had so many admirers that if they lined up, they could encircle the entire 8,000-mile Black Swamp. Such limelight was nearly comparable to the little princess of Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom in the past, Lin Xiaoga. But Situ Mingyue didn't feel even the least bit of happiness from all this attention. She was the only person who knew what truly occurred with the fleeting fire centipede. She had watched helplessly as the fleeting fire centipede was easily sundered in half by her blade. This scene replayed itself again and again in her mind, an incomparably clear memory. In addition, she knew that the two teachers sent to protect Lin Ming had fled the moment the fleeting fire centipede died. After that, Lin Ming had vanished. Then, in a mere 2 breaths of time, she had heard pitiful screams echo through the forest. If she wasn't wrong, then these screams were from those teachers. 2 life destruction masters had fled as fast as they could, but in a mere 2 breaths of time, they had been killed. When added with the sudden disappearing of Lin Ming that occurred at the same time, Situ Mingyue came to an unbelievable conclusion. She searched for the corpses of the 2 teachers, but couldn't find them. When she returned, she saw that there were 2 more piles of ashes beside the fleeting fire centipede's corpse. Without a doubt, this was intentionally done by someone. Someone had killed the 2 teachers and then burned them near the fleeting fire centipede's corpse so that it would look like they had been killed by the vicious beast. The academy had been misled. Who had done all of this? Was it really him? This not remained in Situ Mingyue's heart, but she never mentioned the matter of the fleeting fire centipede or Lin Ming to anyone else. However, as she continued her usual classes at Lin Academy, whether she was aware or not, she would pass by areas that Lin Ming often frequented and would subconsciously search for those profound eyes. After several days, Situ Mingyue saw Lin Ming. It was a beautiful sunny afternoon, on a slanted hillside of the Marshall Field. A mysterious youth was resting on the green lawn, his arms crossed behind his head. He had a blade of grass held between his lips as he welcomed the sunlight. He wore elegant and luxurious robes. Several precious treasures hung on his waist. He was handsome and refined, a youth that possessed incredibly good looks and grace. His posture indicated comfort and laziness. He seemed like a playful boy next door who loved the sunlight. Situ Mingyue found it hard to imagine that everything she saw in the dark forest was real. If those two teachers hadn't truly died, then she might have even thought she had been dreaming all this time. Chapter 1951, A Single Life, 8. Chapter 1951, A Single Life, 8. Miss Mingyue, you're here too? What a coincidence. As Situ Mingyue was looking at Lin Ming, a voice sounded out from behind her. She turned around to see a 17 to 18-year-old youth in embroidered robes holding a sword and walking out from the martial field. As this youth looked at Situ Mingyue, his face was full of smiles. He was a prince of the sublime, smelting divine kingdom. With his talent, he had chances of becoming the crown prince, or at the very least being given the title of a king. He always had a favorable impression towards Situ Mingyue. However, he wouldn't be someone ardently fawning over Situ Mingyue. Instead, he maintained an appropriate distance so that his actions didn't seem disgusting. What is Miss Mingyue looking at? The youth looked towards the direction Situ Mingyue was gazing at earlier and saw Lin Ming. Lin Ming's appearance caused the youth to frown a little. Why would Situ Mingyue come to see how that wastrel playboy was doing? That fellow Lin and is a bit weird. I heard that the two teachers who died were originally sent to protect him. His teachers died, but he was completely safe. Moreover, what's strange is that this fellow somehow managed to pass the survival course and obtain a great ranking result. With his current level, this is a bit suspicious. As the youth spoke, Situ Mingyue frowned. She didn't reply. In that moment, an incomparably shocking idea rose up in her heart, one that she could hardly believe she thought of. Linen was so young, and yet had such hidden depths. As for his true strength, it completely surpassed common sense. This was not something that could be explained by mere talent. In addition, his appearance resembled that man from the past. Was there really a possibility that Lin and was the reincarnation of that person? This idea caused Situ Mingyue to suck in a breath of cold air. She didn't know just what she was feeling in that moment. That person, he had returned to the sky-spill continent? Why would he want to come back? But as these ideas raced through Situ Mingyue's mind, she saw Lin Ming, who was lying on the grassy lawn, suddenly turn his head to look at her. His eyes seemed to pierce through the bustling martial field, penetrating through all, shining like stars. Days passed. Years flew by. 3 years passed. Lin Ming was now 18 years old. During these 3 years, Lin Ming's strength rapidly grew. After he obtained a new life, all of the essence he had accumulated from before had been transferred to his new body. And not only did it not weaken, but instead it strengthened along with his rebirth. Thus, in terms of the mortal body and blood vitality, Lin Ming didn't need to train in those at all. Similarly, his inner world had long since been consolidated. Even when his cultivation had fallen to its lowest point, his dantian had still been an inner world and not a revolving core. Thus, bottlenecks didn't exist in Lin Ming's cultivation. As long as enough energy gathered in his inner world, then it would become as stable as the time when Lin Ming was a peak holy lord. As for the laws, there was no need to mention them. The laws he comprehended hadn't diminished in his rebirth. Rather, during these past years, he had obtained many new comprehensions. Like this, Lin Ming didn't possess problems in his foundation for cultivation. His foundation was solid beyond belief. What Lin Ming needed to train in now was his state of mind. In addition to that, he needed to gather accumulations. What he required was time. On this day, as Lin Ming was quietly cultivating in his chambers, his eyes flew open and the power of his sense surged outwards, enveloping the entire vermilion bird divine kingdom. The Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom was countless times larger than the Sky Fortune Kingdom of the past. Now, Lin Ming's constantly growing soul force and cultivation was enough to cover it all. The array formations in the various palaces of Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom were unable to stop Lin Ming's sense. The moment that Lin Ming's sense covered over everything, some divine sea powerhouses of the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom seemed to sense something. Their hearts stirred, feeling as if a clear breeze had blown past them. However, their minds immediately calmed afterwards. They tried to sense what was different, but they couldn't find anything special about what just happened. Thus, they finally summed it up as an illusion. My ability is still far worse than before. Lin Ming shook his head. With his current level of strength, the larger the area he wanted to cover his sense with, the less ability he had to hide it. However, he wasn't worried. He was only 18 years old and had plenty of time ahead of him. The moment Lin Ming's sense covered the entire divine kingdom, he also monitored everyone's locations. Although this consumed a tremendous amount of Lin Ming's soul force, he still continued onwards. He considered this an exercise for his spiritual sea. During this reincarnation, what Lin Ming focused on was cultivating his state of self and cultivating his spiritual sea. He maintained this condition every day. At the start, he was only able to last for a few quarter hours, but afterwards he was able to continue for 2 hours, 4 hours, and even 8 to 10 hours. Lin Ming challenged his limits again and again. His actions left him a little exhausted. During these 3 years, Lin Ming gradually obtained better results in Lin Academy so that others wouldn't have a reason to criticize his parents. From lower ranks to middle ranks to upper ranks, he now approached the highest ranks. As for Lin Ming himself, he became increasingly handsome. His eyes were deep and bright. His temperament was like a book that no one could put down. Sometimes he was mysterious. Sometimes he was as hot as the sun. Sometimes he was restrained. Sometimes he was anxious. In the 4th year, Lin Academy organized a massive test. Lin Ming achieved incredibly good results and even broke the records for 2 of the tests. This left everyone surprised. No one wanted to acknowledge Lin Ming's progress, yet they had no choice but to. At the end of the 4th year, Lin Academy held a massive tournament. Lin Ming reached the finals, defeating many senior students along the way and finally obtaining a top 5 position. Lin Ming's name was carved onto Lin Academy's ranking stone tablet. Moreover, it appeared in many other places as well. This left Lin Ming's mother ecstatic with joy. During this great tournament, Lin Ming managed to shut up all those people that were looking at him with distaste. After all, only true combat strength was the real deal. In a short few years, Lin Ming had gone from a useless young master to someone who almost matched Situ Mingyue's level. This proved that Lin Ming possessed a terrifying talent. As things stood, if Lin Ming continued on like this, then he would become increasingly fierce. He would overtake many people and then leave them behind as he finally stepped into the divine sea. This was just incredible. This was a bright future. Coupled with Lin Ming's handsome looks and his famous family background, many young girls at Lin Academy had a crush on him. 16 to 17-year-old girls that looked like flowers were naive and innocent. Often they would have crushes on the best-looking, most well-mannered, and most confident boy they met. And Lin Ming had all of these advantages, so it was natural for there to be such a result. In fact, sometimes as Lin Ming was wandering through the academy, there would be a brave girl that ran out in front of him. These girls would give Lin Ming a pink letter before fleeing with embarrassment and blushed faces. Slowly opening the letters, the gracefully written words were faint. The words of girls' budding interest in boys contained a shyness and youthful beating of the heart, as well as tenseness and anticipation. Lin Ming accepted all of these letters in piles. He deeply recalled that during his youth he had seen countless young masters of great families. These people all came from grand and wealthy backgrounds. Their talent was above others, and their strength was amazing. Their looks were handsome, and it seemed as if they were the pets of heaven, given every possible advantage. As for the frustrated men that were compared to them, those men had humble origins, their talents were poor, they lacked resources, their strength was mediocre, and even their appearances were ugly. For beautiful young girls in the prime of their youth, it was clear just who they would choose as their boyfriends between these two types of people. Even if they couldn't obtain the affectations of these rich young masters, they still wouldn't accept the diligent pursuit of those frustrated men. This was the emotion of youth. Lin Ming couldn't help that he once envied these young masters. He envied their high-spirited actions and their frivolous and easy youthful life. During Lin Ming's youth, although he wasn't some frustrated man, he wasn't the young master of a wealthy family either. He had to constantly struggle to spur himself onwards, to take these young masters as a goal in order to surpass them and fight for success. Although he succeeded, he had developed a calm and experienced disposition, one that was edged with restraint. He had lost many things in exchange for that. It was only today that Lin Ming was able to experience such a life. In this Lin Academy, he was a young master. Everything he had aroused the envy of others. He felt that his youthful nature that was suppressed in the past was being thoroughly released, making him feel content. To experience the baptism of mortal life and realize the 100 tastes of life. On the road of martial arts, there were many senior supreme elders who would come to the mortal world when they experienced a brutal bottleneck. They would wander the world, feeling the life around them. They would understand these feelings and try to break through what they knew in order to reach a higher level. The present Lin Ming was also like this. However, these senior supreme elders were unable to do what Lin Ming was doing and truly walk down that road of life once more. They could only try to forget their minds and act out some role in the mortal world. But what they did didn't allow them to fully succeed. As for Lin Ming, due to all sorts of reasons, when forced into a desperate situation, he had no choice but to experience this mortal world once more and walk down the winding road of life. Thus, his experience of life was much more thorough. Another year passed. Lin Ming was now 20 years old. His cultivation progressed yet again. His spiritual sea became increasingly profound, and his sense could already cover the entire vermilion bird divine kingdom for 16 hours without feeling any exhaustion. If it were for a moment, Lin Ming could even have his sense cover most of the Sky Spill planet. He could extend his sense from the Sky Spill continent all the way to the Holy Demon continent. But on this day, as Lin Ming was training his sense, he suddenly discovered a person in Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom. This person had a wisp of an aura on him, one that was similar to the one he sensed on the fleeting fire centipede he had slain years ago. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. During the years of training his sense, he had always been looking for this person. However, because the fleeting fire centipede was instantly killed, this individual seemed to have fled the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom. It was clear that he was afraid of the mysterious existence which killed the fleeting fire centipede. This was why Lin Ming hadn't been able to find him yet. Now 5 years had passed, and this person returned. Lin Ming locked onto this person with his divine sense. He was several thousand miles away, but his every movement and action, his cultivation methods, his cultivation base, the movement of energy in his meridians, everything was completely seen by Lin Ming. Lin Ming could confirm that this person was the fleeting fire centipede's master. He smiled. He used his sense and left a mark on this other person, just like the true divinities did to him in the past. He wanted to use this person as bait and fully clear out all those people who tried to usurp power from behind the scenes. Chapter 1952. A Single Life, 9. Chapter 1952. A Single Life, 9. Here. Deep at night, a seemingly ordinary carriage stopped at the back doors of a luxurious and opulent mansion. The curtains of the carriage were pulled open, and a mysterious person in a black cloak stepped out and walked through the door. His footsteps were light, as if he were just a ghost. He grasped a special entry token, one that allowed him unimpeded access to a chamber in the deepest depths of the mansion. Within this chamber, a 30-some-year-old man had already been waiting for a long time. This man was tall, and his shoulders were broad. Beneath two thick eyebrows, a pair of hard eyes gleamed. This man emitted a faint killing intent. This was a presence that could only be formed by slaughtering on the road of martial arts for many years. In front of him was a decanter of wine. At this time, he held onto the decanter with one hand and was pouring the wine into a bronze cup. His hands were strong and steady, as if cast from iron. As the wine was poured from the large decanter, the cup filled to the brim with not a single drop spilling out. At this time, the front door of the chamber opened. The mysterious cloaked man from the carriage paced over and respectfully bowed to this 30-some-year-old man. "Marquis Yutian, your subordinate has returned," the black-cloaked person courteously said. This man, called Marquis Yutian, was the Lin family's son-in-law, Zhou Yutian. He had married Lin Ming's second younger sister, Lin Ping, and was the son-in-law of the current emperor. He had been granted the title of Marquis and commanded one of the elite forces of the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom, the Silver Armor Legion. Of course, the reason Zhou Yutian was able to possess such a high status was because he had a variation bloodline. He was an extremely strong and talented individual, and had even become the champion of a grand martial arts meeting. 5 years ago, after Lin Ming disappeared to go to the Eternal Demon Abyss during the survival course, Zhou Yutian and the Silver Armor Legion were the ones responsible for searching for him. Zhou Yutian lightly responded. He waved to a seat across from him and said, "Come, enjoy this 10,000-year fog-flower wine. It is a welcoming gift for you." The black-cloaked man's eyebrows leapt upwards. He looked at the cup of wine, slightly surprised. 10,000-year fog-flower wine was extremely precious, and drinking it would be greatly beneficial to a martial artist's cultivation. He apologetically said, "Marquis, this subordinate handled matters poorly. After failing to assassinate Lin, and 5 years ago, I allowed the Marquis to fall into danger instead. I fled for 5 years afterwards, and only returned now, so I don't have the face to drink wine with the Marquis." Zhou Yutian laughed. "If I doubted all of my subordinates, then there would be no one left. 5 years ago you failed to kill Linen, but that was not because of your mistake, but because I underestimated him. I never thought that there would be a divine sea powerhouse protecting him in secret. Although your move failed, you still managed to expose Lin En's depths to me. Luckily, when he disappeared from the survival course, and I sent the Silver Armor Legion out to search for him, I restrained myself from doing anything. Otherwise, with the many eyes and ears of the Silver Armor Legion, it would have been inevitable that this mysterious person found out the truth." As Marquis Yutian spoke to hear, he coldly snorted, hateful killing intent flashing in his eyes. "Thank you, Marquis, for your forgiveness." The black-cloaked person tossed down the cup of 10,000-year fog-flower wine. Zhou Yutian smiled with satisfaction. "How is the matter that I had you attend to?" Reporting to the Marquis, this subordinate journeyed to the Holy Demon Continent and has succeeded in finding the bloodline of the previous Blood Slaughter Steps master, the one who bears a grudge against Lin Ming from the past. This subordinate carried out a secret investigation and can confirm that over 200 years ago, the former Steps master was killed by Lin Ming. Afterwards, Lin Ming became a 12-winged heavenly demon and ascended into the position of the new Steps master. he planted slave seals in the bodies of many of the supervisory elders to take control of the entire blood slaughter steps. Afterwards, the bloodline of the previous steps master was forced to flee, but after Lin Ming left, they managed to develop themselves in secret. They now have a tremendous influence. Because of their family's enmity with Lin Ming, they are willing to cooperate with us. As the black-cloaked man spoke, he took out a token. Marquis, this is a sound transmission mark that this subordinate obtained. This subordinate has already formed a communication route. By using this transmission mark, you can locate the one leading the bloodline of the previous steps master. Wonderful. Zhou Yuqian happily nodded. He took the token and swept through it with his divine sense. Indeed, this was the real deal. The Marquis plans are truly divine. I assume that when I was sent to the blood slaughter steps, all of these plans were formed in advance. That person's parents are in the way far too often. Does the Marquis plan to do something with those two old geezers? As the black-cloaked person spoke to hear, he slashed his finger along his neck. Although Lin Ming had already flown to the stars over 200 years ago, these people still feared mentioning Lin Ming's name. Thus, they would only call him that person. Zhou Yuqian frowned. He coldly said, "How can I possibly move against them? If those two old codgers have any problems then, if that person were to investigate what happened, I would die without a burial ground. But that doesn't matter at all. Those two idiots wander about like muddled fools. Even if I let them live, eventually supreme authority will fall into my hands regardless. As for the second prince, he is a useless degenerate that doesn't need to be feared at all. Only Lin and is still too heavily favored. My worry is that those two old fools are waiting for Lin and to grow up so that they can give him more power. Now, I don't know why, but Lin and is becoming increasingly sharp. I have to remove him as soon as possible. But I also don't know who is protecting him in secret. How troublesome. Marquis is wise. This Lin and must be killed before he has grown. Then, even if that person returns from the divine realm, he definitely won't do anything just for an adopted son of his parents. After waiting for another 1,000 or 2,000 years, that person's parents will also pass away from natural deaths, leaving behind all authority in Princess Lin Ping's hands. That is equivalent to the entire vermilion bird divine kingdom being under the control of the Marquis. The black-cloaked person chuckled as he thought of this, and Zhou Yuqian also laughed. But at that moment, the black-cloaked man violently shook and grabbed onto the table. His eyes widened. He could feel an agonizing pain spread through his body. A cruel and sinister strength was invading his meridians, melting away his marrow. He looked at the bronze cup. Then he gazed up at Zhou Yuqian in disbelief. Black blood began leaking from the edges of the black-cloaked man's mouth. His lips turned pale white, and sweat streamed down his body. The wine he drank just then, it was poisoned. Zhou Yuqian watched with terrifying calmness. He indifferently looked at the black-cloaked person and slowly said, "Using heaven-swallowing blood, divine demon grass, mortal dragon flowers, and other types of heavenly materials, this is 7-seed poison that I produce myself. It is tasteless and colorless, and I even added on a little of the poison laws I cultivate. I mixed it with the 10,000 fog flower wine. After drinking it, you will lose your skills, and your essence energy will deplete until you die." "But why?" The black-cloaked person grit his teeth, glaring at Zhou Yuqian with hatred, so enraged that his eyes nearly popped out of his head. The man threw back his black cloak, revealing a thin and narrow face and an expression that seemed to be dying from despair. The man's body continued shivering. Zhou Yuqian drew out a sword from his spatial ring. He looked at the black-cloaked man and laughed. "You have followed me for such a long time, yet you still ask such a stupid question? You know far too many things. the powerhouse that guards Lin, and might have some method to find you. If he did, the consequences would be inconceivable. 5 years ago, when you failed to assassinate Lin, and the reason I didn't kill you and sent you to the Holy Demon Continent was because I still had a mission for you. Now that your mission is complete, keeping you alive will only put myself in danger. That isn't a good decision at all. In order to accomplish great things, one must be merciless and cruel. Although I believe I can kill you myself, that will cause far too much movement. Since I use 7-seed poison and 10,000-year fog flower wine to serve as your funeral wine, you should be more than content to die. Don't blame me for this. As Zhou Yuqian spoke, he thrust his sword towards the black-cloaked man. The black-cloaked man had already lost all his energy. This sword would easily kill him. The black-cloaked man looked at the sword with despair and hate. He waited for death to arrive. But in that instant, the death he anticipated didn't come. Rather, Zhou Yuqian had frozen where he was. His sword seemed to be frozen in the void, completely unable to be moved. Who? Zhou Yuqian was frightened out of his wits. This was his private hidden chamber that was protected with layers upon layers of array formations. There shouldn't be anyone able to silently sneak in here without him knowing. The only exception was if this other person's strength had reached an incomprehensible boundary. Could it be that this was the peerless powerhouse secretly protecting Linen? Thinking of this, Zhou Yuqian felt a cold sweat stream down his back. And at this moment, the void in front of Zhou Yuqian began to shake. A pair of jade-soft hands reached out from the void and tore open space as if it were paper. Then, a youth in robes stepped out from the void. This youth had straight eyebrows that slanted towards his temples. He looked around 18 to 19 years old. This person was the reborn Lin Ming. Seeing this face, Zhou Yuqian looked like he saw a ghost. His eyes filled with disbelief. You, Linen? He could hardly believe what he saw. To locate his hidden chamber, to easily tear open the void and teleport, to ignore all array formations and even monitor his conversation, these were methods that even late divine sea powerhouses weren't capable of. And all of this had been done by Lin. Lin was a mere 20-year-old, hairless little boy. Could it be that the sword strike that cut down the fleeting fire centipede was not sent by some hidden divine sea powerhouse, but by Lin himself? Zhou Yuqian felt his entire worldview be completely overturned in that moment. Who are you? Zhou Yuqian didn't believe that a 20-year-old boy had such abilities. Lin Ming coldly sneered. You're quite skilled, although the Sky Spill Continent and Holy Demon Continent are linked together now. The two continents are still far too distant from each other, and not many exchanges occur. Even so, you managed to investigate the matters about when I went to the blood slaughter steps, and even found out that I killed the previous steps master. Your plans aren't bad at all. After your subordinate failed to kill me, you wanted him to flee to the Holy Demon Continent and unite the evil rabble that is the previous steps master's bloodline, and then use them to subvert the leadership of Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom? This idea of killing two birds with one stone is quite good, and your methods are also ruthless enough. You remind me a little of that Yang Yun from 200 years ago. But what a pity you are not Yang Yun and you fall far, far short of him. Lin Ming's words were spoken unhurriedly, but as they fell onto Zhou Yuqian's ears, they were like a bolt of lightning that struck from nowhere. In particular, those words, even so, you managed to investigate the matters about when I went to the blood slaughter steps and even found out that I killed the previous steps master, caused Zhou Yuqian to go cold all over. Just how was this Linen? This was clearly Lin Ming. You. Zhou Yuqian shivered, and his will cracked. No matter how great his ambitions were, and no matter how ruthless his methods were, he couldn't summon any courage to face the legendary character in front of him. Now that he looked straight into Lin Ming's eyes, he nearly collapsed. That's right. Only that person could have such abilities. And he actually thought to assassinate him secretly. Wasn't this just bringing about his own destruction? But why? Why would that person return from the divine realm? Why would they turn into a baby and slowly grow up again? Zhou Yuqian could no longer understand what was happening, and at this time any further thinking stopped. Lin Ming's mental strength was like a pointed needle that stabbed into Zhou Yuqian's spiritual sea. Since you are my second sister's husband, I didn't want to kill you, but you wanted to take advantage of my parents' kindness and harm them. You touched my bottom line, so die. As Lin Ming spoke, his soul force punctured Zhou Yuqian's spiritual sea. Each piercing brought incomparable pain. This was the pain of having one's soul torn apart. Zhou Yuqian's eyes turned wide and blank, and his mouth flapped like a dying fish. Zhou Yuqian wanted to cry out, but he couldn't. He grabbed his neck, trying to choke himself to death. From this it could be seen just how much pain he was in. After 10 breaths of time, Zhou Yuqian died. He fell onto the ground like a dead dog. And behind Lin Ming, the black-cloaked man had already seemed to have lost his soul. Linen was actually that person. The black-cloaked man's lips shivered, and his face turned white. Lin Ming used the magic cube to extract all of Zhou Yuqian's memories. In that instant, all of Zhou Yuqian's rebellion plans were known by Lin Ming, including the tools and materials he had hidden to start it. All of these things were hidden by Zhou Yuqian in extremely secret places and could be used as evidence that he was plotting a rebellion all this time. Moreover, there was even a witness this time. Lin Ming flicked his fingers, and a ball of light shot into the black-cloaked person's spiritual sea. This was a slave seal. With this slave seal, Lin Ming didn't worry that any secrets would be revealed. Lin Ming said with cold indifference, "I will give you 3 days to testify against Zhou Yuqian. After that, I will allow you to die in peace. Your family and your descendants will not be implicated, but will be properly placed somewhere else instead." The cloaked man knelt to the ground. Facing Lin Ming, the pressure was far too great. There simply wasn't any way to disobey Lin Ming's will. As Lin Ming spoke, his figure vanished once more. After several breaths of time, he reappeared. He had collected the evidence of Zhou Yuqian's plot and sent this evidence with the black-cloaked man to surrender himself to Lin Xiaodong. On this night, the capital of Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom was busy with movement. Martial law was declared on the streets. Soldiers, elite legions, and powerful martial artists were sent to surround Marquis Yuqian's mansion, and all of his people were captured and interrogated. The corpse of Marquis Yuqian was found in his hidden chamber. As for the evidence that he was plotting a rebellion, that was taken by Lin Xiaodong. The matter of Zhou Yuqian's assassination attempt on Lin and 5 years ago finally came out. The black-cloaked man explained everything that had occurred regarding the fleeting fire centipede and the 2 teachers. Everything that happened in the capital was watched by Situ Mingyue. So, the one who tried to kill Lin, and that time was actually Marquis Yuqian. Such a person had tried to kill the useless playboy that was Lin Ming, but not only did his assassination fail, but 5 years later, he himself was the one to die. Chapter 1953, A Single Life, 10. Chapter 1953, A Single Life, 10. Yeah, concerning Marquis Yuqian. Situ Mingyue was faintly aware just how much of a cold and calculating individual he was. He was a past champion of the martial arts meeting, and he had many, many lucky chances. There were even some current records of Lin Academy that were held by Marquis Yuqian. Such a strong person who had such deep plans had ended up with such a pitiful fate. The The reason for this was likely because he had tried to assassinate Lin, and Situ Mingyue couldn't imagine just how Marquis Yuqian's plan to kill Lin and stage a coup was discovered. But she believed that all of this was inevitably related to Lin, and this youth was far too mysterious. 3 days had passed since Marquis Yuqian's plotting had been revealed, but the capital was still on high alert, the entire city drowned in a tense atmosphere. With the downfall of such an important figure, there was bound to be a wide cleansing. All matters related to this were managed by Lin Xiaodong. Lin Xiaodong didn't slay innocents. Rather, those that were associated with Marquis Yuqian were reassigned to other areas, had their authority reduced, or were even exiled to far-off outposts. This was an inevitable end. Situ Mingyue watched all of this occur, not finding it strange at all. Over 200 years ago, when the Azura Divine Kingdom was destroyed, what followed was also wide-scale cleansing. She aimlessly walked. Then she paused. She saw that not too far away, on a rolling hill adjacent to the Lin Academy's martial field, there was a youth holding a blade of grass in his hands, relaxing in the sun. This youth was Lin Ming. At this time, his mood wasn't good at all. Although matters had been resolved, the final culprit had been the husband of his sister, Lin Ping. The Lin Ming of this life in truth didn't have much contact with Lin Ping and his parents' other children. Deep within palace politics, when matters of power were involved, affection would slowly turn cold and distant. At the same time, there would be people willing to take risks, murdering and framing in order to seize more power. Zhou Yuqian might be the first for the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom, but he wouldn't be the last. As the Lin family grew larger and larger, it wouldn't be surprising for those who shared flesh and blood to kill each other. All of this was an unavoidable truth. Lin Ming didn't want to bother with this. In this life, all he wanted to do was quietly accompany his parents to the end of their natural lifespan. As for whether the Lin family prospered or declined, that would depend on the will of heaven. There was no family that could thrive forever. Tens of thousands of years later, when his own prestige faded, the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom he established might change to another name, and the Lin family might revert to an ordinary family, and in truth, this might not be a bad thing. As Lin Ming was thinking this, he could feel a girl silently walking towards him. He turned to see a black-clothed Situ Mingyue quietly arrived at his side. She wore a dress, and as she sat down beside him, she looked like a proper lady. Her hands wrapped around her knees. She didn't look at Lin Ming, only quietly staring into the far-off distance. Lin Ming had long since noticed that Situ Mingyue would sometimes appear by his side, whether it was by design or accident. Sometimes she would be quietly paying attention to him, but it was never like today where she sat right by his side. He faintly smiled but didn't speak. Like this, the two of them looked towards the horizon. The setting sun was colored like blood. The red clouds seemed completely dyed. As the glow of the sun poured down the rolling mountains, it was like the veil of a goddess, an infinitely beautiful sight. Zhou Yuqian's case of treason had caused Lin Ming's parents to suffer some strain. In these past days, Lin Ming had frequently appeared by his parents' side, trying to cheer up and soothe their moods. "Father, your child raises a cup in your honor." At a family banquet, Lin Ming filled a cup of wine for his father. No matter how many years passed, his father still had the same two hobbies, drinking and playing chess. "Father, mother, this time your child would like to go out for adventure." Lin Ming suddenly said at the end of the banquet. In this first new life, he wanted to accompany his parents, but that didn't mean he would always be around them. He needed to leave, walk down more roads, experience more of life. That's also good. Go out and take a look at how great this world is. Lin Fu chuckled, but Lin Mu was a bit regretful. However, in order for her child to gain more experience, she eventually nodded. Lin Ming left. This time, he was gone for 20 years. Afterwards, he returned and spent 2 years beside his parents. Then he left once more. He traveled through the Sky Spill continent and the Holy Demon continent. In the Sky Spill continent's southern wilderness, he went to the country that was founded by the two sisters, Na-E and Na-Shui. These two sisters had become the rulers of the greatest tribal power in the southern wilderness. They met and survived through a catastrophe and were bound by a common destiny. Their relationship was extremely good. Now, the two of them had aged. The older sister, Na-E, had a house full of grandchildren. As for the younger sister, Na-Shui, she had become the most devout goddess, vowing to never marry for life. Lin Ming became a wandering seer that roamed the four corners of the world. He arrived at the two sisters' country and quickly saw Na-Shui and Na-E before leaving. "Big sister, that man." Na-Shui looked at Lin Ming's back as he faded into the distance. She didn't know why, but she felt an aching pain in her heart. "What's wrong?" Na-E looked at Na-Shui in confusion. Na-Shui shook her head. She lowered her head and saw a glow of blue light gather in her palm, finally condensing into a pill bottle. He left this behind. Na-Shui was stunned. She opened the pill bottle. 2 vividly green pills tumbled out. These 2 pills emitted a medicinal fragrance beyond description. Just from smelling them, they could feel their meridians clear out and their flesh and blood burn hot, as if all of their meridians were being transformed by these pills. Heavens! Just the smell alone possessed such a potent medicinal strength. It was hard to imagine just how precious these pills were. At this time, a sound transmission passed into Na-Shui's mind. Dip the pill in warm water, and only drink the juice. Remember, do not directly swallow the pill. This medicine can prolong your life, help maintain your thoughts, and cleanse your marrow. It can even allow your cultivation to rise much higher and extend your lifespans by several times. Hearing these words, the sisters were completely shocked. This person, could it be? After completing these karmic ties, Lin Ming quietly left. He arrived at the Holy Demon continent. Here, he visited the Fey race. He saw Duan Mukun, Feng Shun, and Lan Xian. These 3 people had partied together with Lin Ming in the blood slaughter steppes, fighting with him. They had risked their lives with Lin Ming, and there could be considered some friendship between them. These 3 people had also reached the Divine Sea realm. On the Sky Spill planet, someone that could become an emperor in 100 years was a peerless genius. As for Duan Mukun and the others, they had accomplished this in their 60s. In particular, Duan Mukun. He was making steps towards the Middle Divine Sea realm. In his holy land, he held onto an extremely high level of authority and was slowly ascending to become the successor. Lin Ming quietly arrived, left behind lucky chances for the 3 of them, and then departed once more. This time, Lin Ming left for 100 years. He left the Sky Spill planet and freely wandered the vast cosmos of the lower realms. Sometimes he went into seclusion, and sometimes he journeyed out to gain experience. Every time he went to a new place, he would settle down for a period of time. He saw different people, saw different nations. Some were primitive, some were advanced, some were poor, some were prosperous. Slowly, during this first new life, Lin Ming had reached 160 years of age. Because of his past accumulations, there were no bottlenecks in his cultivation. His cultivation had long been restored to its previous state, and his strength surpassed its previous highest point. He was getting closer and closer to the World King realm. Breaking into the World King realm was an extremely important jump upwards. Thus, he wasn't in a hurry. He had plenty of time to fully prepare for it. Time passed year after year. On this year, Lin Ming was 200 years old. Adding on his last life, Lin Ming had experienced the winds and rains of over 400 years. He planned to return to his parents and carefully cultivate for 20 to 30 more years. Then, he would begin his preparations for breaking into the World King realm. To break into the World King realm before 500 years of age, for a level of talent like Lin Ming that far surpassed the elites of the 33 heavens, this speed wasn't fast at all and could even be called slow. But during the process of making a breakthrough, as he became more and more aware of himself, Lin Ming had obtained many, many benefits. This year, Lin Ming returned. He went to his parents' side. His cultivation was disguised at the early divine sea realm. He planned to start his final preparations to break into the World King realm. However, he didn't think that his parents would give him such a difficult conundrum. During the days he was gone, his parents had privately made a decision and prepared a marriage for him. And the fiancé wasn't a stranger either. It was unexpectedly Situ Mingyue. This was because in these past years, Situ Mingyue was far too dazzling in the sky spill continent. Lin Ming's parents had taken a liking towards this girl and had already promised the matchmaker the marriage. They even met with Situ Yao Yao and Situ Yao Yue, passing down a dowry to them. Chapter 1954, Attacking World King. Chapter 1954, Attacking World King. After Lin Ming returned from such a long period of separation, his parents were overjoyed. Lin Mu personally went to the kitchen and prepared the dishes that Lin Ming loved to eat the most during his childhood. Living in such a high position, Lin Mu rarely prepared food. It was only when Lin Ming returned that she personally cooked for him, and she even did so daily. After the meal was set up, Lin Ming quietly sat down and then said, "I will not be married." Why? Lin Fu and Lin Mu looked at Lin Ming with surprise. Lin Fu said, "Do you have someone you love? Why don't you bring them back and let your parents take a look at them so we'll be happy?" Lin Ming remained silent. After receiving no reply from Lin Ming for a long time, Lin Mu's eyes widened. "You don't have one? Then why won't you marry? The wife has already been chosen for you. Within the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom, or even the entire continent, she is the most outstanding lady that could possibly be chosen. She has countless pursuers, and even the matchmaker has visited both houses. If you could marry such a nice young lady, then your mother will be happy for the rest of her days. How could you allow your mother to agree to this, and then go back on our promise?" Lin Ming shook his head, leaving no ground for compromise. "Why don't you say something?" Lin Mu anxiously said. "That child, Mingyue, in what area does she not match up to you? Her appearance is outstanding. Her talent is good. She is clever and smart. Just how could you not like such a wife? Do you really want to be alone for the rest of your life? Your big brother and big sister, who hasn't married? Your second brother even has over 100 children." In Lin Mu's mind, marrying and producing children, continuing the family lineage, that was the right and honest thing to do. Lin Ming seemed to have planned to live his life alone, and this left her very worried. Lin Ming still didn't speak. Lin Mu was left grasping at straws. This family banquet did not end happily. On the next day, Lin Ming entered Lin Academy once more. After 200 years, Lin Academy hadn't changed much. On the campus grounds, there were young people everywhere who dreamed their own dreams of martial arts. They all trained here, hoping to find success in the future. There were many people, but none of them noticed Lin Ming. Amongst the Academy's younger generation, although many of them had listened to stories about Lin Ming, only a small number of them had seen Lin Ming's portrait. Lin Ming did the same as he did in the past. He quietly arrived on the rolling slopes near the Academy's martial field and laid down on the lawn, biting a blade of grass between his lips. He quietly experienced the bustling noise of the mortal world, tranquilly perceiving it. He lay here until the sun set. But at this time, the voice of a woman sounded out in his ears. "Sorry, I didn't mean to cause such a problem for you." Lin Ming turned to see a black-clothed Situ Mingyue standing beneath the setting sun. The golden light fell down upon her, illuminating her, and making her appear like a spirit that was dancing in flames. "When the Empress Dowager sent someone to settle this marriage with me, she didn't tell me that you didn't know about this matter." Situ Mingyue's voice was a bit melancholic. After 200 years, her appearance hadn't changed much at all. She was still as beautiful as she was in her youth, but she gained a more mystical atmosphere around her. She had already broken into the Divine Sea realm and was making great progress towards the Middle Divine Sea realm. In the entire Sky Spill Planet's martial world, Situ Mingyue possessed a considerable status, and the Situ family was already beginning to slowly reform. Although they no longer had their own country, they had become a top family that was dreaded by many countries. In terms of status alone, Situ Mingyue was properly matched with Lin Ming. "I should be the one apologizing." Lin Ming shook his head. "I don't want to marry, nor will I marry." Situ Mingyue looked at Lin Ming's eyes as if she could pierce through him and understand his deepest feelings. "Why? Because you already have a wife?" Lin Ming remained silent. At this time, Situ Mingyue suddenly lightened her tone. She calmly and clearly said, "The truth is that you really are his reincarnation." These words shook Lin Ming's thoughts. He turned to Situ Mingyue, astonishment in his eyes. But then he immediately calmed down. He didn't acknowledge this, nor did he deny it. There were things that had been personally witnessed by Situ Mingyue. Moreover, in the past years, Situ Mingyue's understanding towards the road of martial arts had become increasingly profound. She recalled the moment 200 years when Lin Ming was attacked by an assassin. And as she mulled over these memories, she thought more and more that it wasn't a divine sea powerhouse secretly protecting Lin Ming, but that it was Lin Ming himself who struck back. As for Situ Mingyue, she contrasted her current strength with the strength of Lin Ming at the time. Then, she finally determined that the Lin Ming of that time had possessed a strength that far surpassed her understanding. Even today, Situ Mingyue found that Lin Ming was becoming harder and harder to understand. She eventually believed the conclusion she had formed in the past, that Lin was Lin Ming. Perhaps he had suffered some danger in the divine realm, or perhaps some other reasons, but in short, he had returned. Lin Ming's silence was seen as tacit agreement by Situ Mingyue. Realizing that such a legendary figure was standing in front of her, Situ Mingyue discovered that she didn't feel much fear or awe. Rather, the one in front of her was still Lin and the youth from 200 years ago. She softly said, "I won't speak of this, and I also understand the reason why you don't want to marry. As for the marriage matter, I have already told my mother to cancel it. Really, I'm sorry." After Situ Mingyue spoke, she turned and quietly walked away. For a time, Lin Ming had a strangely inexplicable feeling in his mind. In particular, Situ Mingyue's way in which she addressed his name afterwards left him feeling something peculiar. He left the martial field and returned to his parents. During these past days, his mother seemed to be depressed. Lin Ming quietly accompanied her. Year after year passed. Like this, 20 years passed. On this day, Lin Ming left Sky Spill Planet and rode Primordia's heavenly palace to fly deep into some far-off planet. He wanted to break into the World King realm. World King, that was the king of a world. To an essence-gathering martial artist, the pulse condensation realm was the start of their road of martial arts. At this boundary, a martial artist formed their meridians and could draw in heaven and earth origin energy through their acupoints. When one's origin energy reached a certain degree, it would gather in their lower abdomen and form a dantian. From there, a true essence vortex would be created. From the disorderly inner energy of the Hotian realm, it would become orderly at the Sciention realm. Then above that, when the vortex condensed into a core, that was the revolving core realm. When that core shattered and was remade, that was the life destruction realm. As for the 9 divine shifts, the 3 boundaries of divine sea, divine transformation, and divine lord, during this process, a martial artist dantian would become a world, forming continents, lakes, seas, heavens, and earth. After entering the Holy Lord realm, the vast earth within one's inner world would turn into a planet, and the great vault of heaven would become the universe. After the Holy Lord realm was the World King realm. This boundary was extremely special. It required that a martial artist refine a real world and fuse it into their own inner world. Their own inner world would integrate the space, time, and matter of a real universe, thus obtaining the characteristics of a real world. To refine a real world, that sounded inconceivable. However, upon practical application, it wasn't so exaggerated. Worlds came in sizes large and small. The 33 heavens could be called an entire world, but a single dewdrop, a single flower petal, could also be called a world. This was what others meant when they one flower, one world, one grain of sand, one pure land of bliss. When a martial artist grew to the World King realm, they would refine a world that depended on how solid their foundation was and how strong they were. The stronger a martial artist was, the more solid their foundation was, then the larger the world they refined would be. Otherwise, the world they refined would be smaller. But in truth, no matter how talented a world king was, the world they refined wouldn't be too ridiculously large. Generally speaking, refining an area of dozens of miles, as well as the material in space, was considered quite good. Even a top talent like Emperor Sakya had only managed to refine 1,000 miles of the void. And in rumors, it was said that in the ancient past, there were extreme true divinities that refined an entire planet when they became world kings. To take an entire planet, as well as the void around the planet, the origin energy within the planet, the lives atop the planet, and even some of the heavenly Tao law fragments, and then refine all of that into one's own inner world, that was a heaven-shaking feat. To achieve such a step, they either existed in the records of history or were mystical characters like Sheng, Mei, the good fortune saint sovereign, or Soaring Feather. But whether or not they had managed to reach such a point, no one knew. To refine the real world in one's inner world, besides differences in size, there were also differences in strength of space, the origin energy, and the law fragments within. There were differences in all these aspects. For these things, if one could choose a higher level world, then it would be helpful to a martial artist's future road of cultivation. Of course, wanting to refine a higher level world was far more difficult. Normally, when the disciple of a great influence was breaking into the World King realm, they would choose a first-rate world to refine. This was because by doing this, as opposed to refining a low-level world, it would save a martial artist time when they consolidated their boundary, and in the future, they would also reach higher achievements. With Lin Ming's current foundation and strength, he didn't fear such a challenge. Rather, the higher level a world was, the larger a world was, the more it would arouse his fighting spirit. He wasn't afraid of any challenges. In fact, he wanted to verify where the limits of his strength were and the results of his 400 years of comprehension. However, Lin Ming was in the lower realm dimension where the Sky Spill planet was located. He would have to depend on his own ability to accomplish all of this. To find a vast, high-level world wasn't that easier said than done. 3 months later, in the vast and limitless universe, brilliant stars dotted the horizon. A panorama of illusionary, dreamlike colors flowed through the dark void, seeping everything in a hazy halo. The The distant galaxies and blurry nebulas were like small strands of silk that wound about each other, floating an unknown distance away. They glowed soft and gentle. Lin Ming stood in this starry space, quietly feeling the vastness of the universe even as he completely opened himself to his surroundings. His mind slowly fused with the surrounding universe. His inner world opened, communing with this part of the universe. Infinite heaven and earth origin energy began gathering towards him. The plane of the lower realms simply wasn't able to withstand Lin Ming's strength. The space surrounding him had already collapsed, and space storms wildly surged out. The sound of the great Tao echoed in the universe, continuing without end, as if it flowed from the ancient primordial nothingness. At this moment, Lin Ming was finally beginning his breakthrough into the World King realm. In his road of martial arts, this was an incredibly crucial stage that would directly affect his future achievements. Chapter 1955, Lin Ming's World. Chapter 1955, Lin Ming's World. Energy grew stronger. Lin Ming's body burned like a sun. The rays of light constantly transformed around him, finally forming a rainbow-colored sphere of light behind him. This sphere of light gradually evolved, becoming a massive phantom. The phantom was extremely blurry, as if it were formed from gathered fog. But even in the violent and crazy space storms, it didn't scatter at all. Lin Ming's closed his eyes. His clothes flapped around him, and his hair flew upwards. The phantom behind him continued to change, finally becoming a giant cuboid. This was a thick and ancient book. This ancient book slowly opened, revealing a completely blank interior. But in the next moment, an invisible character began to emerge from nowhere, as if an invisible pen were writing on the paper. Then the second character, the third, fourth, fifth more characters were written at an increasingly quick pace. All of these writings appeared in either black or gold. If Sheng Mei were here, she would discover that these words contained the concepts of the golden pages and the black book, but there were faint differences between them. Lin Ming's books of life and death had been born from the Holy Scripture, but he had added in his own comprehensions. The phantom of this ancient book became increasingly clear. More and more words appeared within it. These words starkly contrasted gold and black, simple and plain, and yet containing a meaning that was difficult to name. They were simply impossible to understand. Rather, it should be said that these words had no definite meaning at all. They only contained different kinds of concepts. When different people read these words, they would each come away with a different understanding. Even Lin Ming was unable to accurately explain these words. This was equal to the total comprehensions of his 400-some years of life. The same life, but different feelings. This invisible pen was the unknowable fate of life. The ancient book was slowly written. This process continued for several days. Finally, the pen of fate fell one final time. In that moment, this ancient book bloomed with the brilliance of a world, as if all the light in the universe was being gathered towards this ancient book. This was an ancient book that belonged to Lin Ming, a self-created great Tao book that would allow him to climb to the peak of martial arts. For a time, a horrifying vortex of energy formed. A massive amount of interstellar matter was sucked into this vortex, with the ancient book as the central point. The great Tao aura in the surrounding space was condensed to the peak. A universe's physical matter, heaven and earth origin energy, heavenly Tao laws. When these three things were joined together, they were in truth the essence, energy, and divine of a universe. Lin Ming used his strength to gather them, purifying them, leaving only their essence behind. He had already comprehended the Holy Scripture and Heavenly Sutra, and understood how the great Tao rules of many worlds revolved. He knew that when a universe's matter, energy, and laws were completely gathered, and essence, energy, and divine were gathered, one could breed a brand new world. When the Azura Road Master and the Holy Scripture Creator established their own world, they had laid down their own world laws and had used their transcendent methods to gather material and energy, and then manifest their own world. Currently, Lin Ming was walking down the same path as the Azura Road Master and the Holy Scripture Creator. This was a bold move. Rather, one should call it a crazy attempt. This was because the Azura Road Master and Holy Scripture Creator had only created their own world when they had become renowned throughout the universe, and their strengths had reached incomparably powerful levels. As for Lin Ming, he wanted to walk down this road as he broke into the world King realm. In the dimension of the lower realms, where the power of the laws was weak and small, where matter was lacking, where energy was barren, to accomplish this here was already Lin Ming's limit. Slowly, beads of sweat formed on Lin Ming's face. Blue veins popped up on his forehead. He stared blankly on, as right in front of him, a world began to slowly appear in its elementary form. In the past, when the Azura Road Master and Holy Scripture Creator created their own worlds, these worlds were stable to the point where they could exist for billions of years or even hundreds of billions of years, able to stand side by side with the universes of the 33 heavens. Lin Ming naturally couldn't achieve this. Even if he created his own world, it would collapse in a few dozen or 100-some years. But that didn't matter. The world he created now was only in its elementary form. Through the increasing influx of power and his own rising boundary, he could have this world continue to evolve and consolidate without end. In the future, if Lin Ming became an Empyrean or even a true divinity, it was impossible to estimate just how large this world would grow to. This was a world that was constantly evolving, constantly developing. And at this time, Lin Ming's strength had already reached a limit. If he relaxed the energy flow even just a little bit, it would cause the essence, energy, and divine of a universe that he gathered to falter and collapse, completely disintegrating. If this were to happen, then Lin Ming would likely suffer a backlash from the energy and be heavily wounded. He let out a deep bellow and summoned the power of Azura blood within him. Black scales covered Lin Ming's body. His blood vitality billowed like beams of light, boiling without end. Behind him, a tall and overwhelming black Azura phantom appeared. This Azura phantom was 1,000 feet high, with thick chains that twined about its body, its entire being wrapped in dragon-thick muscles. A phoenix danced above its right arm, and a true dragon wrapped around its left arm. It stepped on 9 stars. Together with Lin Ming, it held onto this newborn elementary world. This Azura phantom was the power that Lin Ming cultivated, formed from pouring in the power of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, the strength of the Heavenly Sutra, and the blood of a true dragon and phoenix. This giant Azura pushed forwards with the momentum of a grinding pan. It slowly pushed against this newly born world, causing the essence, energy, and divine of this world to condense and condense again. With his own comprehensions of the books of life and death as the foundation of this world, with the Azura laws stabilizing and restraining it, Lin Ming had done everything he could to their limits. When his strength began to reach the point of exhaustion, once more, he started to burn blood essence through the gate of life. Then, this world finally began to slowly condense. It was too small, a mere several miles in radius. Moreover, the structure of the world was highly unstable. Even an attack from a divine sea powerhouse could cause the system of essence, energy, and divine within this world to collapse and be destroyed in an avalanche of failure. After completing the creation of this world, Lin Ming had used up every ounce of energy in his body. His gaze was absorbed as he looked at this world, as if he were looking at this own child. At this moment, Lin Ming was fervently excited. He had done it. This was a world that belonged to himself, the beginning of a brand new start. From this day on, a new epoch had begun in his road of martial arts. At this time, the Azura Phantom pushed this world and thrust it directly into Lin Ming's body. The world rapidly shrunk. It overlapped with Lin Ming's inner world. In that instant, within Lin Ming, this newly created world's essence, energy, and divine superimposed with his own essence, energy, and divine, this world slowly fused together with Lin Ming's inner world. For a time, red clouds tumbled throughout space, paths of life and death, the sound of the great Tao. All of it swirled in the starry space, creating a strange image that continued to change. And Lin Ming, in that moment, had finally broken into the World King realm. His World King realm had an essential difference from the World King realm of other martial artists. He had created a world which could grow and evolve. Currently, because the world Lin Ming had fused into himself was too small and weak, the strength that he had gained from breaking into the World King realm wasn't some drastic leap upwards. But as time passed, the world Lin Ming contained within himself would continue to expand. It would hold planets, galaxies, and eventually become a universe of its own. At that time, the strength Lin Ming possessed would be unimaginable. Lin Ming sat cross-legged in the void, meditating for several hours of time. After he restored a part of his strength, he took a single step out into the void and vanished. Lin Ming continued to tear through space, using void shift after void shift. 3 days later, a blood-red planet appeared in front of Lin Ming. This planet didn't have the least bit of life. It was a lifeless, dead planet. But this planet itself contained a massive amount of precious materials and also possessed an incredible trove of world essence energy. The volume of this star was nearly 10 times that of the sky's spill planet. Its diameter surpassed 200 million miles. In the past 100-some years, as Lin Ming wandered through this lower realm, he occasionally saw this planet and had noted its position. Originally, Lin Ming had worried about needing to refine a world when he broke into the World King realm. He thought of searching for an upper-level world to refine. But finally, Lin Ming had dropped this idea. This was because there wasn't a single world that could truly satisfy Lin Ming. Now, Lin Ming had created a world of his own. Although he couldn't refine this massive planet before him, he could actually draw in its essence energy and use it to reinforce and strengthen his own world. Lin Ming flew towards this planet. He broke into the atmosphere like a rapidly falling meteor. Bang! With a terrifying explosion, Lin Ming crashed into the planet. Lin Ming continued to drill inwards, sinking further and further into the depths of the planet. From the outer layers of the planet, where it was dirt and rock, the surroundings became increasingly hot the further in he went. Rock turned into billowing magma. Lin Ming didn't care about this degree of heat. He continued to pierce through. At this time, the pressure also increased. This pressure pushed down on Lin Ming's mortal body, causing explosive popping sounds to occur. Lin Ming didn't seem to care at all. He raced all the way into the deepest parts of the earth. That was the core of this planet. Here was no longer magma. Rather, it was a giant core formed from rare minerals and metals. These metals and minerals were extremely good materials for forging weapons. They were formed in the massive natural furnace that was this massive planet and had been tempered under high temperature and pressure for billions of years. This was a massive trove of treasure. It was extremely solid and had been melted into a near liquid form by the high temperature. Lin Ming plunged in, continuing to race towards the deepest part, withstanding everything to get there. Lin Ming took a deep breath. Even if his mortal body was incredibly powerful, it still wasn't easy for him to resist such an environment. He let loose his mind and sat in meditation. Slowly, he began drawing in the planet's essence energy. All of the essence energy converged into Lin Ming, nourishing the true world he had created. The growth of a world was a long, long process. So for a long time, Lin Ming could absorb essence energy from this planet to nourish his world. Chapter 1956, The End of the First Life. Chapter 1956, The End of the First Life. 50 years, 100 years, 200 years. Looking at the boundless universe above the planets, one could see the changing stars. But the truth was that they never changed. They simply traveled along trajectories that cycled with the mystical rules of the heavenly Tao. In the evolution of a planet, several hundred years was far too short, to the point that there wouldn't be any changes at all. However, in this universe, there was a giant red planet that had been experiencing world-shaking changes in the last 100 years. In the beginning, it was a young and hot planet. Its surface was covered with active volcanoes, and it had an atmosphere rich in pure heaven and earth origin energy. However, as time passed, its heaven and earth origin energy began to thin. The volcanoes that dotted its surface began to erupt one last time, or gradually die down, as if the energy of the star had started to dry up. In the following 50 years, this planet experienced numerous earthquakes. Massive fissures started ripping through its surface, and from these deep valleys that were hundreds and thousands of miles deep, lava slowly flowed out. After another 50 years, even the lava leaking out from these cracks started to cool. Fewer and fewer volcanoes erupted, and the landscape of the planet started to dry up. This was the sign of an aging planet. Such a silence was maintained for another 50 years. On this day, the planet began to violently shake. This trembling surpassed any previous earthquake and any previous volcanic eruption. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth tore open, and an alarmingly titanic fissure appeared. It was like a divine god was using a pair of hands to break apart the planet. Beneath this great pressure, burning hot magma and rare liquid minerals and metals gushed out, forming several 100-mile high waves that impacted into the heavens. Beneath these rough waves, a person's shadow rushed out. From the raging sea of fire, his muscles reflected a dim red light and metallic luster. His dark, long hair hung to his ankles, wrapping around his body like a silk cocoon. Besides his hair, his entire body was naked. His figure could be called perfect. His torso, his arms, his legs, his neck, all were formed in beautiful and powerful symmetry. Each muscle, each line of his body was perfect, as if it were a work of art sculpted by some master. This person was Lin Ming. Over 200 years ago, Lin Ming had entered this planet to quietly cultivate. He breathed in the energy of the planet, nourishing himself. As Lin Ming calmly cultivated, the evolutionary history of the planet that should have lasted for billions of years was quickly reduced to a mere few hundred years. From young, it became old. In exchange for the planet's decline, Lin Ming's inner world became more stable and developed further. As the massive amount of world essence energy gathered into Lin Ming's body, his inner world grew to over 20 miles in size. He had reached the standard of most world kings, and if his inner world grew any more, he would grow increasingly strong. Lin Ming didn't stop. His figure flashed through the void, and he tore open space, rapidly flying away. After this period of journeying, Lin Ming re-entered the Sky Spill planet and spent 10 more years beside his parents. After that, in the tearful eyes of his mother, Lin Ming set out once more, flying into the depths of the universe. On the road of cultivation, he didn't stand still. He recalled the position of another planet. This planet was smaller, but the grade was higher. And most importantly, there were no living beings on this planet. It was a dead star. Otherwise, if Lin Ming drew out all the essence energy from such a planet, then all life living on it would die. Lin Ming arrived at his destination in another 10 days. This was a metal planet. It wasn't too large and was almost entirely made of different metals and minerals. Because this planet was too close to a sun, it was extremely hot. Even some metals melted away, forming molten streams, rivers, lakes, and even oceans. Lin Ming's figure flickered, and he rushed into the metal planet. He began to absorb the essence energy of this world once more. From a world king to an empyrean, this was originally a long process. Even a top genius like Emperor Sakya had to use a full 10,000 years to complete this step. Lin Ming was already over 600 years old, and his cultivation at the World King realm had just begun. The road of martial artist he chose was countless times harder than any other martial artist's road of cultivation. A self-created fusion of the real world and inner world to cultivate the universe of the world and the universe of the body, to meld together the heavenly sutra and the holy scripture. No matter how profound Lin Ming's comprehensions were, no matter how solid his foundation was, it would require an incomparably long time for him to break into the empyrean realm. He would even be slower than most divine realm geniuses. Currently, he had yet to complete his full book of life and death. If he wanted to fuse in the Azura heavenly Tao, the difficulty of this was unimaginable. From the overlords of the ancient era to now, no one had ever managed to complete such a magnificent feat. Cultivation passed without sense of time. The road of martial arts was incredibly lonely. During long periods of seclusion, one had to withstand this loneliness. One had to make their heart and mind as calm as placid water. Although this sounded simple, people weren't rocks after all. If a mortal were to be shut into a small black room without light, without sound, without anyone else, then they would feel as if they were going crazy in 2 or 3 days. If they were locked in for 2 or 3 months, then their mind would shatter, and they would thoroughly fall into insanity. Martial artists weren't like this. Their minds communed with the heavens and earth, with the universe, taking the heavenly Tao laws as a companion. Lin Ming absorbed the essence energy of the planet for a long time. He completely let loose his sense, pondering on this life without any distractions, reviewing the roads he had walked down. Over 100 years later, the energy of this planet also began to dry up. This time, Lin Ming didn't take as long. This was because his inner world had grown larger, and he was able to absorb the energy of the world at a faster pace. Then, Lin Ming roamed the universe. He used the world energy of the universe to nourish his own inner world, and after he absorbed the essence energy of a planet, Lin Ming would return to the Sky Spill planet and accompany his parents for some time. Like this, time passed. Every time Lin Ming returned, it would be after dozens of years or even 100 years of absence. He saw his parents grow older. Wrinkles slowly appeared and climbed up their faces. The wear and tear of time quietly carved itself upon their appearances. Each time Lin Ming returned, they wouldn't have changed too much. But after so many times, Lin Ming's parents had already turned from the appearance of a young couple in their 30s to a middle-aged couple in their 50s. Lin Ming suddenly felt that even though he returned here for this life, he hadn't spent much time with his parents. As if this was the fate of a wanderer. Even if his parents lived lives much longer than a mortal, at the same time, the gaps of time between Lin Ming's return were also much longer than the lifespans of a common mortal. If so, Then the truth was that this was essentially the same. If his parents could live to 1,600 to 1,700 years of age, and he returned only every 60 years, then in the future the number of times he would return to see them could be counted on his two hands. But Lin Ming had no other choice. Every time he absorbed the essence energy of a planet, he couldn't stop halfway, and he had far too many things he had to shoulder. In a brightly lit room, the windows and lattices were painted with red lacquer, and the wooden bed and furniture emitted a fragrant scent. This seemed a bit similar to the arrangement of the Lin family's restaurant in the past, but the materials used to form everything were far more precious. This was his parents' bedroom. And to the side of this bedroom, there was an old willow tree. When Lin Ming first established the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom and Lin Fu and Lin Mu moved there, they had personally planted this tree. Now, this old willow tree had grown from a small seedling to a towering tree over 100 feet in height. Its roots were as thick and tangled as dragon claws, and the bark was aged and thick. In a cool spring breeze, the branches and leaves swayed in the wind. Leaves fluttered down from time to time, falling onto a stone table set beneath the tree. Here, Lin Ming was playing chess with his father. Every time Lin Ming returned, he would join his father in playing chess and drinking wine. As for Lin Mu, she would make a few simple dishes, and the three people would eat a family reunion dinner. This time was also the same. In the divine realm, Lin Ming had eaten up countless heavenly materials, and many of these materials and medicines possessed the most outstanding tastes in the world. Even within the lower realms, within the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom, there could be food made from all sorts of peak materials. Great chefs of the Imperial Palace would use true essence as the stove fire and use spiritual spring water to cook, making precious dishes that overflowed with drool-worthy fragrance. But there was no food that possessed the special flavor that of the dishes that his mother cooked. This wasn't just taste, but a kind of taste, a kind of memory. These were traces left behind from Lin Ming's past. Almost 1,000 years ago, when Lin Ming was a child, he loved eating these dishes at the Lin family restaurant. Even now, he was the same. Even across such a long time, Lin Mu didn't forget the types of food that her son liked to eat. Similarly, Lin Ming didn't forget the flavors of these dishes. Little Lin, when do you plan on bringing back a wife? Your mother has no other wishes in life. Lin Mu often rambled on. Suddenly, Lin Ming felt sad. He could feel that his parents' fires of life had begun to weaken. His parents were not martial artists, and it was impossible for them to cultivate to the divine sea realm where they could live for 10,000 years. They had prolonged their lives with all sorts of heavenly materials, and now they would soon reach their limits. After that, they would grow old and die of old age. This was a heavenly Tao rule that no one could change. Time flowed by. Another 400 years passed. Lin Ming's parents had grown even older. If compared to ordinary mortals, they would be around 70 years of age. Their backs had begun to bend over, and more wrinkles appeared on their faces. Their eyes became dirty as they stepped into the twilight of their lives. Seeing that his parents didn't have much time remaining after Lin Ming returned, he didn't plan to leave anymore. He wanted to accompany his parents and spend the final years of their lives with them. This was also to bring this first new life of his to a full completion. Although the grand reincarnation arc could allow a person to live 9 new lives, it didn't have the heaven-defying ability to lengthen a person's life by 9 times. It could reforge a person and give them the light of a new life, but it couldn't extend the total lifespan of a martial artist. Ultimately speaking, it wasn't the law of eternal life, but only a cultivation method created by the Holy Scripture creator after he comprehended the concept of life and the concept of death to their limits, created in order to draw out one's potential to its maximum. Thus, Lin Ming didn't think about how long he could live out this life. He needed to complete his reincarnation as soon as possible. Chapter 1957, Returning Home. Chapter 1957, Returning Home. Sky Fortune Kingdom, Green Mulberry City. Aged architecture, pedestrians of all kinds, sweet and savory candied fruits, fragrant teas. This was a city that had been unchanged for 1,000 years, a constant scene of peace and tranquility. Today, Green Mulberry City welcomed several unusual strangers. They were Lin Ming and his parents. After 1,000 and several hundred years, dozens of generations of people had already passed in Green Mulberry City. No one recognized Lin Ming, and no one recognized his parents, but they had still heard of Lin Ming's legends. This name would be passed down for several hundreds of thousands of years. Lin Ming entered Green Mulberry City like common folk. They walked down new streets that had been renovated many times already, and these still familiar streets left Lin Ming's parents filled with emotion. They arrived at the Lin family restaurant. This was a historical landmark that had been sealed away for over 1,000 years and was the true home of Lin Ming and his parents. Because this building had been carefully maintained by others, it still remained completely intact. However, after the glazed tiles withstood the wind and rain of over 1,000 years, they were no longer bright. The red lacquered columns and doors, even if washed and repainted several times, began to slowly turn mottled, revealing the flavor of passing years. Creak. The front door opened. What greeted one's sight was the lobby of the restaurant. The marble blue stone ground was old, but the clean furniture was exactly the same as in the past. Lin Ming was able to recall the scene of him jumping about this lobby when he was a child. All sorts of people would come to this restaurant. Some would be here to drink wine. Some would be here to drink tea. Some would come and tell stories. Some would come and play cards. Some would play the zither. Some would play chess. Lin Ming remembered many of those old regulars. When he ran through this lobby as a child, these people would give Lin Ming some candies to eat. Even through the years, it's still the same. Lin Mu's old eyes filled with tears. She traced the counter of the old tables as she recalled the past. Lin Fu used to stand here, wearing a loose gray cotton robe and a small felt hat. He would hold an abacus in his hands, recording numbers in the ledger, as noises filled the air. As for Lin Mu, she would help in the kitchen. After every dish was finished, the waiter would bring it back and shout out with a voice full of charm, "The dish is ready." Then, with a towel on his shoulder, the waiter would set down the dish, wiping clean the table and helping brew some tea. Lin Mu, Lin Fu, as well as Lin Ming, the three of them lived in this restaurant. This was their family home. The two old parents wished to pass the final years of their life here. This restaurant was no longer open for business, but every day, Lin Mu would prepare food in the kitchen, and Lin Ming would help at her side. This three-person family was happy and warm, but Lin Mu still carried a single worry with her, and that was that Lin Ming remained unmarried. Although Lin Ming could see the thoughts of his parents, he always kept his silence. On this day, a visitor came to the Lin family restaurant. A woman in a black dress, looking just over 20 years old, arrived. Her cultivation was unexpectedly at the late divine sea realm. This woman was Situ Mingyue. In the Sky Spill continent, it was incredibly difficult for a martial artist to reach the late divine sea realm before 1,000 years of age. "Oh, you want to ascend?" Lin Ming looked at Situ Mingyue with surprise. In truth, this was a reasonable desire. A martial artist who had climbed to the peak of the lower realms would not be satisfied with dwelling there. They would want to fly into the divine realm, seeing a broader world where they could freely spread their wings. Yes. Situ Mingyue was well aware of Lin Ming's identity. She wanted to consult with him before preparing to ascend. However, Lin Ming shook his head. You cannot ascend. Why? Situ Mingyue's heart skipped a beat. She could sense in Lin Ming's eyes a type of deep and sorrow-filled emotion, one that caused her heart to shrink. The divine realm has changed. Moreover, this world was once sealed by a woman. With your strength, you cannot break through. Lin Ming sighed. Situ Mingyue was left puzzled. The divine realm had changed. The world of the Sky Spill Planet was sealed. She suddenly remembered. If Lin Ming decided to reincarnate on the Sky Spill Planet, was this involved with the so-called changing of the divine realm? She didn't know what it was, but she could feel instinctually that this change must have been some heaven-shaking calamity. What happened in the divine realm? Situ Mingyue couldn't help but ask. The invasion of an outside race. Lin Ming succinctly replied. He looked up to the skies, as if his eyes could see through the starry space and into the divine realm. Humanity is on the brink of disaster. Situ Mingyue's eyes widened. She thought that the great change that occurred in the divine realm might be some inner strife amongst humans, but she never imagined it would be because of the invasion of some alien race, and for humanity to already be in a precarious situation. If Senior has returned to the Sky Spill Planet from the divine realm and has cultivated all over from a new rebirth, is this also related to that disaster? Situ Mingyue asked. Lin Ming nodded. Sage Lin, your parents, they don't seem to know of your identity. Have you never mentioned it? Situ Mingyue asked again. Lin Ming shook his head. They don't know, nor does it matter. What they feel towards me is a connection that comes from the depths of their bloodline. It isn't something that can be mistaken. I am their son, and I cannot mention what I have experienced in life. Otherwise, I will have to tell them why I returned to the Sky Spill Planet, why my wives and Lin Xiaoge weren't able to return, why I returned to being a baby. If my parents know the real situation of what is occurring, they will not be able to rest peacefully. Lin Ming quietly said. Situ Mingyue was left disappointed. After a long period of silence, Situ Mingyue unwillingly asked, Then is there nothing that can be done? I don't know. Lin Ming said, I will return perhaps in 10,000 years. 10,000 years was the deadline that Lin Ming had set for himself to comprehend and fuse the Holy Scripture and Heavenly Sutra, to grow his inner world, to dual cultivate the universe of the body and the world. All of this couldn't be done rapidly, but required an extremely long period of time. 10,000 years was already far too little time. He wanted to grasp as much time as he could to accomplish all that he could. Only like this could he return to the divine realm and have a chance to struggle with the saints and the even more terrifying Soul Emperor. 10,000 years. Hearing this, Situ Mingyue sucked in a deep breath, her expression a bit bitter and pained. For a divine sea powerhouse, living to 10,000 years was their limit. Yet, this was a time period that Lin Ming casually tossed out. His words left her wallowing in despair. If she was unable to surpass the divine sea realm, then by that time she would already be on the verge of death, or she would have even become nothing more than bones. Lin Ming could see Situ Mingyue's thoughts. He said, You can wander to travel. This lower realm dimension consists of more than the Sky Spill Planet. I can give you a spirit ship and a star chart so that you can visit other planets. Although you cannot ascend to the divine realm, freely wandering this world will still be helpful to you. At least, breaking through the divine sea won't be difficult. Lin Ming casually said, but Situ Mingyue still held unwillingness in her heart. She knew that if she couldn't ascend to the divine realm and was only able to wander the lower realms, then no matter what she tried, she wouldn't be able to accomplish anything great. To barely surpass the divine sea realm would be her limit. She bit her lips and looked at Lin Ming. Summoning every ounce of courage she had, she deeply bowed towards him. "Senior, I wonder if you can take me as your apprentice?" Lin Ming was stunned. He looked at her and slowly shook his head. "No, I have never taken an apprentice, and I have far too many matters I have yet to complete. I don't wish to form any new karmic ties here. The destiny of a world, cause, and effect. All of these were ephemeral and unpredictable things that Lin Ming didn't want to be touched by. If he accepted an apprentice, then he would have to take on the responsibility of a master. Currently, Lin Ming didn't have the time or energy to do all of this. Listening to Lin Ming's words, deep disappointment flashed in Situ Mingyue's eyes. In truth, she didn't hold much hope that this was possible either. She was self-aware that even though her talent was at the peak of the lower realms in Lin Ming's eyes, it was probably nothing more than ordinary. Even if Lin Ming accepted an apprentice, he would never accept her. "I'm sorry for disturbing Senior," Situ Mingyue ruefully smiled. She deeply bowed towards Lin Ming once more, and then turned to leave. But at this time, faint footsteps sounded out from behind them. Lin Mu walked down the stairs and was immediately overjoyed to see Situ Mingyue. She called out, "Miss Situ? How come Miss Situ is here?" When Lin Ming and his parents returned to Green Mulberry City to live in seclusion, this was information that not even many high-level figures of the 4 divine kingdoms were aware of. Lin Mu never thought that Situ Mingyue would actually find this place. This caused her to make some exciting associations. Situ Mingyue hurriedly bowed as she saw Lin Mu. But by now, Lin Mu had already gently grasped Situ Mingyue's hand and was pulling her down to sit, saying that she had to stay and eat a meal. Situ Mingyue was helpless. She looked towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment and then slowly nodded. Like this, the family dinner started. Fresh and fragrant rice, 6 simple dishes for pairs of chopsticks. Lin Fu even heated a pot of wine, pouring 2 cups to celebrate. Although the old couple had returned to their past home, and their mood was very good, they always held onto some regrets. This was from the monotony and loneliness brought about by such peaceful silence. They hoped for quiet and peace even as they wished to see a lively family. Of course, if it was someone that could make their family lively, it also had to be someone that they liked and hoped to see. Situ Mingyue was exactly such a person. A simple meal, a simple happiness. Lin Mu constantly picked up dishes to place in Situ Mingyue's bowl, her smile both gentle and kind. "Eat some more. This is the sweet and sour fish that he loved to eat the most when he was a child. Only the sweet and sour fish of our hometown is the best. From Green Mulberry River, you need to fish up a big carp that is at least 3 genes heavy. Of course, it has to be fresh, and the ingredients also need to include the finest rock sugar," Lin Mu proudly said. Situ Mingyue knew that the he Lin Mu spoke of referred to Lin Ming and also Linen. Lin Mu might not know that Linen was Lin Ming, but what she knew was that the dishes they loved to eat were the exact same. "Miss Situ, this is wine that I made myself. Here, try a little." Lin Fu laughed as he spoke. Lin Ming saw the wonderful mood his parents were in. Although they had been happy these years, it had never been like today, where they revealed smiles from the depths of their heart. Lin Ming's heart stirred. He let out a light sigh and came to a decision. His lips moved as he sent out a true essence sound transmission. "Situ Mingyue, you and I can be master and apprentice for 100 years, but we will normally not refer to ourselves as master and apprentice. I only need you to accompany my parents, and I will teach you cultivation methods and give you a blessing of good fortune. After 100 years pass, I will reincarnate and cultivate from nothing again. And as for you, that is when you and I part." As Situ Mingyue was eating, her chopstick shook. She looked at Lin Ming at a loss for words. Chapter 1958, The Second Reincarnation. Chapter 1958, The Second Reincarnation. Situ Mingyue stayed behind. Although her relationship with Lin Ming was only that of a master and apprentice, and one that was temporary at that, this was something Lin Ming's parents didn't know about. In fact, in the eyes of Lin Mu and Lin Fu, there was a profound significance for Situ Mingyue to stay behind. The old couple hoped that there would be people accompanying them in their old age, but they also wished that their son would marry and live a happy and bliss-filled life. Lin Ming didn't give an explanation for this misunderstanding. The reason he asked Situ Mingyue to stay behind to accompany his parents was because he wished to have his parents live peacefully in their old age. Most of the time, he didn't speak with Situ Mingyue. He would only pass down cultivation methods to her that were suitable for her to practice and allow her to perceive them on her own. As for pills, Lin Ming had more than enough. Every pill would be melted by her into spring water, and she would slowly drink this spring water and refine the medicine. The effects were remarkable. Situ Mingyue used a mere 10 years to approach the divine transformation realm. The truth was that her talent wasn't too bad, even when placed in the divine realm. The problem was that she lacked skilled teachers in the lower realms, which had delayed her cultivation. However, this was all made up for now. Although it was impossible for her to have any monumental achievements, with Lin Ming's guidance, it wouldn't be difficult for her to cultivate to the divine Lord realm. Sometimes Lin Ming would go out together with Situ Mingyue. They would venture deep into the starry space, and here Lin Ming would teach Situ Mingyue some laws and advanced cultivation methods. Lin Ming even passed Situ Mingyue an incomplete portion of a transcendent divine might. Although he didn't have much hope that she would be able to perceive anything from it, she could at least come into contact with the great Tao laws, expanding her horizons as she obtained more inspirations. Whenever these times came, Situ Mingyue's eyebrows would bunch together as she simply wasn't able to find any clue on what to do. She was worried that Lin Ming would think she was too stupid, and she desperately hoped that she could perceive something to satisfy him. However, these great Tao traces were too complex and varied. No matter how hard she tried, it was difficult for her to become aware of anything. Lin Ming didn't say anything. He simply asked her what progress she had made, and then would silently leave. Like this, 50 years passed. Lin Fu and Lin Mu grew older, but at the same time, they smiled more and more. When she wasn't cultivating, Situ Mingyue would spend the rest of her time accompanying Lin Ming's parents. She frequently went to the kitchen to help Lin Mu prepare food, and would take out a chessboard to play with Lin Fu. Everything was warm and harmonious. The happiness of a whole family made up for the final regrets that the old couple felt in life. This was also what Lin Ming wanted. In this life, he wanted to give his parents peace and happiness in their twilight. For this reason, even if he had to contaminate himself with some karma, it didn't matter at all. Spring went and fall came. Another 20 years passed. Lin Fu and Lin Mu both leaned on walking sticks. It became a little difficult even to walk down the street. Even so, there were no servants in their family. Every time they went to buy groceries, Situ Mingyue would help Lin Mu out of the Lin family restaurant, where they slowly walked down the familiar streets. During these times, Lin Mu would walk slowly. She would take a stroll, feeling the sun on her face, feeling the joys of life. Lin Fu and Lin Mu, the two of them had tasted poverty and lived in opulence, had experienced the supreme life of being worshipped by millions and billions of people. Now in their old age, with Situ Mingyue and Lin Ming accompanying them, they felt warmth and happiness. This was their life, a blessed life. They had no regrets. 2 years later, just as summer began on a sunny day, Lin Fu and Lin Mu passed away one after another. Just before they left, their faces were filled with smiles and their expressions were at peace. They had died in bed of old age. The death of his parents also marked the end of Lin Ming's first reincarnation, one that had lasted for over 1,600 years. It marked a complete ending to this time. According to his parents' will, Lin Ming buried them in the mountains around Green Mulberry City. After death, become dust and return to the earth. This was the simple wish of most mortals. According to custom, Lin Ming set up grass houses up in the mountainside. He wore simple mourning clothes and mourned for his parents for 3 years. Situ Mingyue also followed Lin Ming. She wore white clothes, observing the mourning period together with him. They lived in 2 separate grass houses. Every day, they would sweep the graves of the old couple, burning incense for them and praying for them. These days were slow and tepid, but whether it was Lin Ming or Situ Mingyue, they found an inner peace and quiet in these slow and tepid days. 3 years quickly passed. With the end of the mourning period, Lin Ming had to leave. Early one morning, the bright sun rose. The morning haze of Green Mulberry Mountain scattered, and the dewdrops hanging on the grass also slowly evaporated. Lin Ming lit incense for his parents and deeply knelt on his knees, bowing down, his forehead reaching the ground. This was also his final bow. He stood up and said to Situ Mingyue behind him, "According to our agreement, our relation as master and apprentice has come to an end. You can now begin walking your own road." Lin Ming calmly said, but as these words fell into Situ Mingyue's ears, she felt infinite desolateness, infinite melancholy. There was an unspeakable feeling in her heart. She had known this day would come, and she had mentally prepared for it. But when it truly came, she was at an inexplicable loss. But she was well aware that she and Lin Ming were originally 2 straight lines that never crossed. It was only because of Lin Ming's parents that they approached for a brief period of time, and that was only approaching. Then, as these straight lines continued on, they would slowly separate, gradually growing further and further apart. This was a destiny that was already decided. Regardless of what she did, it wouldn't change. Thus, she slowly nodded. Then, farewell, if we are fated to meet again. As Lin Ming spoke, he casually stepped into the void. He simply didn't need to tear open the void, but entered directly into it, vanishing from sight. Situ Mingyue stood in a daze where she was silent for a long time. The year before Lin Fu and Lin Mu passed, Situ Mingyue had broken into the divine transformation realm. Moreover, with Lin Ming's teachings and the support of the resources he left her, she had formed a solid foundation. It wouldn't be a problem for her to reach the Divine Lord realm in the future. But none of this, including the peak of martial arts that she had longed for in her dreams, brought her any joy right now. She quietly turned around, entering the grass house she had lived in for 3 years, and gently closed the door. Another 20 years passed. In a lower dimension of this universe, within an imperial city on an unknown planet, at some unknown time, a young beggar appeared at a city corner. He was short and his entire body was covered in dirt, but his eyes were amazingly bright. Although he was a beggar, he never begged people. He only wandered about, and this wandering continued for dozens of years. This young beggar grew extremely slowly, but because he was a beggar, no one noticed him. Until one day he disappeared from the city. He broke into space, flying deep into the universe. This was the second reincarnation of Lin Ming. During these years, Lin Ming's mood and cultivation had become increasingly perfect. His cultivation didn't increase quickly, but his comprehensions in the heavenly Tao grew at an alarming pace. He quickly sped through the universe. Soon he reached a massive black planet, like a meteor. He plunged deep into its core. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.